Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
L'honorable
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between Canada of the one part and the European Union of the other part on the participation of Canada in union programs, which includes the Protocol on the Association of Canada to Horizon Europe, the Framework Program for Research and Innovation 2021 to 2027, done at Montreal on July 3rd, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Failure to Respond to an Order of the Committee.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Issues and opportunities high-frequency rail in the Toronto to Quebec City corridor. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to table a comprehensive answer to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond on behalf of my common sense Conservative colleagues on the Standing Committee of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities with our supplementary report. And we too thank the staff, the analysts, the clerk and committee chair. The motion that gave rise to this study specifically asked to look at high-speed rail proposals in Alberta, and that was not done in the course of this study. In fact, there was no real consequential study nor recommendations outside of the Toronto to Quebec City corridor. So we recommend that that be tackled in the future. And our second concern is that while we are pleased that the Conservative motions to ensure transparency on the costs and to protect taxpayers from cost overruns were adopted, we still remain concerned because many of the aspects and costs of this project remain undefined. So thank you. We table this supplementary report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. J'ai l'honneur de présenter dans les deux langues.
I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
The 42nd report, entitled Report 6, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, of the 2024 Report 5 to 7 of the Auditor General of Canada, and specifically, as passed in the committee, that we report to the House that it asks the Auditor General to undertake a value for money and performance audit of the work done by SDTC since Monday, January the 1st, 2017. And the 43rd report, entitled Report 6, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, of the 2024 Report 5 to 7 of the Auditor General of Canada, and specifically, the committee therefore expressed extreme concern with the blatant disregard of taxpayer funds and therefore calls on the Government of Canada to recoup these funds for Canadian taxpayers following the adoption of this motion, that the committee report this matter to the House. Thank you.
Good.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Rideau. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates presented on Friday, February 16, 2024, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for... Wait, I'm sorry. Leedsville, Granville, yes. We're starting debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Order.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before my colleague rises to speak, I wanted to respond to a point of privilege raised by the member for Regina Capel yesterday. It was reserved our spot to intervene from the member for Burnaby New Westminster, who identified that we would like to actually reply. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, the matter of privilege, of course, follows from a House order made in June to ensure that the documents related to SDTC be compiled and provided to the RCMP to ensure that they have access to all information on this issue. Canadians deserve to know how their tax dollars are spent and specifically how those dollars were awarded to SDTC. As I said at the time, New Democrats believe that this issue is broader than just SDTC issue. Liberals and Conservatives for decades have appointed friends into positions of power only to be rewarded by taxpayers' dollars. And we saw that, Madam Speaker, yesterday at testimony where both Liberals and Conservatives competed in a challenge over who was corrupt versus the other who was more corrupt. And that happened just yesterday. If you want to watch the tapes, it's actually at Industry Committee. This is just the latest example. For that reason, we supported the motion in June to order these documents for clarity. In fact, New Democrats have been calling for more information to be released through reform of our system internally that has yet to be done by either the Liberals or the Conservatives. It's actually born through legislation of Crown copyright that actually goes back to 1909 that has yet to be reformed. As outlined by the Conservative House Leader, responses to this order have been inconsistent. While we appreciate the unusual nature of this order, the House did indeed order the documents, and as such, it is up to the House to decide if it is satisfied by the nature of the response. I would be remiss if I did not point out that there is an element of hypocrisy again in this, as the Conservatives on this issue have not been consistent when they were in government. In fact, many times I have sat in this chamber when they have not done what they are now requesting. So, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure the documents are actually released and are actually provided to all of Parliament, and New Democrats support that process because it only sheds light, and more importantly, the hypocrisy of the Conservatives now requesting what they often have denied in their past practices in this chamber.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to note that my good friend, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable, will share time with me. I want to just quickly jog the House's memory about the 13th report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations, what it is that I believe is so important that we discuss today. And before I give you the details of that report, I want to provide a bit of context about what the situation is in Canada today. Statistics Canada released this summer just really devastating numbers about what we can expect this fall for food bank usage. 1 in 4 Canadians saying that they're going to be relying on food banks to feed themselves and their families, so 25%. Now, what's so interesting and truly heartbreaking about that is that we don't have a 25% unemployment rate. And the reason I bring up the employment rate, which is about 6% in this region, we know that it's high among new Canadians and students at about 12%, 25%. So, Madam Speaker, at 25% of people using food banks, well, that means that we have people who are working 1 in 2 jobs who still aren't able to feed themselves and to feed their families. I can tell you in my community that the Brockville Area Food Bank, the South Grenville Food Bank, the Gananoque Food Bank have seen their use double. And this is the trend that we've seen across the country. So Canadians are struggling. We have food banks extending their hours to be able to serve people when they get off their shift before they go into their next job. And with that as the backdrop, let's take a look at what this government prioritized. We uncovered, through the work of common sense conservatives, the grift and corruption that has festered after 9 years of the NDP Liberal government. And we saw a very public case of that with the Arrive scam, where GC Strategies, these two grifters working out of a basement, were taking 30% of multi-million-dollar contracts and adding no value for Canadians. Now, this report was the request to the AG to conduct a performance audit. And this came out of the GC Strategies scandal, the Arrive scam, the NDP Liberal government's Arrive scam. It's devastating for Canadians to see that, well, the government, they make all kinds of claims about being compassionate or wanting to help Canadians. Well, the Canadians they're helping are Liberal insiders. They're the elite, making millions of dollars. And what's shocking, I think, to Main Street Canadians is that when this was uncovered, the Liberal government didn't say, oh my goodness, we are so surprised and we agree, we want to get to the bottom of this so that we can ensure it never happens again. We put forward a motion. The member for Carleton, the leader, the now leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, put forward a motion almost 2 years ago to have the Auditor General investigate. What did the Prime Minister do? He voted against. What did his cabinet do? Voted against. What did all of the Liberal members do? They voted against having the Auditor General get to the bottom of his $60 million Arrive scam. $60 million. And they like to talk about, oh, you know, this app saved, we've famously heard that it saved lives. I'll tell you what it did. It sent 10,000 people under house arrest because of a glitch in this app. You know, if they had spent some money, you know, credibly developing a product that Canadians knew they needed and knew worked well, and didn't send thousands of people, 10,000 people into house arrest, no, they might have had a little goodwill, but the app was broken. Canada Border Service Agency frontline officers said that it took away resources from them, that they weren't consulted on it. So the experts, the boots in the boxes at our border, they told us, we don't want it. It impedes us from doing our job to keep Canadians safe. But they knew better. Why did they insist on this $60 million boondoggle if frontline border service officers said they didn't need it? Because their buddies were getting paid. Liberal insiders lining their pockets. And remember, Canadians lining up at food banks. This is an incredibly important issue. It's emblematic of 9 years of the NDP Liberal government. This is what happens when you have a Prime Minister twice found guilty of breaking the law. Twice. It's never happened in this country before. And so that's the standard from the top down that we've seen under this Prime Minister. And so it's no surprise that Canadians are calling for action. Canadians are speaking out. Canadians are expressing their disapproval in this government. And Conservatives, in response to those calls, we've said we want to have a carbon tax election. We want to give Canadians the choice between an out-of-touch government that rewards their friends and raises taxes on Canadians when they can least afford it, or the common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. It was a pleasure yesterday to welcome in our new colleague, from Toronto St. Paul, and there's a message in that for this Prime Minister as well. But until we have that carbon tax election, and that's going to be up to the Conservatives. We've said that we're going to put forth a motion of non-confidence in this government at the first available opportunity. So it's going to be up to the NDP and the Bloc to make a decision on if they stand with a government that rewards insiders or stands up for Canadians who are working hard, taking care of their neighbors, just desperately trying to provide for their families and have a better life. That was the promise in this country, that if you worked hard, you'd be able to have a good life, you'd be able to afford a home. And always we thought that as Canadians, that we'd be able to welcome people into our country and that we'd be able to work together and we'd be able to afford homes and we'd be able to do better than the generation before us. But after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, they've broken the immigration system. They're bringing people here under false pretenses, telling them that, that there's going to be a home and a doctor for them. There's neither of those things, nor jobs. So this is why we need to keep doing the important work of exposing what the economic vandalism, the vandalism to trust in our democratic institutions that's happened after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government and that Prime Minister. And we'll keep doing that every single day until we have that election. Because that's what Canadians are counting on. That's what I heard from the thousands of Canadians that I talked to this summer. And I know that's what my colleagues heard. So, Madam Speaker, it's important that we have this conversation we have this debate about this important subject today. I look very forward to the comments from my honourable colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable because, his community, the residents of his province are suffering terribly. And he knows, and he was connecting with them this summer, and I look forward to his perspective as well, because, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better than a corrupt NDP Liberal government, and common sense Conservatives are going to bring home real change.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Going back to the introduction of the member's speech, he implied and said that this government is not interested in helping Canadians. Over the summertime, Madam Speaker, I met an individual named George. George ran up to me with his brand new Canada Dental Care Plan card, showing it so proudly to me and pointing to two teeth missing in his two top front teeth, pointing to them saying, I can get my teeth fixed now because of this plan. George probably didn't even really understand or care, for that matter, who was responsible for the plan, how it got there, but he knew that he could finally get his teeth fixed after years of not being able to do so because he couldn't afford to, is what he told me. So I just want to know if the member from my neighboring colleague can just tell George if he can still expect to be able to rely on a dental care program if Conservatives form government. Every Conservative asked that to this point has evaded answering the question. Will this member just tell George that he can rely on that program or not if Conservatives are elected?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Regional Lakes.
9 years. 9 years of an NDP Liberal government with multiple cabinet ministers and the member that's heckling, the Liberal member, the Liberal member who just asked the question, voting against Auditor General investigations to the scandals perpetrated under their Prime Minister.
Wonder why.
It's a shocking failure of their responsibility to Canadians, their fiduciary responsibility, their moral responsibility to uphold the trust that Canadians put in us when we come here. So let's get to it. Let's talk about their failure to protect Canadians from the corruption of that Prime Minister.
Le député de Trois-Rivières.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My problem with this speech is that I listened closely to what he is saying, but all the hyperbole that he used made it sound like we're living in Kazakhstan. But even worse, this vision that he painted for us today, does that really exist in Canada?
Well, the vision that I paint about what happens in Canada is evidenced on the streets in communities across this country, in every province, including Quebec, where people are lined up at food banks, tent cities, devastating destruction and despair and death even. And this wasn't something that happened before the destructive policies of that NDP Liberal government, and we're going to fix it. And I'm very hopeful for what our country has in store because it's built on such a strong foundation, and they haven't been able to destroy it in 9 years. Life wasn't like this before that Prime Minister, and it's not going to be like it after him.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his excellent remarks. And, you know, whenever the Conservatives talk about fiscal responsibility, all we hear from other parties is, oh, Conservatives are going to cut, when really it's just them not admitting that they don't care about the future financial stability of our country at all. They don't want to balance the budget. They don't care how much they're burdening the future generation. So I asked the member, where would a Conservative government find savings? I think it's really important that Canadians understand that we will take the financial responsibility of this country very seriously. So I'd like to hear the member's remarks of where does he think we can save the taxpayer some of their hard-earned money.
Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It's a real pleasure to get a question from the Honourable Member from Kildonan St. Paul, having her back in the House. It's really great to see you here. And so moving on, we talk about what are Conservatives going to cut. We're going to cut their $60 million Arrive scam. We're going to cut their $1 billion slush fund. We're going to cut all of the waste that we keep exposing. You know, we saw that this weekend that they committed $2.14 billion to a company that who's someone that has a real strong interest in that? Oh, Carbon Tax Carney. Mark Carbon Tax Carney has a big interest in that company. So instead of providing Canadians who need it with high-speed internet, for example, by the end of this year, they're going to take a decade more to not get it done, but they're going to make sure Mark Carbon Tax Carney gets rich while Canadians suffer.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and also for this opportunity today to return to the incompetence of this liberal government, its inability to manage the affairs of state. This motion before us discusses the fact that GC Strategies owners receive millions of dollars in government contracts. The motion asks the Auditor General to carry out a priority audit of all payments to GC Strategies. Now, this is a fairly technical matter, but it's important because sometimes if you don't ask the right question, you don't get the right answer. And now, thanks to this motion by my colleague, we will get the answers if we get support from enough members in this House. So we want all contracts with the government, departments, subcontracting agencies, all of the persons and entities that I just mentioned. We want all of those contracts to be revealed, and we want the committee to report on that to this House. Madam Speaker, at a time when hundreds of thousands of Canadians are going to food banks, after 9 years of inflationary policies by this Liberal government, After experiencing inflationary policies that have doubled housing costs and food costs since 2015, Canadians and Quebecers might expect that the government would start managing its money effectively. But as we saw with GC strategies, and as we saw with the Liberal Green Slush Fund, as we saw with the $21 billion given over to subcontractors, we can only conclude that this government's sense of responsibility to Canadians and to the public and to public monies is just absent. They seem to feel it's superfluous, but it's not superfluous for Canadians who can barely make ends meet. It's not superfluous for families that can't pay for groceries or need to make heart-rending choices in order to feed their kids. They don't know, for example, whether they should drive to work or whether they can afford to drive the kids to school. That's the hard reality after 9 years of this Prime Minister. I almost said, Justin, then I saw the look on your face and I realized that was a mistake. Well, Madam Speaker, the GC strategies case tells us something about this government's MO. It shows that Canadians have simply lost any confidence they had in this government's ability to manage the affairs of state. And there's a kind of trickle-down effect here. Look what happens at the top. This Prime Minister has been found to be in violation of ethics more than once, and he hasn't taken responsibility. And yet, what have been the repercussions for the Prime Minister? Essentially nothing. No fines, no nothing. All he's done is stand up in this House and say that he takes responsibility, but he hasn't really had to pay any price. What kind of message does that send to public servants, to deputy ministers, to people who are managing public funds? It's the message that it sends is that you can step over the line without paying any kind of price. And that's what we saw with GC strategy. And that's what we saw with the Arrive Can application, which ended up costing $60 million, even though it was only supposed to cost $80,000. That is a huge difference. It's the perfect example of the carelessness that this Liberal government shows about managing public funds.
Si je regarde l'ensemble de la situation, Madame la Présidente, moi aussi je me suis promené dans ma circonscription, j'ai rencontré des centaines et des milliers de personnes.
Now, in my riding, I have met with hundreds, even thousands of people over the summer, and everyone, without exception, spoke to me about how they're struggling to pay the bills at the end of the month. And they're wondering how we got here. Well, if we look at these kinds of things, using these expensive subcontractors, the Green Slush Fund, $500 billion in inflationary spending, supported by the Bloc Québécois, by the way, all of this artificially caused the economy to have more availability of public funds and then ended up raising costs everywhere. That's what happened. I'm hearing people laughing, but this is not funny at all. It's not humorous for Canadians who used to be able to get by just fine, and now they can't pay the bills. It's hard when you get your paycheck and there's less and less left over to pay the bills at the end of the month. This government, supported by the Bloc Québécois over the last few years, has ensured that today, even in Quebec, life is harder and harder.
Pas pour les plus riches.
Not for the
Pas pour
wealthiest
les
among
gens
us, of
qui
course.
reçoivent des milliards de dollars de contrats de la
Not
part
for
de ce
people who are
gouvernement
getting
libéral.
billions of dollars in contracts from this
Pas
liberal
pour
government.
les banquiers, pas pour ceux qui font de l'argent avec l'argent des autres.
Not for
Mais pour ceux
bankers
qui
or
doivent
people
travailler fort dans l'usine,
who make
pour ceux
money
qui
off
doivent
other
travailler fort à
people's
l'école,
money,
dans les
but for
hôpitaux.
people who are working hard
Pour
in
eux, c'est
schools,
plus
hospitals,
Et
in
c'est
factories.
pour eux qu'on doit travailler, Madame la Présidente. C'est pour
We
eux
need to work
qu'on
hard
est
for
ici.
those
Les
people.
conservateurs ont l'intention de présenter un plan de gros bon sens
And we, the
pour faire en
conservatives,
sorte
have a
de
common
couper les
sense
taxes et
plan
impôts,
to cut taxes,
bâtir des logements, réparer le
build
budget
the homes,
et stopper
fix
les
the budget,
crimes.
and stop the
Et moi,
crime.
j'entends mes collègues bloquistes dire « ben oui ».
But my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois don't seem to care. It's almost like they're mocking. They're mocking me for talking about this.
Il n'y a pas une hausse des crimes violents à Montréal.
As if there
Et
weren't
dans
an
plusieurs
increase
régions du Québec. Il y en a
in
pas, ça existe pas. Ça. Il semble que le
encampments in
Bloc
Montreal.
québécois ignore
As if
la
there weren't an
réalité des
increase in
Québécois
violent
actuellement.
crime.
Madame la
The Bloc
Présidente,
Québécois
ils
doesn't
vont
seem
essayer
to
de
care
minimiser.
about any of that.
Pourquoi ils vont essayer de minimiser?
They're going to try
Parce
to
qu'ils veulent
minimize all
continuer de
that.
supporter
Why?
le gouvernement
Because
libéral.
they want to keep supporting the
Donc, il faut
liberal
qu'ils
government.
minimisent les dommages que les libéraux
So they
ont
have
fait
to
depuis 9
minimize
ans
the harm that the
pour être
liberal
capable
government
de
has
justifier
caused
leur
over the last
support à
9
ce
years
gouvernement libéral.
in order to justify
Quand j'entends
their
les
support
commentaires
for
que
this
je viens
liberal
d'entendre, Madame la
government.
Présidente, j'en reviens juste pas que ces
When
gens-là
I hear things like what I just heard from my Bloc colleague,
doivent défendre
I
les
just
intérêts
can't
des
believe it.
Québécois
They,
quand ils
th-
sont
they,
pas
they
capables
claim
de
to be defending the
reconnaître
interests
que
of
l'ensemble
Quebecers.
des Québécois ont souffert
And yet,
après 9
they
ans de ce
refuse
gouvernement
to
libéral.
recognize that
J'ai
Quebecers,
écouté
as a
les
group, are
discours du
suffering
Premier
after
ministre.
9
J'ai
years of
écouté
this
les discours
liberal
des
government.
ministres
After
juste avant qu'on
hearing
reprenne la session ici,
the
Madame la
Prime Minister
Présidente.
and his
Et ce qu'on
ministers
nous disait,
speak before the session started just
on va
now,
continuer
they
à
kept
faire la
saying,
même
we're going
chose.
to keep doing
Mais
the same
continuer
thing.
à faire la même chose, ça veut dire encore plus de
We're going to
crimes
keep doing the same
dans
thing,
les
which
rues.
means there'll be
Ça veut
even
dire
more
encore
crime
plus
on our
de
streets.
Québécois et Québécoises s'en vont dans les banques alimentaires
Even
à la
more
fin du mois,
Quebecers having to go
Madame
to
la
food banks
Présidente.
at the end of the month.
Ça veut dire de moins en
It
moins de jeunes
means
familles qui vont avoir
fewer
accès à la
and fewer
propriété.
young families who'll be able to
De moins
access a
en moins de
home.
jeunes familles qui vont pouvoir avoir leur maison.
Fewer
De
and
moins en
fewer
moins de
families who
familles qui vont
can
pouvoir avoir
buy a
accès tout
house
simplement à des logements.
or even
C'est
just
ça,
any kind of
continuer
housing or
avec
rental.
le gouvernement libéral. Et
That's
c'est
what it would
ça
mean to continue with
que
these
le
liberal
Bloc veut.
policies. And that's apparently what the Bloc Québécois wants.
Représenter les intérêts des Québécois, ça veut dire
Madam Speaker,
permettre aux Québécois qu'ils veulent
if you really
d'avoir
claim
des
to represent
maisons,
Quebec's
d'avoir
interests,
accès à des logements,
that would mean
de pouvoir se
allowing
nourrir
Quebecers to
convenablement à la
access
fin du
housing,
mois,
to be
d'avoir
able
des
to
plus
make
gros
ends
chèques de
meet,
paye qui vont leur
to get
permettre
better
de faire des
paychecks that would
choix
enable
et faire
them
des
to
bons choix pour leur famille,
have
Madame la
freedom to make
Présidente.
choices for their
Ça,
family.
c'est dans l'intérêt des Québécois, de tous
That's
les
in the
Québécois,
interest of
pas
all
juste
Quebecers,
dans l'intérêt des supporters du Bloc
not
québécois,
just
Madame
in
la
the
Présidente.
interest
Et c'est
of
pour ça
Bloc
qu'on va se battre, pour
supporters.
l'intérêt
And
de
that's
l'ensemble
what
des
we're
Québécois et des
fighting
Québécoises,
for.
Madame la Présidente. C'est pour ça
For
que c'est
the
important
interests
qu'on fasse
of
la
all
lumière sur les
Quebecers.
scandales
That's
de
why
ce
we need to
gouvernement-là
cast light on
et
this
que le Bloc
government's
québécois et que
scandals.
l'NPD nous supportent quand va venir le
And we
temps
want the Bloc Québécois and the NDP to
de
support
dénoncer,
us
de faire un vote de non-confiance envers ce
in voting
gouvernement-là
non-confidence
pour qu'on
in this
puisse enfin
government,
avoir un gouvernement de gros bon
so we can
sens.
finally
Merci,
have a
Madame la
common sense
Présidente.
government. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's no surprise that the Conservatives have used Day 2 as a way to ultimately prevent debate on legislation. We have seen that consistently over the years, and I will expand on that during my comments. My question to the member is, today we were supposed to be actually debating the Citizenship Act. It would have been Day 2, in anticipation that hopefully the Conservatives would join the Bloc, the NDP, and the government in recognizing the importance of that legislation. The question specifically to the member is, does the Conservative Party have any intention on looking at the legislation and maybe even make some suggestion in terms of which legislative agenda items they would like to see actually passed, or is it just purely to filibuster from this day forward?
Le député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The Honourable Member for
Madame la
Mégantic-Lérable.
Présidente, c'est le leitmotiv des libéraux, diviser et distraire. Pendant que
The
je
liberals
parle
are trying to
d'enjeux qui
divide
touchent
us and
l'ensemble
distract
des
us
Québécois, l'ensemble
at
des
a time
Canadiens,
when
c'est-à-dire
I'm
être capable de
speaking
se mettre
about
de la
this issue that
nourriture
affects all Quebecers
sur
and
la
Canadians,
table,
being able
d'être
to put
capable
food on the
de
table,
payer un loyer, d'être capable
being
d'avoir
able to
accès à
pay
un
your rent,
loyer, Madame la Présidente.
being
Tout
able
ce
to
que
even
les
access
libéraux
a
et ce
rental.
gouvernement libéral souhaitent, c'est changer le
Meanwhile,
sujet, faire comme
the
si
liberals
ces
are just
problèmes-là
trying to change the
n'existaient pas
channel
au
and
Canada,
pretend that
faire
none
comme
of
si
these
ces
problems
problèmes-là n'existaient
are
pas
happening
au
in
Québec,
Canada
Madame la
or in
Présidente.
Quebec.
On doit mettre en évidence la corruption de ce
We want to cast light on this government's corruption. And this government's complete incompetence. And we need to do that with all of the parties in this House. We want to ensure that the NDP and the Bloc Québécois vote against this government to avoid having this go on and on, as the Liberals want. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's quite ironic to hear this from my colleague. First of all, I have a correction to make. I can tell, first of all, that my colleague frequently works in English because he made a common mistake in his French. But moving on, our goal here is to work in the interest of Quebecers. And despite the falsehoods that my colleague expressed, there are substantive issues we actually agree on. Yes, people are struggling. We need to do something about it. And so we, instead of getting distracted with all sorts of issues, we are instead insisting on the fact that old age security needs to be increased from 65 years of age. But we haven't heard anything from the Conservatives on that commitment since the new leader arrived. So I hope my colleague will make a firm commitment in regard to that. And I'd like to hear a real answer, and not just to be accused of changing the channel. Can I get an answer about old age security? Can we work together on that? And can I also get a commitment? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Well, Madam Speaker, my colleague wants a real answer. We have a very simple, easy answer. We voted for the Bloc Québécois motion. So to imply the opposite is a falsehood. That's a falsehood. Now, the colleague is saying that I said things which were inaccurate or not fully accurate, but he didn't give any examples, because what I said was accurate. I said that the Bloc supported $500 billion of this government's inflationary spending. That is true. That is a fact. That is written down, and anyone can see that it's true. The Bloc Québécois does not want to commit to taking down this government when we have an opportunity to do so. But Quebecers are having trouble making ends meet. Groceries are expensive, housing is expensive, and families are struggling more and more to buy their first property. But the colleague wants to keep this Liberal government in power as long as possible, and I don't think that's the best solution for Quebecers.
And to my colleague, in terms of affordability, his party brought in the GST, and then later under Stephen Harper, the HST, which we actually had to well, they did. They actually bribed other provinces to the tune of $6 billion in historic deficits and borrowing. So maybe my colleague can explain how the HST helps seniors in affordability, because it's a tax that goes on consumers instead of businesses, where they gave corporate tax cut reductions. So to the party of the GST and the HST, please explain how that's helped Canadians and consumers by putting that debt on them versus companies.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. A brief reply. Madam Speaker, we're in this situation today because the cost of housing has doubled, the cost of food has doubled, Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. And why are we in this situation? Because the NDP formed a coalition with the Liberal government and they approved spending that led to the current situation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting listening thus far to the debate or the discussion that we're having this morning. And as I indicated in my question, I am not surprised that the Conservatives have decided to take a path of playing that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. Because, Madam Speaker, that is not new. The Conservative Party has been very much focused on doing that for years now. And it is unfortunate. You know, the Prime Minister indicated yesterday in terms of the importance of listening to what Canadians are actually saying. You take a look in terms of the questions that were being asked of the member, whether it was my question or from the Bloc or from the NDP. You'll see that it wasn't necessarily directly on the report itself, the report of concurrence, but rather it's relating to issues that Canadians would actually be concerned about at this point and time. The Conservatives are masters at spin. They're masters at these single, simple messages, and they have consistently, even when the Prime Minister was the leader of the third party, consistently targeted character assassination as their first priority in terms of developing issues here on the floor of the House of Commons. We saw it yesterday, where there was the personal attack on the Minister of Finance. It's not the first time in which we've seen that, Madam Speaker. It's something that happens time and time again with the Conservatives. Today, they want to talk about GC strategies and the ArriveCAN app. For them, it's all about the issue of corruption and character assassination. That's what it's all about. While Canadians, on the other hand, are having a challenging time in dealing with a wide spectrum of issues. Issues in which the government of the day has been addressing in good part, Madam Speaker. The member, in introducing the motion, what was the first thing he did? He went and talked about stats coming from Stats Canada. And doing what the Conservatives do so well is they travel the country trying to convince people that Canada is broken when it is not broken. It is still the best country in the world to live, Madam Speaker. But you wouldn't know that by listening to Conservatives. Rather, the Conservatives are more focused on spreading misinformation at whatever opportunity they get, Madam Speaker. And to their credit, they are being somewhat effective at doing that, Madam Speaker. The introducer of the motion talked about Stats Canada and then tried to emphasize how it is that Canada is broken. Well, what he didn't say is that what about Stats Canada's report on inflation rate? Inflation rate is in at that 2% today, Madam Speaker. Canadians are very much concerned about inflation rate. I would compare Canada's performance to any other G7 or G20 over the last number of years, especially post-pandemic, Madam Speaker. Even though we have done exceptionally well as a nation, and Stats Canada, the organization in which the introducer of this motion actually brought forward, can reinforce these types of stats, Madam Speaker. If you take a look in terms of inflation rate, interest rates, we are going in the right direction, and it is having an impact, Madam Speaker. These are the types of issues that I think Canadians want us to talk about, but not the Conservatives, because they don't want to share their ideas. That's giving them credit, assuming that they have some, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, what were we supposed to be talking about today instead of ArriveCAN? The Citizenship Act. There are individuals in Canada, second-generation Canadians, that do not have their citizenship. In fact, you will see that you have New Democrats, Blocs, and members of the Green Party recognizing that we need to pass this legislation. In fact, before the summer, a New Democrat stood in her place and made the suggestion that we pass it unanimously through unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, the different stages. And again, yesterday, we tried to get it passed. That's what we were supposed to be debating today, Madam Speaker. But we have come to learn by listening to the debate yesterday that the Conservatives have absolutely no intention whatsoever to pass that legislation, even though a majority of members of this House, a clear majority members of this House, have decided that this is good legislation and should pass, but the Conservatives don't like it and they don't want to be thrown off topic, Madam Speaker. So today they introduce a motion on the Arrive Can issue. You want to talk about Arrive Can? Arrive Can was there, Madam Speaker, as a direct result of a worldwide pandemic. A worldwide pandemic, it was upon us. Actions were being taken by the government to support Canadians every day, Madam Speaker. Billions of dollars were being spent. Majority of that money was actually being supported by even Conservative members, not to mention New Democrats, Blocs, and others, as Canada was coming together to ensure that the interests of Canadians were going to be served. And as a House working in a cooperative fashion, we were able to make a difference, Madam Speaker. We brought forward programs that positioned Canada well going into the post-pandemic era. We were there to support Canadians in their disposable income by programs like CERB. We were there saving literally tens of thousands of jobs through the wage subsidy program. We were there to support small businesses through business loans, Madam Speaker. We were there to support our seniors through one-time payments, individuals with disabilities with payments, Madam Speaker. We were there to support nonprofit organizations to ensure that they could support Canadians at the grassroots level. We were there to support provinces, territories, Indigenous people. As a national government, we were there in a very real and tangible way, and that meant, Madam Speaker, we spent billions and billions of dollars. But today, look at our rating with the AAA credit, independent, Madam Speaker. Canada is still very much financially strong. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that even during those difficult times and the post-pandemic, you still have the Conservatives taking the cheap shots, the character assassinations. I'll give you a couple examples, including the Arrive Can. They say, well, you know, those Liberal friends got all these contracts. Well, they're kind of right in the sense that Conservatives got contracts, New Democrats got contracts, even some Blocs got contracts, Madam Speaker. And when I say Blocs and I'm identifying the parties, I'm talking about the individuals within those political parties. And yes, some individuals within the Liberal Party. There are actually entrepreneurs and businesses and Canadians that have dealings with the government of Canada of all political parties, Madam Speaker. But to try to give the false, misleading information that Liberals were given an advantage is just wrong, Madam Speaker. And then to try to give the impression that Arrive Can, think about Arrive Can. Let's focus a little bit of attention specifically on Arrive Can. Arrive Can, prior to 2015, it's interesting, Anthony and Firth were part of another small firm called Cordell, which was later amalgamated into GC Strategies between 2010 and 2015. Cordell was awarded a number of contracts. These individuals actually, one or more of, received federal contracts from the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. The Conservatives gave contracts to at least one of the two individuals. A different name, possibly? But to try to say that the government of Canada said, hey, we want you, when in fact it's done through the public service, Madam Speaker, there is a protocol that's in place. You know, it's interesting. The Auditor General actually found that the government has appropriate contracting rules in place. But in this situation, the rules were not followed. So if the rules were not followed, then it begs the question, well, what was done in regards to it? You had the minister and the government actually had taken immediate action. There have been audits, both internally and externally, to deal with this issue. The minister and the government has been very clear. If there have been abuses, as it appears that there has, Madam Speaker, there will be consequences to that. That is something that one would expect, whether you sit in this chamber or any individual that we represent outside of this chamber, Madam Speaker. We do not condone in any way, in any fashion, inappropriate behavior with respect to the procurement process. In fact, the Auditor General came back with a report, and whether it's Canada Border Control or CBSA or the Government of Canada or the Minister, we've accepted the recommendations of the Public Auditor. But you know, the Conservatives say, well, oh, you bad, you government. Well, you know, there was an interesting, one of the largest scandals that we've seen was the ETS scandal. That was a procurement scandal. There was direct links, Madam Speaker, and indirect links to the Conservative government at the time. What did the Conservatives do? They avoided any sort of public accountability on the issue, Madam Speaker. They went out of their way to hide information in regards to the ETS scandal. You want to know about the ETS scandal? Do a quick Google search and you'll see the hundreds of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. The issue is, if you are in government, whether it's a federal government or a provincial government, sometimes problems arise. And yes, at times the issue of getting the Auditor General involved or a provincial auditor is necessary because it's good for all concerned, Madam Speaker. The same principle applies here. Here we have a situation that is concerning not only to Conservative members. I would like to think every member of the House of Commons should be concerned about it, as I am, Madam Speaker. I want to ensure that there is a consequence to inappropriate behavior from individuals that inappropriately use tax dollars, because I value those tax dollars, Madam Speaker, as I know my colleagues do, because we recognize the true value of spending tax dollars to the benefit of Canadians. Let me cite a few examples. You know, the question that was put from the member from Kildonan to her colleague in the last Conservative question was, well, where would the Conservatives save their money? Well, he was a little bit modest in terms of where the Conservatives are going to save the money. Let me tell you where it is the Conservatives are looking at saving the money, Madam Speaker. Based on the question that was being posed there, and understanding the value of a tax dollar and a progressive government that's there to make a difference. You know, the child care program, supporting children every month. You know, it's estimated over $9 million every month goes into Winnipeg North alone because of the Canada Child Benefit. Imagine the impact that has on the local economy in Winnipeg North alone. Something in which we as a government established shortly after forming government in 2015. Think of the progressive policies that we've been able to elevate and put into place, like the dental care program, Madam Speaker. Where are the Conservatives on the dental care program? Maybe that should have been the question that the member from Kildonan asked her colleague, Madam Speaker, because I can tell you there are literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are very much interested in the Conservatives' actual position on the dental care program, because we know that they oppose it, Madam Speaker. Are they going to make a flip-flop on it? You know, we hear, often from constituents, and I can tell you that the number one concern that constituents raise with me in over 30 years of parliamentary history personally, health care. Health care, in my books, is number one. As a government, we have spent those valuable tax dollars on things such as generational commitments to future healthcare needs. We're talking $198 billion over 10 years, Madam Speaker. We're talking about bringing forward a national, in a gradual way, a national pharmacare program. We're talking about improving the standards of long-term care for our seniors, Madam Speaker. I made reference to the dental program. So when the member from Kildonan says to her colleague in regards to this motion, where can we save the money? And the member says, well, we can save it from the Arrive can. Well, it's a bit of a flippant answer, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, because what Canadians are more concerned about is what is the Conservative right-wing mega agenda for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that will come out in time. We will see that, Madam Speaker. Instead, they like to amp up the issue of character assassinations and spreading of misinformation. Here's a lovely quote. Imagine, I'm going to say something, and well, actually, you'll be able to figure out who said it right away. The Conservative Party had a caucus meeting over the weekend, and their inspirational leader had this to say to the caucus. They're feeling really excited because of the misinformation they've been spreading about the tax cut, Madam Speaker. And what did the leader of the Conservative Party have to say? He tried to paint this picture during the Sunday morning speech to his caucus, saying the Liberal government's plan to increase the price would cause a nuclear winter for the economy. Nuclear winter, get that? Wow. There would be mass hunger and malnutrition with this tax high. Our seniors would have to turn the heat down to 14 or 13 C just to make it through the winter. Inflation would run rampant, and the people would not be able to leave their homes or drive anywhere. What's he going to say next, Madam Speaker? That refugees are eating cats and dogs? Seriously, this is something that the leader of the Conservative Party today is trying to scare Canadians, spreading misinformation consistently, Madam Speaker. I would welcome a debate anywhere in Canada with the leader of the Conservative Party, because his ideas are so much out of this world, I don't think he would be able to stand his ground in front of any university grouping, Madam Speaker. And I would welcome that particular challenge. Thank you for allowing me to share those few thoughts.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little bit worried because that member seems to be the only one that is able to respond to what are very, very serious questions. We're debating a concurrence on a report that has to do with just the basic level of accountability that a government should be able to provide for the dollars they spend. Now, those dollars that they spend, it's not government's money. Those are hard-earned dollars paid by Canadians in the form of taxes. Yet what does that member do? The only member that seems to be given permission by the PMO to be able to speak on that side, because he seems to be able to say, while with many words, very, very little, and he talks about character assassination as well, Madam Speaker. He certainly, to assassinate character, you have to be able to have some. But Madam Speaker, does he not take great concern with the fact that while we are looking for the basic levels of accountability that Canadians expect their government when it comes to spending, does he not find concern that time and time again that government is plagued by scandals to the point where Canadians from coast to coast to coast are simply saying they cannot be trusted with the public purse?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I am very much content knowing all the internal reviews, external reviews on the issue in regards to the Arrive-Can issue. I think that you always have to put it into the perspective, as I attempted to do, in terms of the many things that the government was responsible for doing during the pandemic. And it's not to say that there wasn't any misspent money. Where there was misspent money, the government is in fact ensuring that there is a consequence where tax dollars were in fact abused. That is an absolute, Madam Speaker, and we continue to ensure that there's a high sense of accountability and transparency with every tax dollar. The real challenge that we have found, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservative Party is so reluctant in terms of wanting to be able to discuss their ideas as opposed to just constantly attacking the personalities, what I classify as character assassination.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it's time for responsibility, it's important to be responsible and accept accountability, especially with regards to taxpayer money. What we ask to OGO with this report is this level of accountability. How is this money being spent? How was this money spent? Liberal MPs, Conservative MPs, Bloc MPs and NDP MPs voted for this at committee, for this report, and I believe that my esteemed colleague is against this report. I want to understand why he is now against this report. Thank you.
Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, what I can tell the member is that I am absolutely in favor of accountability and transparency and ensuring that there's a consequence where there has been abuse of tax dollars. That's what I personally believe and will continue to advocate for. Whether it's the Auditor General of Canada, whether it's standing committees, or it's the RCMP. I take a look in terms of what's happening in that particular environment and ultimately have expectations, as the constituents in which I represent do, that there will be a sense of accountability and those that were abusive with our tax dollars will in fact be held to account for that in many different ways, everything from potential criminal charges to having to pay back tax.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech, and I'm glad he mentioned the wild statement about nuclear winter of the opposition leader, the Conservative leader, coming from the carbon tax. Carbon tax is scheduled to go up 17 more cents by 2030. In 6 years, it'll be 17 more cents. That will put gas prices at the pump, in my riding at least, at around $1.75. You know, we've had prices over $2 a liter because of corporate greed and the work of the big oil companies. And I'm just wondering what the Liberals will do to attack those profits, those excess profits, with a wealth tax to bring those prices down, because that's what's hurting Canadians.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the fall economic statement where we'll be able to get into more of those type of details. I want to pick up on what I believe is the biggest misleading information that's going out there today, and that is regarding to the carbon tax versus the carbon rebate. You know, I could talk to a number of random people, and what you'll find is that the understanding in terms of how the carbon rebate, and a vast majority of Canadians, 80% plus, actually receive more money back through the carbon tax, carbon rebate system. Yet that message isn't necessarily getting through. And at the end of the day, that means my collective disposable income in Winnipeg North under this administration is actually higher with that policy, and we're dealing with an environmental issue. And if the Conservatives were to come into power, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, the disposable income, collective disposable income in Winnipeg North will go down because of that one single policy in itself. The carbon rebate matters. It is helping people. Why won't the Conservative Party be as blunt on that as they are about the carbon tax?
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to be back in the House and hopefully debate things that are of real concern to our constituents. This summer I spoke to many of them, and I didn't have one person talk about ArriveCan, other than to say that they use it when they come back from a trip and it actually facilitates re-entry into the country. So I'm wondering if my colleague could address the cost. You know, we heard from the member opposite that this is hard-earned taxpayers' money, and I agree wholeheartedly with that. And I'm wondering if my colleague could address the cost to Canadians of this kind of filibustering and what the Conservative Party has done over the past year in this House, having us sit late to hear ridiculous debates on issues that do not matter to most Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And I know that many of my colleagues, if not all my colleagues, are very much concerned in regards to the finite amount of time that we have on the House, here on the floor of the House. And what we have witnessed over the last number of years coming from the Conservative Party is what I classify as that destructive force. They do not want legislation passed, even legislation that is good for Canadians, the people that we represent. So whether it's dental care or what we were supposed to be debating today, the Citizenship Act, the Conservatives are an obstructive force. They don't want legislation to pass. They have no remorse in recognizing that as a government or even as a member of Parliament, there is a responsibility to actually at least appear to work with the government legislation and government agenda to at least try to advance it. There is a responsibility for all members on that, Madam Speaker. And the Conservative Party completely disregards it. All they want to do is character assassination, tie anything and everything to the words corruption and scandal, and ultimately say nothing about their own policies. Shame on them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Tobiquoc. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always interesting to hear from the Honourable colleague across the way. He truly is a workhorse in this House. He's here almost every day that the doors are open, and I'll commend you for that. But I will say this. I find it quite humorous when he talks about disinformation and misinformation, and he starts down these wonderful tirades about these things. And I always seem to find it that whenever the government disagrees with the opinion of the opposition, they immediately slap a label on them to try and intimidate and bully into silence anyone who dares to have a different opinion. It doesn't mean it's misinformation or disinformation. Perhaps it just means they have a different opinion that needs to be heard. And I think most Canadians share the opinion of the official opposition in this House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief answer.
Let me provide a quote what his leader said to him and his caucus colleagues. There would be mass hunger and malnutrition with a tax this high. Our seniors would have to turn the heat down to 14 or 13 C just to make it through the winter. Madam Speaker, you want to talk about misinformation and lies? I'll leave it up to you.
In debate, I believe I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Stellar member.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege concerning the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, following the notice that I gave you earlier today after the report was tabled. And so here we go again, Madam Speaker. And because the time of the House is valuable, I've prepared concise remarks. And we find ourselves dealing again, though, with another witness showing blatant disregard for another committee. Earlier this year, we dealt with the woes of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates when Christian Firth, the key contractor in the Liberals' Arrive scam. Now, today we have the Ethics Committee's challenges with the Employment Minister's sketchy business partner, Stephen Anderson. Now, recognizing, Madam Speaker, there's significant overlap between the two cases, and that you listened very carefully to my detailed submission on Mr. Firth less than 6 months ago, I'm going to refer you to the authorities cited in my March 20th arguments on the failure of a witness to answer questions and adopt them for the present purpose. That said, there are some key points to emphasize and some differences between the two cases noted. Now, while Mr. Firth dodged and weaved questions as a witness, Mr. Anderson both did that and he defied document production orders. Now, since this has been a dizzying file, even for those of us who have followed it carefully, because there have been so many carefully scripted denials, which are then smashed to bits by yet more bombshell revelations, a brief chronology might be in order. And I'm sure that my honourable colleagues are going to be very interested in this chronology. This spring, Global News broke an explosive story about questionable business dealings, ethics and lobbying centered around the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages and his recent business associates. Now, understandably, the Ethics Committee wanted to get to the bottom of the issue on May 7th, agreed to invite the Minister and the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to appear as witnesses at that committee. On June the 4th, Global News reported on text messages, which it had obtained, showing that Mr. Anderson had written that, quote, Randy told him to, quote, be available in 15 for a partner call. Now, after the minister's appearance that day, where he denied being the Randy in question, the committee agreed on June 11th to extend the study by inviting the minister's business associates, including Mr. Anderson, as witnesses. The committee also adopted a document production order directed to the minister and Mr. Anderson for all, quote, phone records, text messages, iMessages, and all instant messages and call logs from all applications from September 8, 2022, end quote, to be produced within 7 days. Now, on June 18th, the committee re-invited Mr. Anderson to appear during the week of July the 15th. On July 17th, Mr. Anderson did appear as a witness and trifled with the committee in his answers. A central area of concern was the identity of the so-called other Randy. In the September 8 text messages, and as it would turn out, several others sent the same week, Mr. Anderson blamed an autocorrect, which struck no less than 9 times and claimed that he could only provide the real name in camera in secret. Now, the committee disagreed. By the end of that meeting, the committee unanimously agreed to, quote, order Stephen Anderson to produce all of the previously requested documents in addition to the name referenced in today's testimony, and if those documents are not received by Friday, July the 19th at 12 p.m., the chair prepare a report to the House outlining the question that Stephen Anderson refused to answer in writing and during testimony, end quote. Excuse me. Mr. Anderson failed to provide that information, Madam Speaker, including the supposed identity of the infamous other Randy, though he did provide a bunch of other documents which were unresponsive to the Ethics Committee's orders. So here we are, Madam Speaker. While I think we've all lost track of the Ethics Commissioner's revolving door of an investigation into that minister, it is patently clear that Mr. Anderson failed to answer questions and he failed to produce records required by the Ethics Committee. Now, I'll also add that there are concerns about the truthfulness of some of the testimony from Mr. Anderson, which may well be a matter for a future report from the committee. Indeed, he freely admitted to the committee that he had lied to Global News. So that much is certain. For today's purposes, we are, of course, concerned with Mr. Anderson's refusal to provide information. Now, your predecessor ruled on May 11, 2021, on page 7021 of the debates about the role of committees in questions of privilege concerning witnesses' evidence, and held that committees must first do the work of considering the issue and then inform the House of their conclusion. Well, that part, Madam Speaker, well, it's now done. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 82, borrowing from a list of established contempts laid out in the 1999 report from the United Kingdom's Parliament's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege, enumerates established areas of contempt, including, quote, engaging in other misconduct in the presence of the House or a committee without reasonable excuse, refusing to answer a question or provide information or produce papers formally required by the House or a committee, and without reasonable excuse, disobeying a lawful order of the House or a committee, end quote. So during his July 17th testimony, Mr. Anderson was asked, but failed or refused to name the so-called other Randy, or otherwise protested that he could only provide that information in camera about 10 times. Now, I asked him. The honourable member for Brantford Brant asked him. The honourable member from Hamilton Centre did too. Even the honourable member for Ottawa Centre tried and got stonewalled. Now, the honourable member for Steveston Richmond East asked Mr. Anderson if he would provide the answer in writing, and Mr. Anderson agreed. Then he resiled from his agreement when the member for Ottawa Centre followed up with his own questions. So the committee then deliberated on whether to yield to Mr. Anderson's demands and sit in camera. The committee decided not to, but instead adopted the order for him to furnish written responses that he had once offered to provide. Madam Speaker, no answer from Mr. Anderson has been received to date, and certainly not before the committee's deadline of July the 19th. I'll note for you that it's September the 17th. In fact, the Liberal Employment Minister's sketchy business partner did not provide responsive records concerning the balance of that document production order or the committee's original June 11th order either. In adopting these orders, the committee was exercising its authority, which Bosk and Gagnon described at pages 983 and 984 as follows. Quote, the standing orders state that standing committees have the power to order the production of papers, records, another privilege that is rooted in the Constitution and which is delegated by the House. In carrying out their responsibility to conduct studies and inquiries, standing committees often have to rely on a wide array of papers to aid them in their work. The standing orders do not delimit the power to order the production of papers and records. The result is broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There is no limit on the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format and that they are located in Canada. They can be papers originating from or in the possession of government, or papers the authors or owners of which are from the private sector or civil society, individuals, associations, organizations, etc. End quote. Bosk and Gagnon, the immediate following passage gets to the heart of the Ethics Committee's current predicament. Quote, in practice, standing committees may encounter situations where the authors of or officials responsible for papers refuse to provide them or are willing to provide them only after certain portions have been removed. Companies may be reluctant to release papers which could jeopardize their industrial security or infringe upon their legal obligations, particularly with regard to the protection of personal information. These types of situations have absolutely no bearing on the power of committees to order the production of papers and records. The House has never set a limit on its powers to order the production of papers and records. However, it may not be appropriate to insist on the production of papers and records in all cases. In cases, the quote continues, in cases where the author of or the authority responsible for a record refuses to comply with an order issued by a committee to produce documents, the committee essentially has three options. The first is to accept the reasons and conditions put forward to justify the refusal. The committee members then concede that they will not have access to the record or accept the record with passages deleted. The second is to seek an acceptable compromise with the author or the authority responsible for access to the record. Now, normally this entails putting measures in place to ensure that the record is kept confidential while it is being consulted. These include in-camera review, limited and numbered copies, arrangements for disposing of or destroying the copies after the committee meeting, etc. The third option is to reject the reason given for denying access to the record and uphold the order to produce the entire record, end quote. Now, in Mr. Anderson's case, I believe it's fair to say that the Ethics Committee, in the end, attempted to reach a compromise, one which Mr. Anderson had initially at least agreed to get his answer about the identity of the so-called other Randy. Now, with respect to the balance of the documents which had not been produced in response to the June 11th order, Mr. Anderson raised objections, which he vocalized during his July 17th appearing. In response, the committee renewed its order. As such, it's fair to say that the committee chose the third option, rejecting his reasons and insisting on full production, as is its right. That leaves us with the situation which Bosque and Gagnon describes at page 138. I quote, "If a committee's request that it be given certain documents is met with resistance or disregarded, the committee may adopt a motion ordering the production of the requested documents. If such an order is ignored, the committee has no means to enforce the order on its own. It may report the matter to the House and recommend that appropriate action be taken," end quote. Well, the House is now fully up to speed on the matter and appropriate action is being sought. That brings me, Madam Speaker, to the point where I say that if you agree there's a prima facie contempt, that I'm prepared to move an appropriate motion. Now, I won't keep the House in suspense. Like in the case of Mr. Firth, I intend to move a motion that would find Mr. Anderson in contempt and order his attendance at the bar to be admonished and to answer questions. Now, this motion would also incorporate the unanimously negotiated and agreed procedures for questioning Mr. Firth. One addition would be to include a requirement for Mr. Anderson to deliver up the as yet unproduced records. Now, as you said in your March 22nd, 2024 ruling at page 21,946 of the debates, quote, "While it is perhaps true that the suggested remedy is not something we've seen for some time, I am of the view that it is procedurally in order. As with the case from June 2021, the motion provides for a call to the bar in order to be reprimanded and a specific remedy to the offense," end quote. We must all recall that this House is possessed with truly awesome power and authority to vindicate its role as the grand inquest of the nation. Citations 123 to 125 of Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms 6th edition elaborates, quote, "Privilege grants considerable punitive powers to the House of Commons. The mildest form of punishment is a simple declaration that an act or an article is a breach of privilege. When an individual has been present at the bar, it has been customary to deliver this conclusion to the culprit in the presence of the House. On such occasions, censure of the individual is usually added to the conclusion that the privilege has been offended. Occasionally, the individual at the bar will be given an opportunity to purge the contempt and promise better conduct in the future. For more serious contempts, the House may proceed further," end quote. Now, in my March arguments, I quoted extensively from the 1993 to 2013 reports of the United Kingdom's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege about the need for Parliament to find institutional confidence necessary to vindicate its authority and impose sanctions in cases of breach, lest accountability to Parliament be reduced to a pious aspiration and institutional weakness cynically exposed. Now, in the end, the House rose to the challenge and unanimously agreed to sanction Mr. Firth, despite some subsequent weak knees and queasy stomachs from some honourable members. But I trust, Madam Speaker, that the House won't start giving out free passes to those who think they can trifle at will with Parliament and parliamentary investigations. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the 12th report of the Ethics Committee outlines, I respectfully submit, a contempt of Parliament, committed by the Liberal Employment Minister's sketchy business partner, Stephen Anderson. Parliament deserves to know just who the other Randy is. All Canadians, and especially those in Edmonton Centre, deserve that answer, and we must get that answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for submitting the motion, and it will take an advisement. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are discussing the 13th report of the Government Operations Committee, a report on the GC Strategies contract, which asks the Auditor General to fully review these contracts to ensure that we got our money's worth, to put it simply. The AG has already published a report with samples of the contracts.
The honourable member for Victoria on a point of order.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I did, but I didn't recognize it. The NDP just wanted to reserve the right of reply to the point of order.
Absolutely. There will be time for those. Thank you. As soon as possible. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member. Yes, before saying more, I will just say that I will be sharing my time with my highly esteemed colleague who has had so much to say about GC strategies and ArriveCan, my colleague for Terrebonne. So coming back to what I was saying, the Auditor General's report discussed the failings in the process for granting and following up on these GC strategies contracts. And we're asking for a further step to see whether taxpayers got their money's worth. I have a few things that I'd like to raise, not only about GC strategies, but the entire ArriveCan file. This will be important because it will help us better understand why the report is asking for what it's asking for. Over several years, the Government of Canada has increased the number of contracts offered to subcontractors, to consultant, whether it be for consulting, for subcontracting, for coordination. For all of these things, the amount of contracts and the money spent on them, those amounts have skyrocketed.
Les premiers soubresauts d'ArriveCan se sont faits 2015-2017 et lorsque la pandémie est arrivée.
Now, there were some ideas about ArriveCan in 2015-2017, but when the pandemic started, things went into high gear to try to help CBSA officers, to help them to manage our borders, and to help them when the borders were to reopen. But there was an issue. Instead of looking within the government internally to see if we had skilled developers, we turned to outside sources. It's possible that there weren't developers within the government, although that would surprise me because we've spent large sums on things like cybersecurity, cloud modernization, telecommunications infrastructure, and web infrastructure. We've been spending a lot on that for some years. But let's say there was no one internally. Well, apparently, that means that not only do we not have web programming specialists on Android, iOS, or on the web, but additionally, apparently, there's no one within the government who's capable of looking around on LinkedIn and other networks to find people who are able to do that. That's what's really disturbing. Millions of dollars were spent on a company here, and we really need to consider the failings in the hiring process, but also the failings when it came to checks and balances to ensure that we have the right people in the right place, in the right position, and that people's skills are being recognized, even if people aren't necessarily in the position that has those skills attached to it in theory. For example, it's possible that someone working on EI has programming skills, but hasn't been hired for those skills. Or, for example, some other person working in the EI system is familiar with librarianship, but was not hired for that. So if we don't consider what people's skills are, then when we need them, we don't know where they are. And then we end up hiring a consultant who just goes poking around on LinkedIn and gets 10 to 30% of the contract's value. Is that really worth it? There have been issues with ArriveCAN, but some colleagues may say, Julie, when you look at how often this app was downloaded and used, there haven't been that many problems. Yes, as a percentage, perhaps that's true, but what of the 10,000 people who spent days or weeks stuck in a hotel or in their homes and had to lose income because this ArriveCAN app bugged out and there was no one there to check, no human was there to check. We should never forget that behind every application, or with the use of every application, there can always be mistakes. You can see that with AI right now. ArriveCAN was programmed by humans. Sorry, I accidentally called it ApplyCAN. It was programmed by humans, and humans are fallible. Meanwhile, CBSA officials were not properly trained and saw the use of the app as an inconvenience. That also created problems at the border. The border is an area of federal jurisdiction. My colleague earlier said that the official opposition is against all sorts of social services like Medicare and dental care. Now, you could say that the way this was done did not respect Quebec and provincial jurisdiction, but yet still agree that we should have these services. But if less money was being wasted on consultants, and if we were recognizing the skills that we already have, and if we stopped trampling on provincial jurisdiction, we might find that we have more money. And then when we look at ArriveCAN and other contracts, and this brings me back to GC strategies, that leads me to further doubts and questions. And I'm really wondering here about accountability. Who is accountable? Is enough being spent on training public servants, managers? Because managers are there to manage. And if they don't, if they're not properly managing, is that why we're ending up with situations as if money was just being thrown out the window? We know that money doesn't grow on trees. It comes directly out of taxpayers' pockets, taxpayers who earned it with the sweat of their brow. So ultimately, I do think it's accountable to ask the AG to carry out a full review of this. This is something that would improve accountability. It's not about pointing fingers. We simply want to ensure that processes will be applied appropriately. We want to ensure that taxpayer money will be appropriately used. Accountability doesn't mean that heads will roll if someone makes a simple mistake. Responsibility means that people take responsibility for their mistakes and they are prepared to improve the situation and rectify what they've done wrong. And that's what the 13th report is asking for. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the new member for La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun, Louis-Philippe Sauvé. He's not seated yet, so I think I can mention his name. I'd like to congratulate him warmly. He's a good friend, and I believe that people in that riding will now have an excellent representative, and that he will be a real asset in continuing to make Quebec a nation, a country. Now, my question. Earlier, I heard from Liberal members. They're blaming everything on the official opposition. They're going on about dental care, even though this debate is about GC strategies. It's rather confusing, but it reminds me a little bit about a period in the history of Montreal. We at one point had a mayor who always claimed to not be there in the room when things were happening. I seem to be bothering one of my colleagues. Anyway, this mayor claimed to never be there when things were happening, when things were going wrong. What does that tell us about accountability? What is there to be learned from this ridiculous situation? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Excuse me. I should have had a drink of water. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to offer an anecdote. In my career, when I became the deputy principal of a school, I received an excellent piece of advice. First of all, I was told to never admit that you made a mistake. I never followed that advice, which actually turned out to be not such good advice. I always have fessed up when I made a mistake, because if you don't admit that you made a mistake, how can you get better? And there's a second piece of advice that turned out not to be so good. The advice was, if you don't know what happened, well, you can't be blamed for it. I never followed that advice, because if I'm aware of something and it was a mistake, I prefer to say so openly and take responsibility. That's how things get better. We know that as humans, that as individuals, the ultimate goal of life is to learn every day and get better. And in order to do that, we need to take responsibility and take responsibility for our mistakes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm interested in getting the members' perspective in terms of what sort of a scope, how far back does one actually go? For example, with regards to GC strategies, we know that before it was GC strategy, some of the same individuals were involved in Cordell. And Cordell had also received government grants. In trying to get a fair perspective in terms of how it is things ultimately evolved to the point where it got, does the Bloc believe that we do need to go how far back with respect to the individuals and the corporations or companies that were involved?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report mentions Corridal without actually naming it, but let's be clear that it was Corridal when those two individuals became owners of it. It was Corridal before Firth and Anthony became owners. Corridal had its own contract and owners. So we need to go back in time to start back to when those two individuals became owners of Corridal. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my extraordinary colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. It's always hard to take the floor right after her, given how knowledgeable she is on these matters. I'd also like to congratulate Mr. Sauvé on the morning of his victory. So many people have placed their trust in Louis-Philippe. The Bloc Québécois also believes in him, and we will be there for you. Now, Madam Speaker, a few months ago, the Office of the Auditor General released a report on the management of the ArriveCAN application, and in the words of the Auditor General, the management of the app was the worst she had seen in her career. The app was supposed to cost $80,000. Taxpayers were billed $60 million. The Auditor General's report revealed that a two-person company pocketed $19.1 million for the ArriveCAN project. Which company? GC Strategies. What we're now discovering is that the ArriveCAN case is only the tip of the iceberg. The Comptroller General recently revealed that GC Strategies and its predecessor, Corridor Systems Consulting, had been awarded a total of nearly $108 million in contracts since 2011. But, Madam Speaker, manual searches allow us to find that there were probably more contracts. So this two-person company, it again pocketed $19.1 million. Moreover, through the Auditor General's report, and through witnesses, we've found out that there was whiskey tastings, dinners, golf tournaments, dozens of events in which civil servants took part. Mr. Firth was here. We summoned him to the bar of the House of Commons, and I asked him a question. I asked him how many gifts in kind or in money did you offer public servants? And he answered in a rather arrogant tone, none. Okay, so apparently dinners don't count, whiskey tastings don't count, golf tournaments don't count. And he replied, oh, well, you know, there might have been something like that. That's what we got from Christian Firth, Madam Speaker. We never got any clear answers from him. What's worse, though, we never received any admissions on the part of the government. They never admitted that there's a problem with our procurement. They should have admitted it the second the ArriveCAN report was published. They should have admitted it and committed to reforming the procurement system. Now, back to Christian Firth. He refused to answer a number of questions. He compromised the work of parliamentarians by not sending requested documents on time, and he even lied in committee. In particular, he refused to provide the list of civil servants with whom he had had dealings, a list he has just provided, but which is incomplete according to the testimony we've heard in committee. If it has come to this, it means that there are huge problems with procurement. For at least 15 years now, this is how the government has operated. It's so difficult to get into contracts with the government that businesses like GC Strategies and others, they do the contract, and sometimes they do the work, but they're intermediaries. Sometimes GC Strategies and companies like that, they don't even find the expertise. The government finds the experts. Like in the case of KPMG. KPMG said that it could provide the services that the government needs, and KPMG received a phone call from a civil servant saying, we're not going to deal directly with you, we're going to go through GC Strategies to receive your expertise. So then GC Strategies received a huge sum for doing nothing. A business took advantage of a system which is not just broken, but massively broken. For example, there were many contracts, some of which were without a call for tenders or call for proposals. So it was conducted in the wrong way, and that made it such that GC Strategies was the only contender truly considered. GC Strategies signed a contract with the government and KPMG, but GC Strategies didn't do a thing. Why does the system allow for this type of abuse? So the motion asks the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit on a priority basis of all payments made to GC Strategies and Corridor, including departments, agencies, and crown corporations. Now, sometimes it's hard to get information from these agencies and crown corporations. They say they're autonomous, even though they are taxpayer funded. But that's why we've included these agencies and crown corps in the motion, because they also need to be accountable. Now, we want to know how many more cases like this there were. We know that ArriveCAN is just the tip of the iceberg. I gave the example of KPMG, but how many other times, in how many other instances, has the government found a business that could help through consultants, and the consultants didn't help? This is what happened with GC Strategies. It's theft. When businesses receive money for doing nothing, that is theft. It is theft of taxpayer money. But the Liberals seem to forget that sometimes. Christian Firth justified his hourly rate by saying that he doesn't work from 9 to 5. Fine, an hourly rate of $2,600, by the way. Firth claims to have submitted over 1,500 invoices each month. He claims the amount suddenly increased. The contract in question went from $2.35 to $13.9 million for absolutely no services, none whatsoever. And according to the witness, in the entire history of federal contracts with GC Strategies, its gross margin for all 65 contracts it signed with the federal government is approximately 21%. GC Strategies was a shell company that allowed the government to engage in a contract. I don't know exactly why they went through GC Strategies, but GC Strategies was receiving on average 21% of the total value of each contract. Firth and Anthony, owners of GC Strategies, met when they were working for Veritac in 2010. And the witness was working for this company when its directors pleaded guilty to rigging calls for tenders in 2009. A judge had ordered all employees, including Firth and Anthony, to take a course. But there were misdeeds in the call for tenders in order to select GC Strategies for ArriveCan. Now, as we've said, it is essential that we shed light on everything that has occurred. How much of the money paid to GC Strategies can we recover? In the case of GC Strategies, there were misdeeds, and there was even, as I said, theft. Madam Speaker, there's one thing that's clear. We are talking about the report which was published, and we want the OAG to look into this. We cannot be making repeated requests all the time, as one party loves to do, constantly make the same requests over and over. Now, we know that the Auditor General is very busy. We can't bombard the OAG with requests for studies in such a busy schedule and without additional funds. Nevertheless, and this is the most important point I will make in my speech, the report, the motion, was adopted unanimously because it embodies how taxpayers, Quebecers and Canadians feel. They feel that they have been cheated. This goes to show that Canadians and Quebecers feel angry. They talk to us about ArriveCan and about GC Strategies. No one understands how it's possible. They feel that they've been cheated by a procurement system that must be radically reformed. That is what is necessary, Madam Speaker. I would like the government to finally be accountable and responsible, as the member for Beauport-Limoilou said that they should. GC Strategies is the most telling example that demonstrates how problematic and flawed the federal procurement system is.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to pick up on the member's last statements and go to the Auditor General's comments. From what I understand, a clear indication that the Auditor General found that the government has appropriate contracting rules that are actually in place. The problem is that the rules were not properly followed. And when that occurs, there is an obligation for the government to take action. And when the government did discover this, there were actions. We saw internal reviews being done. We saw the Auditor General being brought in. The RCMP are also now looking into the matter. I don't know exactly where they're at in regards to it, but there seems to be a great deal of attention that is being brought to the issue, justifiably so. The government has not been shy in terms of recognizing the need for transparency and accountability on this issue. The government believes that there will have to be and will be consequences for those that have broken the rules and taken advantage of taxpayers. I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to the Auditor General's comments that we seem to have the right system.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that I disagree with my colleague across the way. The government clearly did not do enough. An example would be CBSA. One of the individuals who had a whiskey tasting was Christian Firth, was promoted. Is that taking action? No. There is a problem with our procurement system. We need to repair the system. It is too flawed. It is too complicated. So many businesses have to go through intermediaries like JC Strategies, which don't end up doing anything. So it just costs too much at the end of the day. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
To my colleague, one of the problems that we have is a constant outsourcing of communications, studies, and consultant groups instead of actually having that done within the house of the public service. So I'd like her comments with regards to how much outsourcing has been done. That is a significant problem, and if we had that in-house, we'd actually have more accountability and control, and more importantly, accountability.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. There is indeed a problem, but the problem is not necessarily outsourcing. We do, once in a while, need external experts to support the government on a case-by-case basis as needed. The problem, though, is that the public service has ballooned. So many civil servants have been hired, all while hiring more and more external experts and consultants. So we've increased both. Now the federal government seems to be dependent on consultants, and we've lost internal expertise, and that's what I mean when I say we have a problem with outsourcing. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could not agree more with the comment made by the member for Windsor West, and I also agree with the answer given by the member for Terrebonne. Now, yes, there has been an erosion of the public service. Sometimes we outsource to big, sometimes foreign companies like Deloitte, KPMG, and McKinsey. Billions and billions are given to for-profit businesses, which in fact erodes our own public service. We heard Christian Firth's witness testimony here in this place. It was awful. We must insist on reversing this trend. We must make a tremendous effort to restore our public service to one which has the ability to offer essential services to Canadians. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Indeed, I can only restate what I've already said, which is that there's a huge problem with the fact that the public service has ballooned, all while contracts with consultants have also ballooned. So we're possibly paying twice for the same services. And there is a lot of duplication. For instance, one department can offer a service, but another department pays consultants to offer the service.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to talk about this issue with regards to the Auditor General of Canada conduct a performance audit. And I think it's ironic that the Conservatives have brought this forward as the party that actually attacked the Auditor General and sought to defund the Auditor General under the Harper regime. I was here when that took place, and I was here during those debates. So I want to start this by noting that this party, the Conservatives, not only did it behind closed doors, but also did it out here, and you can watch the video. You can watch all the different things in the past that took place. They sought to defund the Auditor General, and they actually did that at the expense of Parliament. That was done under Stephen Harper. So they're asking the Auditor General here to do more work and more investigation after they went and attacked the Auditor General very publicly, and on top of that, cut the budget, defunding the Auditor General. So now they run back to the Auditor General, and I wonder about that in terms of their secret plans that come forth later on, is if they ever were able to get government again, whether they would actually defund the Auditor General even more. So using this as a motion is rather curious, because it really comes at the expense of other accountability that took place, because they defunded the Auditor General's accounts in the past, and the Liberals never really restored that. And it's been an attack on that House of Independence for overseeing Parliament on many, many other issues that have a consequence right now. And so they're asking the Auditor General to do more work for their political agenda right now, and it is a political agenda with regards to their attack on Arrive Canada, because I'll get into a little bit right now what they haven't talked about in this motion here and what they're asking for versus the results that we can get for Canadians. And there's a couple things to point out specifically on that, is that in the motion here and in their talking points and so forth, you will never hear them questioning Arrive Canada about the concerns related to personal privacy and the expenditure of resources and the effects on CBSA officers at all. They call it Arrive scam and stuff like that, their slogans and all the different things that they have that they kind of package up into the little box that they have, but they really don't get to some of the things that are really germane that should be done. So when you look at GC strategies and what they have done with the money that they got, it is a very much a legitimate discussion to have. How did they get so much money? How was there so little accountability? And how did all this happen? And at the same time, though, what isn't discussed is why did we even outsource such an important provision that was being sought at in the first place? Because under the Harper regime, they cut the public service so back, and they actually cut back CBSA officers. They cut frontline officers, and they cut off other types of systems in place that actually deal with gun smuggling, drug smuggling, and so forth. Over $100 million of cuts to our border services took place under the Harper regime, one of the first things that they did. And then later on in this Parliament, they come back and we see an outsourcing by the Liberals, because that's a convenient way to do it, for an application that deals with your personal privacy, deals with border management, which is significant. I come from a border region, the most busiest border in North America, where you need that commerce to run efficiently. And during COVID, the Conservatives, interesting, because we had a blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. And the Conservatives, they just basically stood by and they denied all the different consequences that took place for the auto industry. They denied the consequences for the tool and die mold making industry. They denied the consequences of people not being able to get to their jobs. They denied the consequences of kids not going to school. They denied the consequences of people, including children, going to their health care appointments, including cancer treatments. And they stood down as this illegal blockade took place, to the point we had to put Jersey barricades all along here in Church Road. And why is that important and germane to this is because they have been part of this outsourcing that take place on CG strategies and others to deal with an application that would have actually helped us potentially deal with COVID. And then the problem was it manifested itself into a blockade and disgruntlement, and now they continue to have that disgruntlement here with regards to them focusing solely on CG strategies, something that they probably would have employed. It might have been a different strategy organization themselves, because they love the outsourcing. And they love the fact that they canceled and defunded our in-house capabilities when it comes to creating applications and processes related to the border crossing. And that's what Arrive Canada was about. It was an attempt to try to deal with COVID, the complications of the border, and so forth, and they will not talk about how it really related to the exposure of personal privacy and the inefficiencies that it created for the industry and other economic issues that we had. And so we come back here to this motion, and it really focuses on the priorities of CG strategies and the payments, subcontracts, and all those different things that take place. And it's important to note, Madam Speaker, that both the Liberals and the Conservatives under this feel differently about how we can actually deal with these contracts and this information in the future. Had we done that in-house, had we actually had the capabilities of public service doing those things, we would have had more control. And you remember, we actually have lessons for that. Lessons actually created in the past with the Phoenix system, where we outsourced, again, potential in-house applications that could have done for public servants with regards to even payment, and they turned the switch on that despite telling that it's going to cause a problem, and it's cost us billions of dollars, and it's been a scandal. And it's caused anguish among the public service and other people that are just looking to get a paycheck. And that's sad, Madam Speaker, because those are things that are totally avoidable. And one of the things I want to touch on, which is important on this particular issue, that goes beyond it, is because we can have this on CG strategies, but I'm just not convinced that whether it's the Liberals now with their friends in the CG strategies group, or whether later on or in the past it's been the Conservatives with their friends getting these contracts and these types of things, that we've really learned anything that systemically will change what's taking place. And that's what we really need. Because if not, we'll be spending another day in the House of Commons here talking about another strategy or another scandal or another type of a problem related to a practice that functionally haven't changed. And one of the things I do want to talk about is the accountability of government information and contracting that could be different, that is actually different in other industrialized nations. And we wouldn't even be here dealing with that, and that's Crown copyright. So Crown copyright, Madam Speaker, in this country is done different than any other place. And Crown copyright is the availability of the public to see documents, studies, and information that is done in-house. Now, both the Liberals now and the Conservatives have opposed reforming Crown copyright from the early 1900s. I think our law is in place since 1926. And it's different than the United States, it's different than the UK, it's different than everybody else across the board. And why is that important? Because if it was done in-house, if it was done by the public servants, it was done by taxpayers, New Democrats believe that information, those studies, those accountability documents that were being sought after now and other things would be public information. And under the best circumstances, when you contract those information pieces, and you get them done, they're very helpful for businesses, they're very helpful for academics, they're very helpful for a number of different things for our economy and accountability. And you wouldn't have to spend time in the House of Commons debating that because it would already be available. That's what the United States does. That's what they have done since the 1800s. But in Canada, we have a system in place right now that is protected by sensitive so-called information by the government, where you cannot see when the Liberals or Conservatives do those types of studies from public servants. And you know why? Because some of that information that the Conservatives and Liberals have done over the past have been polls, research opinions, and other types of information where their political party should pay for, but taxpayers have actually paid for that to guide their principles and their things. And if you can't if you can't get your head around this in terms of why is it that you would, as a taxpayer, pay for all those different things and never get access for it, it's because of the power interests that have taken place here. And that needs to be changed significantly. And if we did this material, and if we did these studies that CGS did, GC Strategies did, that would be automatically available to the public. So today's discussion, to get the documents, to get the contracts, to actually, it's been through a committee, and it's also, we're actually the Auditor General now to actually deal with these issues, would all be readily available anyways. So how much money does it cost in terms of the taxpayers to actually run Parliament committees, run discussion here in the chamber, then make the Auditor General do something after the Auditor General's budget has been cut in the past, and then try to get a document back into our system here to talk again about that accountability and to complain about it, and they'll use the Arrive scam, and then they'll try to defend it over there and all those different things. Whereas the solution is right in front of us. Had we actually had that done with in-house and Crown copyright, which every other industrialized nation actually has in a different fashion than Canada, it would not even be a fight. It would be automatically available. So why is it that it's okay, and I can't believe the motion doesn't even talk about this, that we can allow a continuation of a whole bunch of companies, this one being GC Strategies, which appears to be done in somebody's basement, to actually get millions and millions of dollars on the whim with least accountability, and then we don't get that information to the Canadian public. And I would say, coming from a border region like myself, I would have been interested, and I'm sure our Chamber of Commerce and others, with any real application like this on Arrive Canada, having the data that they use, the information that they use to actually create an application, which I think was unnecessary and has huge flaws. But it's almost beside the point in many respects. I mean, we saw that on a regular basis at the border. But why are we even fighting to get that when the solution has been in front of us? And the reason I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is because a continuation of control of public information, control of the civil servants that have taken place, and the disenfranchisement of the public because they can't get the information on a free and regular basis that should have been available from the start from GC Strategies. And the reason being is it's better to continue with that issue right now, and the Conservatives don't put that in the motion here because they're hoping they can get over on that side over there and get the same access to the public purse strings and to the public money to do whatever they want on these accountability issues. And then later on, it'll be up to the opposition or others to expose that. And I've seen that over the years. I've seen that over the years so many times, especially under the Harper administration. There has been so many different issues that I can tell you that have taken place with regards to accountability that have never been answered. And sadly, Madam Speaker, when we're looking at the situation back in the time when I sat closer over there, and I sat a couple seats across from the now Prime Minister, who I watched support Stephen Harper over 100 times on confident votes without a single concession from Stephen Harper. Over 100 times they agreed with the Conservatives and didn't get a single thing for Canadians. And that's important because this motion, which we are going to agree to because it's an improved situation that we have, still doesn't change the fundamental problem that we have, is outsourcing that accountability, and then on top of that, ensuring that businesses, the public, and others have access to that information before we have to fight for it here in the House of Commons. And I know they don't want to hear that, and that's okay, but I can tell you, though, that that is not the norm in other democracies. In fact, in the United States, they actually fixed part of this problem by not outsourcing some of this material and some of these studies and so forth, and they set up their information sharing system. It goes back to 1895. Whereas in Canada here, there have been attempts, and I know they don't want to hear this, but their predecessors, in many respects, actually agreed with me, and there was attempts in 1981, 1993, and so forth to try to get some of these changes. But that almost seems like a long, long time ago. The 1980s, I mean, people forget, for the Conservatives right now, they used to be called the Progressive Conservatives, then they were taken over by the Canadian Alliance Party. I just heard a here, taken over by, yeah, that's actually, there you go, Madam Speaker. It's exactly what, when you take the sheer off of it with regards to looking at what's behind the veil, you have exactly what I've said. I remember the days. I remember, Peter MacKay. I remember David Orchard. I remember all those different things and those behind-the-curtain deals that took place. They're running out Aaron O'Toole and others out the door. But they want everybody to forget about those things. But it's interesting because when I talk about those things here, I get heckled as a here. They're happy about those days because you know what? Those days are still here. It was a takeover that took place, and that's why they dropped the Progressive out of it, I suppose. I don't know. At any rate, it's interesting, and it's important, though, because the motion, again, doesn't get to the fact that there is still a responsibility thrust upon the Auditor General. And it would be interesting to see if the Conservatives would have actually put in there, maybe they would have put, they could have put in there, we will reinstate the cuts to the Auditor General office that we did. That would have been helpful. I mean, that would have been, something that would have been really good, is saying, hey, listen, the money that we took out of the Auditor General office under Harper and was voted by, including the now leader of the official opposition, was there at the cabinet table when they decided, actually, we're going to attack the Auditor General office and we're going to defund the Auditor General office, was there. They could have actually included this and said, hey, we're going to want you specifically use the money that we cut out of you to go after us, go after this issue right here. So they could have done that as well, which would have been really helpful, because we know the Auditor General is really taxed in many respects with regards to what's taken place on the Liberal side. And that, again, as I conclude here, Madam Speaker, I want to focus on, again, if we want a real, responsible solution to this, it's simply making sure our public service is funded properly and can do the research, and the research is then open to the public, businesses, employers, and so forth, so it actually performs well for our economy with Crown copyright renewal and reform. And then you don't even have this. So instead, what we have is a systematic problem here of outsourcing continually and not having control and spending lots of money, but it goes to the government side in the past of Canada, whether it be Liberal or Conservative, it doesn't matter whether it's blue or red or whatever, they find a way to pass that public money on to their friends. That has been the consistency of what's taken place and what's happening right here. It's about time to end that consistency of Ottawa and actually pass it on properly back to the taxpayers to ensure that they're not involved in this boondoggle, but not anyone in the future, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, there was a lot of discussion being had in one corner or in the middle of the chamber here. If members are not interested in hearing what is being said, there was a variety of individuals. I know there's someone who's pointing, but that individual was also part of that discussion. I would just ask members to please be respectful. If they want to have conversations or not interested in the debate, then they should step out, have those conversations there, and then come in. There were other members who were making signs of indicating that it was noisy in the House. I didn't interrupt because nobody got up at that time, but I do want to remind members again, please step out if you want to have conversations. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member across the way from Windsor. I enjoyed working on copyright legislation with him in the 42nd Parliament on the Industry Committee, and he does bring up the issue of Crown copyright. And one of the examples for us in Canada is looking at Crown copyright in the UK, something that goes back to I think, the Statute of Anne back in 1710, and I think they're currently under legislation from 1988. We could talk about copyright, but I'm really interested in the members' comments about trade and how important it is for us to look at technical advances that we can make to have goods and services move more freely across our border, and how this was intending to do that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for it. It was an interesting. We toured, all of us in all of Canada for a full year on copyright, and I appreciate his interventions and actually participation in that. It's highly complicated and it's a tough issue that still resurfaces. But he makes a good point, is that there can be innovation on the border, and to bring it back really to where it's really important is that's what the application for Arrive Canada was to do, was to actually make things flow better and so forth. And the Arrive Canada problem really is itself through the application problematic, but I want to focus also too on making sure that we have boots on the ground with regards to CBSA and officers. We are short right now because of COVID, over 2,000 to 3,000 officers at the border right now. So if we even have a application like Arrive Canada or a new one that comes into place technology-wise, and there has been some advancement on a certain number of different things, if we don't have the right equipment and we don't have the right officers, enough officers, then it's a huge problem. A good example is that we hear of auto theft. And in auto theft, Madam Speaker, they actually moved the equipment from Windsor to Montreal because they couldn't fix the equipment in Montreal. They wouldn't fix them in Montreal. So we have to actually fund the border properly, and so we still need boots on the ground, so to speak.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this was quite an amusing scene. Our Conservative colleagues were barely listening. In fact, they were speaking almost as loudly as our colleague who was speaking. But then they suddenly paid attention when he said Canadian Alliance. They suddenly turned around. It seemed to titillate them. So perhaps he should talk more about the Reform Party and about the Canadian Alliance. He should just sprinkle that over his speech. He might get their attention. And I'm sure there are some other variants that he'll be creative enough to find to get their attention. Now, when it comes to multiculturalist Canada, it's often been called an aggregate, a melting pot that has no consistency, no coherence. And we see the same thing in Canada now with the Canadian government, which is unlike the Hydra, the Greek monster with many heads. We see the opposite. We see one giant federalizing center with its many little tentacles, and it's out of control. Why is no one ever actually accountable?
Oh, thank you. I thank my colleague for the question. And yeah, no, I remember I got here when there was the Alliance Party and the Conservative Party. Actually, it was Joe Clark that used to sit, well, it's the other place right now, right next to me or close to me at that time. And then later on, we saw the Conservative Reform Alliance Party emerge, which its acronym was CRAP, as we know. And then that disappeared shortly thereafter. But there was other machinations that took place. But I actually was here, and I have a lot of respect for Joe Clark in many respects because he was screamed at by the Alliance Party at that day and time. I can remember those things very clearly. You can watch the video because it's there. And he used to actually have his green folder and would ask the questions. And I was really impressed by his stature at that time. And so to respond to my colleague's question is, again, when we have in-house accountability with the documents with Crown copyright reform, we don't even have to get at trying to do motions like this and so forth because it's available to the public and it's part of the process, and we don't need procedure here to do it.
Just remind the member to be careful on the acronyms that he uses. There are certain acronyms that are just not acceptable to say, no matter what it sounds like. We know that there are unions that don't like their acronyms used for them either. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask my colleague from the NDP a question, because I think that myself and I know some of my colleagues here are very, very curious to know whether or not the NDP are willing to assert this supposedly newfound independence that they are talking about and vote non-confidence in a corrupt government that has such disregard for tax dollars, disregard for the public service, in fact. And I know he mentioned that this should have been something that was done in-house. ArriveCan could have been done in-house, done by our professional public servants, but instead the mismanagement, the corruption, the scandal that plagues this government. Yet, and I would ask very specifically to that member, they refuse to commit to voting non-confidence in that corruption. Can he clarify today whether or not they will vote non-confidence in that Prime Minister and that Liberal government, and show whether or not they are actually breaking up the so-called, or tearing up the so-called agreement?
The honourable for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no idea what that has to do with the motion that they put forth, but that's not surprising from the member and from the way that they're behaving. No, what I do have here is I have some more documents, and I'm glad to have the floor. If I had unanimous consent, I could go on for longer, because I have right here Harper's government record and scandals. I have the last 10 years of Stephen Harper scandals. I have the Conservative collection of Harper government scandals as well. So I have lots of here to go on. I also have here, when I want to go specifically to the motion, here's Auditor's General Office to cut 60 jobs, reduce number of audits, thanks to the Conservative government, thanks to Stephen Harper, thanks to their agenda, which they never told the public when they went to the poll. They never told the public that they were going to raise retirement from 65 to 67. They never told the public they were going to cut $100 million from border services. They never told my community they were going to close, which they did, the Veterans Office and the Recruiting Office. They never said any of those things. So, Madam Speaker, I'd love to have the floor to talk about those things more.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the honourable member for Windsor West. I think what the Canadian public is screaming about is the sense that there's never any accountability, that millions and millions of dollars can be wasted, and we can have someone like Christian First sit here and say, oh, he's not ashamed, just took millions of dollars from Canadians and he's walking away with it. I think the honourable member for Windsor West, and I asked him this question, is absolutely right. We have to get back to where this started as a trend for taking work that should be done by our public civil service and farming it out to for-profit consultants. And I'd like to put a finger on the beginning of it, and maybe if we have accountability for that, we can get accountability now. And I put my finger on the Phoenix pay system, the decision to hire IBM. We should have sued IBM when they weren't delivering, instead of shoveling hundreds of millions of dollars more to them, and then to McKinsey & Sons to help the Phoenix pay system work when it could never work.
For Windsor West.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that. That is exactly it. Because if not, we're going to be back here again on a different motion and a different type of a scandal and a different problem. And that's fixable. And that's what we want to do as New Democrats, is to fix that systemic problem that we have here. Crown copyright reform, and also not outsourcing sensitive information that includes, and you think about this, Madam Speaker, your personal private information, and sharing that even goes outside of this country through an application done in somebody's basement by somebody they knew on that side, whoever occupies that side, versus that accountability, in-house, lower cost, higher accountability.
Questions and comments? The honourable for South Okanagan, Wiskutney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Windsor West for his speech. And I agree with him. I think it's ironic when I hear the Conservatives try to talk about respect for the civil service when all they ever do is denigrate the civil service. And they started this trend, as the member from Saanich Gulf Islands just mentioned. And, you know, where it's going next, well, you know, in the International Trade Committee, we're talking about CBSA's assessment and revenue management system, a new digital system, sort of like ArriveCan on steroids, and it's being brought to us by Deloitte, not by the civil service. So we are undercutting CBSA again, and I'm just wondering if he could spend some time talking about that trend.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for who knows the border better than anybody else I know in this chamber. having to deal with it from an economic and social perspective, and has shown that on a regular basis. And just really briefly, Madam Speaker, it's absolutely correct. And what isn't talked about during this outsourcing enough is our exposure by personal privacy and information that the Conservatives and the Liberals continue to do by this outsourcing that also goes global. And we have little control over that. So by doing it, reward friends, higher prices, less accountability, and more corruption.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just as I begin, I would note that I'm sharing my time with my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Brantford Brant. I'll be splitting my time. Madam Speaker, I find it fascinating that the member that just finished his speech from the NDP claimed to not understand the context for a question that was very direct, whether or not that member and the NDP would support a motion of non-confidence. To put the line in the sand, or the red line, I believe is what they called it at the previous NDP convention, where members of the NDP were not very happy, party members of the NDP were not happy with their leader and the direction that they were going when it comes to propping up the Liberal government and the scandal and corruption, the waste, the mismanagement that is happening. And yet that member, when given a very clear opportunity to put on the record that he would vote non-confidence, he refused to do so. And Madam Speaker, the reason why this fits so clearly into the debate here, and I know that my colleagues across the way certainly don't like, especially with the how by-elections certainly don't seem to be their strength as of late. They seem to be terrified of hearing what Canadians have to say. They seem to be terrified of hearing that there is a desire for things like accountability. And that is the crux of the issue that we are discussing here today. So when the NDP, with great bravado, the leader of the NDP, said he was tearing up the confidence and supply agreement, that coalition agreement that has defined the last 2 years of corruption that they've supported. Yet, when asked to put his money where his mouth is, he refused. And that member, likewise, just as weak and cowardly as his leader. Now, we have before us GC strategies.
Point of order, the honourable member for Windsor West.
I will not sit here and be told I'm a coward. And I think that's unparliamentary. I'd ask the member to retract that, to actually call me a coward in this chamber when I have fought with my constituents to get representation for Windsor West to speak what I feel and what they believe in this chamber, and not to be bullied by that member. I will not take it here in the chamber. I won't take it back behind closed doors. I am not a coward. I have been accountable, and what he is raising is not even germane to their actual motion they have put. And so to that member, I am not a coward. And if he wants to test that, that's fine here in the chamber, but I think it's unparliamentary to call any member here in the chamber a coward.
On the point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I had said his actions, like those of his leader, are weak and cowardly. He can interpret that as he wishes.
Again, I would just remind members that to be very careful on the words that they use. If it does cause disorder in the House, they shouldn't be using those words. I didn't hear the whole sentence that the honourable member had used, aside from what he's just told me. We will review the Hansard, and we'll come back to the House as necessary. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now back to the speech where I was talking about Liberal corruption, and in particular how over the course of the last number of years we have seen a unprecedented level of corruption take place. And that is no more true than in the case of GC strategies. And that this report from OGO, how specifically it talks about the need for the basic level of accountability, In fact, what this motion does is it takes the politics out of it by asking the Auditor General to step in and do a performance audit on GC strategies. Most notably, and it's been mentioned in the discussions that have happened thus far this morning, Madam Speaker, that this two-person firm named GC Strategies not because it's associated with the Government of Canada, but because they want that perception in order to be able to manipulate the process in order to get these contracts. And where the ArriveCan specifically, what was originally budgeted as $80,000, it ended up ballooning to a cost that we don't even know what the final number is, other than it's probably north of $60 million. That is a level of corruption that is astonishing and that Canadians are demanding answers for. And what is so frustrating is that I hear from my constituents on a regular basis. I hear from Canadians from coast to coast that there is a level of frustration and an erosion of trust that has taken place in these institutions that normally, historically, we could have been able to trust. You know, there was a very poignant statement that was made to me by somebody that didn't consider themselves that political. They didn't really have, you know, a particular party that they championed. They were just a regular Canadian. And what they had shared with me is that we used to be a country where if you didn't like the guy in charge, you could still respect the office to which they held. And unfortunately, we've come to the point where the actions of that Prime Minister and those Liberals supported by the NDP, including a refusal to commit to put their foot down and not just do press stunts to actually oppose the agenda that they still support. And what we see in this country is that there has been an erosion of trust in our institutions. And the fact that, like the previous member had mentioned, this could have been done in-house for significantly less. It could have had the basic level of accountability through the process. And the Liberals are saying, well, yeah, we might have made mistakes, but, you know, let's just move on. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. $60 million spent and close to $100 million that went to GC Strategies with various contracts that showcase the corruption and the scandal at a time when Canadians are going hungry. Food banks are seeing record usage. We are seeing a level of an erosion of trust because Canadians look at how the friends of the Liberal Party are getting rich while they're being stripped of everything. And Madam Speaker, that fact, and I know that is the case from across this country, and it is so regrettable that the NDP, when given the opportunity, refuse to take a stand. And I'll let Canadians judge that for what it is. Madam Speaker, we will now have, I believe, a vote after question period on this issue, asking the Auditor General to take a look, to dig into the details of $100 million. And I'd like to, if I could, just for a second, to remind all members of this place that whenever the government has a dollar, whether it's the salaries that we earn as parliamentarians, whether it's the dollars that go to pay for the services that public servants provide, whether it's the dollars that are paid out in benefits, whether it is things like our military, RCMP, and of course you could go down to the other levels of government. At the core of every dollar that government has is the fact, and this is a fact, and I would hope that this defines the respect that needs to be shown for the dollars that government has, is it's not government's money. It is the money of taxpayers, hard-working Canadians that pay a percentage of their income, a percentage of the things they buy, whatever the case is, the various taxes that exist. They pay part of that that goes into government coffers. Those are hard-earned dollars. The sweat, the work, the blood of so many Canadians go to earn those dollars, and it is bewildering how little respect those Canadians are shown because it is Canadians' money. So when we talk about a two-person firm getting $100 million, most of which was in sole source contracts, friends of the Liberal Party that wine and dine Liberal staffers and Liberal elites, it is astonishing that the arrogance to which that government and the other parties that support them approach this lack of accountability. So, we have the work that the OGO committee has done, and I know my colleagues, including an Alberta colleague who chairs that, they've done a tremendous amount of work exposing some of this corruption, the need for accountability. And in the case of the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, often referred to as the mighty OGO, there is a simple request to call in the auditor, General, the nonpartisan auditor that can look at the books. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that in a country like Canada, that shouldn't be controversial. And it is so regrettable that opposing corruption has become something that the Liberals try to make and turn into controversy. Well, Madam Speaker, I stand here as a representative of about 110,000 people, over 53,000 square kilometers in beautiful East Central Alberta. Proud to stand up for accountability for the people that I represent and the hard-earned dollars that they send to Ottawa to steward that with the most basic level of accountability that them and all Canadians deserve.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Questions?
Yes, I did, and I already recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, the member talked about Canadians not trusting their government and Canadians having concern over being able to trust institutions. But I'm wondering how much of a role he believes that he plays in that. Because he comes in here and he talks about corruption and this government's being corrupt and they're just filling the pockets of their insiders. And he talks about GC Strategies. But meanwhile, GC Strategies, Madam Speaker, used to operate under the company name Cordell. And they operated under that company name when the Conservatives were in government. So for him to suggest that these are some kind of Liberal insiders is just completely false. Anybody who says that is lying because it's not true. So I'm wondering if the member can tell this House what role he plays in bringing forward these ideas and in misinformation and informing Canadians to purposely pit them against the institutions that he said a constituent was raised a concern with him about.
That's a good point.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is become increasingly clear across this country that Canadians are sick and tired of those Liberals. And
I want to remind the Honourable Member who is yelling out her comments that if she wishes that if she wishes to participate in the debate, she should wait till questions and comments. The Honourable Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So for that member to somehow suggest that calling for accountability is anything other than the very basic job that a parliamentarian or a parliament should do, exposes to all Canadians the problem that exists within that party. Madam Speaker, Canada deserves better than the corruption that member supports.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the colleague brought up a number of important points, incredibly important points, especially with regards to accountability. The government does not take responsibility for its actions. It is not accountable. The state has responsibilities that it is delegating to the private sector. That's what occurred in the case of GC Strategies. It's a bit of a slippery slope. That's what we've been seeing recently. It's a slippery slope, especially in genome or genomic editing. The government wanted to make a policy, but the industry itself set up a registry to track developments, even though that should be the responsibility of the state. Would the colleague agree that poor choices can lead to further poor choices in the future? Would the colleague not agree that it is the responsibility of the state to protect the public?
Madam Speaker, I talk a lot about the need for good governance, and we see often examples from those Liberals that are the antithesis of that. And I would hope that that member and his party, I know that they're open to continuing this coalition-type arrangement that exists here. I would hope that that member will stand strongly against supporting the corruption that we see across the way. But the very base of all of this is the fact that over the last 10 or so years, and consultants have been used in government and for as long as government has existed. But the proliferation of that under these Liberals, $20 billion in consultants, Madam Speaker, that has been spent. That's not resulting in good policy. It's not resulting in benefits or services being offered to Canadians, Madam Speaker. We need that basic level of accountability, and under these Liberals, they simply refuse it.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. Look, this is a really critical issue. I'll support the motion. I want to make it very clear, though, that I don't think there's evidence for one of his comments, which was that Christian Firth, who I think should be ashamed, I didn't hear any evidence that he was whining and dining Liberal insiders. He was whining and dining whatever person within the bureaucratic chain of command, and I didn't hear anything about party affiliations. I wonder if he had.
A brief answer, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know it was certainly a poignant moment during the historic moment when Christian Firth was called to the bar, and he refused to acknowledge any shame for the abuse of tax dollars. And Madam Speaker, I think that to her point, we have seen that there has been a breakdown of the processes that are supposed to ensure accountability when it comes to all aspects of how government is contracted. And it seems like the Liberals will move heaven and earth to benefit their friends, but they refuse to hold on to the basic level of accountability that Canadians expect.
So before we go to the next speaker, I am ready to rule on the point of order that the honourable member for Windsor West actually brought forward. After reviewing the Hansard, I do want to ask the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot to rise in this House, to withdraw his comments, and to apologize to not only the member for Windsor West, but as well as to the member, to the leader of the NDP for his comments. And I would ask the Deputy Government House Leader to please hold off to any input that he has.
I apologize and withdraw.
Resuming debate, prise de débat, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by saying what an honour and privilege it is to rise for the first time in our fall session. And to speak to a topic that I have had the privilege of participating in largely throughout the summer, but for the past year or so in numerous committees. This has been a topic that has dominated the landscape of Canadian politics, and I want to pick up where my colleague just left off in terms of the themes of my speech. And it'll be largely about trust and accountability, because this particular scandal, and there's been so many scandals that have been at the heart of this corrupt Liberal government, but this one in particular strikes at the heart of Canadians that I have spoken to from across this country as to how poorly our procurement system is and how much trust and how much chaos has been created by individuals who should be taking responsibility and providing the proper oversight, but clearly did not. So let's focus on GC strategies. And I know the Liberal members will probably not like what I'm about to say, because I was often interrupted in numerous committees. But out of the words of Christian Firth himself, he specifically chose the name GC Strategies for a purpose. GC stands for the Government of Canada. And I think it's important to highlight that here in the House and to share that with Canadians, because it exemplifies the type of rotten, improper relationship that Christian Firth has had with the Government of Canada. What started off, and I don't need to hear chirping, Madam Speaker, perhaps you want to address those individuals who should know better. They're certainly not new to Parliament, but I'm sure, and I'm used to their interruptions, but I'll continue. Christian Firth, a two-person firm who operates with no bricks and mortar, largely operating out of their basement, was essentially performing the services that could have and should have been performed by Canada's professional public service. He was essentially a recruiter. He did not perform any IT work, did not perform any technical or discharged any technical experience with the creation of the app. He merely connected the CBSA and other federal departments with professionals in the Ottawa area and surrounding area to create the app that was originally estimated to cost Canadians $80,000. He literally opened up his Rolodex, his contact sheet, and found the individuals that the government required to work with. That particular question was put by me on numerous occasions, Madam Speaker, to a number of professionals who testified at committee, particularly the union heads of several organizations that speak to Canada's professional public service. Not only did they confirm to me that the recruitment could have been done in-house, but the actual creation of this almost $60 million, approximate almost $60 million boondoggle of an ineffective app could have been done in-house. But instead, the government claims this was a pandemic, we had to move fast, corners were cut, no documentation saved, no one accepting responsibility. We have the Auditor General who basically says the pandemic is no excuse for throwing out basic accounting principles. And I highlight her summary that the best that she could glean with the scattered documentation she was able to receive allowed her to put an estimate of $60 million. So this is precisely why this motion is appropriate in terms of its timing, but also relevant in its purpose, because we need to have a more accurate picture as to how many more millions of dollars were funneled to GC Strategies to pad the pocket of other insiders, other individuals who actually did no work. We know the Procurement General has already estimated that 76% of all subcontractors who were hired, who were paid by taxpayer funds to work on the app, did no work on the app. This is precisely why the opposition parties all voted in favor of the government to provide us with a detailed blueprint as to how they were going to recoup the millions of dollars that were wasted with no oversight no accountability. And the committee work that we've worked on, Madam Speaker, clearly has shown and has demonstrated to Canadians that there is a significant trust issue with how the Government of Canada is operating and procuring with outside consultants. We know the Prime Minister promised in 2015 that he would reduce the amount of outside consultants to work with the Government of Canada, but that certainly hasn't been the case. My colleague who just spoke previous to me was quite accurate in stating over 20 billion taxpayer dollars had been sent to outside consultants. That's taxpayer money that should not have been spent foolishly, without the checks and balances. Is precisely why, Madam Speaker, that I have pursued a line of questioning to examine not only the wasted billions of dollars, but also to explore the criminality behind the operations of GC Strategies. And I just want to pause for a moment on that issue, because we also heard evidence at committees that long after, within a couple of years after his work, this is Christian Firth's work on the ArriveCan app, he was working with a small software company in Montreal named Bottler. And his handling of Bottler also raised national headlines and brought to light just how inappropriate and how loose and free Mr. Firth was with our criminal laws. Case in point, to justify the government working with Bottler to work on an app that I believe it was the Justice Department was interested at the time, he took the resumes of the two founders of Bottler and determined that their experience was insufficient. So he admitted under oath on a few occasions at committee that he deliberately and intentionally altered the details of their resumes to ensure they reached a certain threshold for qualification. Now, as a former justice participant, Madam Speaker, that is outright fraud. Not only is it fraud, it is forgery. I've been pushing the RCMP to investigate Christian Firth on that point alone, in addition to his ill-gotten gains with respect to the ArriveCan app. So let this point sink in. A person who performs no professional work, merely makes a connection with the Government of Canada and an IT professional in the comfort of his basement, perhaps on a nice taxpayer-funded leather couch, watching television on a nice 100-inch screen, received $20 million of taxpayer funds. As I've often said in this House and at committee, talk about hitting the taxpayer lottery. So it's no small wonder that when the RCMP commissioner testified at committee, he would not get into the particulars as to what criminal charges the RCMP were investigating as it relates to Christian Firth and his partner on the ArriveCan scam, but did indicate that there was an open investigation. Moreover, also confirmed to me that there were at least another half-dozen investigations into the Arrive scam scandal. Christian Firth, am I done? I'm done. I could speak for hours on this issue, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member will be able to continue to add. I'm sure the honourable member will be able to add during questions and comments, and I do apologize for not flagging the 1 minute mark for him. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There is one major fundamental flaw in terms of what it is that the member is trying to portray, and that is through attempting to mislead Canadians, quite frankly. The member knows full well that inappropriate behavior has not been condoned in any form by this government. And in fact, when it was discovered that there was inappropriate behavior, that the government acted quickly in terms of ensuring that there was a process to ensure to Canadians, to the taxpayers, that there would be accountability and there will be a consequence to those that have violated the procedures that are in place to protect the taxpayer. The member intentionally tries to give this impression that it is the Liberal Party or the government, the politicians, that have actually not protected the interests of the taxpayer, when that's just not true. If you want to look at a scandal where you had politicians trying to cover up, take a look at the ETS $400 million scandal of the Harper era, where the Conservatives across the way are absolutely silent on.
The Honourable Member Brantford Brant.
If the member wishes to look in the mirror, he will see inappropriate behavior, not only by him, but the entire government. This government has done nothing other than try to hide, try to obfuscate, try to distance himself from this scandal. It was that Liberal Party who voted down, every single member voted down, the Auditor General investigating the ArriveCAN scam. That was November the 2nd, 2022. Over the course of numerous committees, it was that Liberal Party who routinely shut down debate, refusing to hear from the Auditor General, refusing to hear from the RCMP Commissioner. So yes, I do blame them. They are responsible, and their ministers refuse to accept responsibility for this boondoggle.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and for his work on the ArriveCAN file. He interrogated witnesses in an efficient way. It's always a pleasure to work with him. However, there's a certain trend in amongst the Conservatives. There's been an increase in additional requests made to the Auditor General on top of the work that their office already does. In this case, if the Conservatives were to be the next government, would they increase the budget of the Auditor General?
Member for Brantford Brant.
When the leader of the Conservative Party forms government, and he will, and become Canada's next Prime Minister, we will ensure that all of these scandals are fully explored, and we will indeed ensure that resources are available to the Auditor General to ensure she can complete her job and provide a more fulsome picture as to how much more this government has fleeced the taxpayer. We know it's approximately $60 million. Madam Speaker, that is the tip of the iceberg. We need to find out more.
Comments? We have time for a brief question. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Oh, we got one. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Oh, sorry. Calgary Heritage, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on Bill C-71, an act to amend the citizenship.
Sorry, we're not quite there. This was the debate on the motion that was before the House, and so we will get to the Honourable Member shortly. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on this motion and making sure that we continue to look into this as much as we can. And this is something that we have to ensure Canadians get their eyes on, and this government just doesn't bury it under the floor one more time. One more thing that they say, we're incompetent, but we're not guilty of anything. Well, incompetence is guilt in itself. This is $60 million that we've identified so far of money going off the table that belongs to Canadians. This is money that's going from one hand into the hands of people that are connected well with this Liberal Party of Canada. This cannot continue. And it's not the only instance where this has happened. This happens again and again and again. This is one instance. This is one instance where they tried to obfuscate in this House of Commons at committee repeatedly in order not to have this looked at. And for my colleague across the way to pretend at this point in time that they want to get to the bottom of this is completely false and is misleading this House in the greatest sense whatsoever. I cannot believe he stands up and says that after leading his caucus in voting against all of the transparency that we've tried to bring to the table in getting this matter before Parliament, before Canadians, making sure we have a government here that actually has some accountability, has some transparency in what they actually do for Canadians with Canadian taxpayer dollars. Now, my colleague earlier talked about what Canadians contribute as far as their taxes go towards running this government. And right now, they see very clearly that this government is misusing those taxes again and again and again. It is spending on their friends. It is spending excessively through all kinds of measures they can in order to kind of whittle away the hard-working tax dollars of Canadians. Madam Speaker, we're almost $50 billion in deficit this past year. Almost $50 billion. Getting back to balance, of course, is something very important. I know 60 million in a sea of 50 billion looks like a drop. But it's a drop that's indicative of how bad and how insincere this government is as far as getting to any accountability. It's just our friends don't worry about it. It's a drop in the bucket. It's not a drop in the bucket, Madam Speaker. It is a significant amount of money that Canadians no longer have. The Canadians have contributed to running this government. The respect they're showing for their money and the taxes they pay is not there from this government. And any government has to allocate scarce resources. It's the number one thing whenever you're allocating resources. Allocate scarce resources as effectively as possible. That's not happening here whatsoever. It's wherever they can get money from some program or another into their hands of their friends, they will do it. And that is a problem. That is a problem we're here to unearth. The number one role of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, of course, is to make sure that we hold the government to account on what it's doing for Canadians with Canadian dollars. And I'm going to say at this point in time, Madam Speaker, we have seen repeated instances, this one being the most egregious that we've shown so far in this House of Commons, one where they tried to hide several times. This is very important for Canadians to understand we're doing our job. We're doing our job in holding the government to account here on its misuse of Canadian taxpayer dollars and its nepotism that it's giving to insiders and friends, and its non-delivery of real programs to Canadians. Canadians need a government that responds to their needs. This one's not responding to their needs. They're responding to the needs of their friends. Their friends are getting an excess return right now based on the fact that they see a government that has no accountability whatsoever. So while they're here, they'll just do the money printing press and put a bunch of dollars in their jeans. Canadians don't expect that. Canadians expect much better from this House. Canadians expect much better from the people that run this country. And I've heard my colleague across the way blame it on bureaucrats. Blame it on bureaucrats. Well, somewhere the buck has to stop. Now, this is the government that recently raised taxes on capital gains. More Canadians paying more money into the government so they can shovel more out unaccountably through the back door. And when it goes out badly, well, that's just the bureaucrats' mistake. That's not their problem, because they don't actually provide leadership in this realm. What we need to do is to ensure that we actually get some accountability and make sure that this is exposed and we actually put some procedures available so that this doesn't happen again. I've seen enough of this trying to shovel this under the rug. This is very important. Canadians have seen it. We've had a man brought to the bar in the House of Commons for the first time in almost a century.
And that is obviously an exception. So something exceptional happened here where one of these people who's very connected with this party did not provide, deemed he didn't have to provide the information available that should have been required at a parliamentary committee. So that committee chair stood up and said, "You are in contempt." And they brought him here to Parliament to answer to you, Madam Speaker, or the person who was in your chair at that point in time, acting as a judge, where he was compelled to give evidence. In that giving of evidence, he showed absolutely no shame. I took the money, I have the money, tough luck. It's the money of a bad government that has no checks and balances on making sure that Canadians' dollars are spent wisely and effectively in delivering programs for the benefit of Canadians. That did not happen here. It didn't happen here in an egregious sense. And therefore, we have to stand up as opposition and make sure we expose that for what it is. It's a gross oversight of this government, and they're trying to avoid accountability for it. Well, our job here is to make sure that they own it and they put procedures in place to say we're incompetent, yes, but we're not guilty of anything that we should go to jail for, or anybody should go to jail for that matter. We're just completely incompetent. As if we haven't already proven that over the last 9 years. You can't balance a budget. You can't deliver programs. You're government all about narrative and no execution whatsoever. You've lost the faith of Canadians. It's time to move on and get to a government that actually is accountable, provides transparency for Canadians, and actually shows respect for the dollars that Canadians contribute to the tax system here in Canada. That's not happening here, Madam Speaker, and it's a shame, and we hope to bring that to a head here and make sure this government has some mechanisms. We have some mechanisms in this House of Commons, and we're going to continue to use those mechanisms in order to hold this government to account. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, talk about extreme statements. And let me give you an example. This is how the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada inspired his Conservative caucus just last Sunday. And he said, referencing the price on pollution, or the carbon tax, carbon rebate, in particular the carbon tax. The Liberal government plans to increase the price would cause a nuclear winter for the economy. There would be a mass hunger and malnutrition with a high tax this high. Our seniors would have to turn the heat down to 14 or 13°C just to make it through the winter. So says the leader. This is the extreme mega right Conservative Party, the reformers, that want to try to paint this picture that Canada is broken. And you see these extreme positions. The member says, the Liberal friend. I don't even think this company had a Liberal Party membership. I had no idea. Just extreme, everything that they say. Why should Canadians believe the extreme right of the Conservative Party today, Madam Speaker? That's the question that I have for the member opposite. Stupid ideas.
Order. The Honourable Member Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the name calling and the vitriol. But I apologize that I've gotten under his skin one more time. It seems like it's a habit here, but I do think we need a government that's accountable, and that was the entire perspective of my speech. And I hope he listened to some of the words I said rather than just speak off his cheap little talking notes. I do think we need accountability in government, and he should stand for accountability in government. I know he tries to avoid that at every step here and cover up the mistakes his government continues to make. As I say, Madam Speaker, incompetence is as bad as being complicit in the crime that's been committed here. Thank you very much.
Une très brève question, the Honourable Member for Abitibi, l'Honourable Député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Calgary Centre, who always talks about these issues calmly The government has just eroded this country away. And once again, this government will create more debt for our country, which will have a negative impact on Canadians' lives and their confidence in government. It's the same in Quebec, and a lot of Quebecers want to go somewhere else than Canada. But here's a question. How do we make sure to change that we will change course? Will a Conservative government commit to strengthen the budget of the Office of the Auditor General? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
From the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. It's a good question. A Conservative colleague will soon be in government, and it's going to be a good thing. We will work in the general interest of everyone to make sure that Canadians' money is well spent and as well spent as possible. I am sure that he will work with us to make sure that these funds are wisely spent. Thank you very much. It is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to move to a vote. The question is as follows. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, presented on Friday, the 16th of February 2024, be concurred in.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader?
Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The
House will now continue with its routine proceedings. Motions.
Motion. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's many of us from Calgary, so I know it's difficult sometimes to figure out which part of the city we're from. So I have two petitions to quickly table today. The first one's from constituents I heard of over the summer, very concerned with the fact that the medical assistance in dying regime has not been banned entirely for those with mental health conditions. So they're calling on the Government of Canada to stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those with only mental illness as an underlying condition. That's the first one. And the second petition, again, is from my constituents over the summer, made it very clear to me, and they filled out this petition. They're asking for the House of Commons to call for non-confidence in the government and call for an election within the next 45 days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure that I table a petition again today in regards to health care. This petition's dealing with the important relationship with Canadians and the healthcare professionals, in particular our nurses of all forms, and they're asking both levels of government to take actions that are necessary in order to demonstrate that support. Everything from compensation to credentials being recognized. These are all very important issues, and they're asking governments of all levels to, in essence, work together and try to resolve some of these outstanding issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Waterloo had 4 minutes remaining in the debate. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to start by sharing that I did put my phone on airplane mode to make sure that if any interference comes in, hopefully it does not impact the interpreters. So I just wanted to put that on the record as we go through the process of ensuring that our interpreters can do the important work they do, but I am on airplane mode in hopes that there is no feedback. I appreciate that we are back on Bill C-71 and being able to have this conversation. I was on House duty all day yesterday and had the privilege of being part of the debate. And unfortunately, our time had come to an end, and I was looking forward to continuing the debate today. And having observed and listened to the emergency debate that took place last night, I was again impressed with the caliber of debate and discussion taking place in this House of Commons. And I appreciate, and it demonstrates that we are able to rise above and do important work. And so today, as I finish off my time, I wanted to just bring back in regards to Bill C-71 and the fact that this is legislation that has been introduced because the Ontario Superior Court of Justice had ruled that these individuals, also known as the Lost Canadians, are entitled to their citizenship. These are people who were always eligible for their citizenship, but under a previous Conservative government who advanced Bill C-37. And at that time, there was many members in this place. I was not one of them, but I did get to work closely with some of them who advised the Conservative government of the day that we could do better. This legislation, yes, is correcting some spaces and some issues, but there are people who will be left behind, and so let's just do it right. But no, that's not the Conservative way. We saw some of those tactics again this morning. It's either the Conservative way, helping Conservatives, and if you don't believe in the Conservative mentality or the Conservative mantra, then you're not Canadian enough. Well, breaking news, Conservatives. You don't get to determine, Conservatives do not get to determine who is and who is not a Canadian. The Canadian Charter and Rights and Freedoms protects our rights and freedoms. People sacrifice their lives for us to be able to have these rights and freedoms, and with rights and freedoms come responsibilities. And as the Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruled that Bill C-37 that Prime Minister Harper and the Conservative government of that day passed was unconstitutional. And the Superior Court of Justice named primarily mobility rights, as people have the right to come and go. Those are rights and freedoms that are protected within our country. And equality rights, namely precisely women's rights. And I'm not going to go through the rabbit hole of why Conservatives don't support women and the fact that they constantly are trying to threaten a woman's right to choose and all these battles we've already had. And, you know, I was hoping not to get the commentary from the other side, but here it comes. I will just stay focused on the fact that this legislation is supported by majority members in the House. Conservatives did actually sponsor a Senate public bill along the lines of this. Members of this place did expand the scope of it, so now Conservatives don't want to see that Senate public bill come to third reading, but this is government legislation. We actually could advance this, send it to committee, let's discuss the amendments, let's get it right. The last thing I have to say real quick is 50 years ago on this day, my father actually became a permanent resident of Canada. So today is September 17th. It's a big day, and I just want to remind my father, Gurminder Singh Chagar, that I love him, and I'm really happy that he chose Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a concern with Bill C-71, and it has to do with the measure that allows a Canadian citizen to have their children be Canadian citizens if they weren't born in the country, and even their children in perpetuity. So what happens is you've got all these people that then don't live in Canada and are Canadian citizens. And in Elections Canada, they allow each person that's a Canadian citizen that lives outside the country to choose on their honor system where they want their vote to count. And this is where, when we can't identify how many people this could affect, elections sometimes get won by maybe 100 votes or less. And so how is the government planning to address this part to make sure that we maintain our democratic purity? Thank you.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just say, first of all, anybody who's actually paying attention to the debate and reading the legislation, that there is a substantial connection test to ensure that people do have strong ties to Canada. But I would just like to take an opportunity and actually just do a public service announcement, because you just had a Conservative member of Parliament stand up being concerned that Canadians might exercise their right to vote. The Conservative history has always been to suppress the vote. If they can give Canadians a reason to stay home and not vote, They know they'll do well in the polls. And Prime Minister Harper had 2 minority governments, and then Canadians trusted him with the majority, and Canadians quickly learned what Conservatives will do with power. They will abuse it time and time again. Canadians, these people, have the right, as the Ontario Superior Court of Justice has ruled, they are Canadians, they should be Canadians, and we should encourage them to advance Canadian values, to participate in the democratic process. Nobody, especially the Conservatives, should be scared of a Canadian exercising their rights and freedoms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that according to the Ontario Superior Court, we needed to amend the Citizenship Act. That put pressure on the federal government. This is a matter of citizenship, however, that was debated in this House more than 15 years ago. This is something that affects Canadians who may be up to 80 years old. Why wait for a court decision rather than over the past 9 years show leadership on the issue? Because, of course, this doesn't just apply to the current Prime Minister, it also applies to the Harper government and preceding governments. This has been an issue for decades. Why wait for the court's decision?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, je suis d'accord.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree. We want governments to move things forward. And I've been listening to several speeches, and I'm very proud that the Bloc Québécois sees that this is a matter of our citizenship, and we all need to work together. It's simple, and if there are amendments that the Conservatives or others wish to propose, we can work on that at committee, but now we should vote. Yes, it's taken a great deal of time, but things do happen. I have been working with various members, for example, the member for Kitchener-Waterloo. And now we received a decision of the court. We need to do the work. It's the right thing to do. We need to all work together. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much as well to my colleague for her speech. And congratulations to her dad in making the choice in coming to Canada and establishing Canada as his family home. To the question around the Lost Canadian Bill. Interestingly, yesterday, after the debate in this House, we went to committee. And then at the committee, there was a similar motion that was moved to call for the committee to support that Bill C-71 have been deemed read through all the procedures, second reading, and be referred to the committee immediately. The Conservatives moved an amendment to that motion, and the amendment was to have the Bill C-71, be referred to the committee after the next election. And I think that really just indicates clearly how the Conservatives intend to filibuster the opportunity for Canadians to restore their constitutional rights. So I'd like to ask the member's comment. What does she think of that? What does that indicate about the Conservatives' intention in really thumbing their nose at the Superior Court decision?
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for her comments and her question. I also just want to thank her for the work that she's done on this file. And it's been a long time coming, and so I think it's important that when we can advance important legislation that we do it. I do not want to consume much time trying to think about what the Conservatives think about, because every single time I think about this Conservative Party, and regardless of their leader, I do feel like my rights and freedoms are being threatened. They talk about freedoms, but they only want them for the people who agree with them. That's part of why I ran in 2015. So I really hope Canadians are watching. I get that it's been a challenging time in the country, a challenging time in the world. I get that people might feel disengaged. But that's a strategic tactic by the Conservatives. What's important is that Canadians remember that we have the right to participate, we have a responsibility to participate, and we want to engage you. As a member of Parliament for the riding of Waterloo, I'm so proud when I hear from a diversity of constituents. I want you to let me know when you agree, but I also want you to challenge me and this government to do more and to do better. And I know by working together we can get it right. I respect the courts. Unfortunately, the Conservatives do not. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to congratulate the members, my colleagues and friends, Father, for making a wonderful decision. Canada has benefited greatly by that particular decision to come and make Canada their home as a family. I wanted to pick up because as the minister responsible for the House at one point, the member is very much familiar with procedures. And yesterday my concern was that the only way in which we're going to actually get this bill to committee would appear is if we use time allocation. And I'm wondering if my friend can just provide her thoughts in terms of looking for an opposition party to assist in trying to advance this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
You know, I really do. I would thank the member for his question, and I really enjoy and have a lot of regard and respect for this place. I really hope it doesn't have to come down to having to use these kind of tools, because what we're hearing is the Conservatives want to propose amendments. They've even tried to suggest them on the floor of the Commons to see if others might want to entertain. They've received all parties saying yes. Let's go to committee, let's debate those amendments. So it seems like there's a willingness. The Bloc seems to be able to support this, to see it go to committee and to see what needs to happen to improve it. Otherwise, the Bloc has been clear. This is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of citizenship, Canadian values, something we should all hold near and dear to our hearts. The NDP has been very clear. They have actually tried to advance a motion so that we could pass it at all stages, or even just to get it to committee, and they've been doing that work in this House as well as committee. So I would just say to the member that I think the majority of members want to see this advance. Canadians should observe who is abusing the public purse. They are being paid by the public purse, but they don't want to do the work. All more.
So we have time for a brief question. The Honourable for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It'll be a quick comment to the member. I just want to remind the member, when the original first-generation limit was introduced in Canada, C-37, all parties, including the Liberal Party of Canada, the NDP, the Bloc, and the Conservatives, unanimously voted twice on it on February 7th, 2008, and on February 15th, 2008. Australia, the United Kingdom, and America both have similar types of legislation that offer a first-generation limit. A reminder, in the Superior Court decision in Bjorkquist, the reasons that it was found charter non-compliant is because the government was found to have committed in administrative cases involving Section 5 grants of citizenship 50% error rate. It is their fault it was found charter non-compliant.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I think I've been quite forthright in saying this is about Canadian citizenship. We can all work together to ensure that we are protecting Canadian citizenship. But look at the Conservative approach. Right away, the fingers come out. It's a pointing game. It's somebody's problem. That member might have been here or might not have been here. What he doesn't realize, my grandfather came to this country. I'm born and raised in this country, and I have a lot of regard for this place and our rights and freedoms. So even though I was not elected at that time, and as he tries to yell over me like they do over women all the time, and perhaps if a man had suggested the motion, they would have accepted it, but God forbid a woman does. But at that time, Prime Minister Harper was very clear. He basically said to all members in this place, if you don't support this, nothing will happen. So that was what Prime Minister Harper said. That was the Conservative way then. It remains the Conservative way now. Canadians should be watching. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to rise today on Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. I will be splitting my time with the most honourable member from Durham. Broken immigration policy, dangerous loopholes. Somewhere between abject incompetence or willful malice, these 5 words summarize this reckless bill. It tragically adds to an already reckless NDP Liberal immigration policy that destroys lives and breaks apart the cohesion of Canada. It proposes granting citizenship to individuals born abroad with at least one Canadian parent who has spent 1,095 days in Canada without requiring those days to be consecutive or ensuring basic criminal record checks. The Liberals have failed to disclose how many people will gain citizenship under the legislation or how they plan on tackling the existing immigration backlog with the extra pressure that C-71 creates. Under this Prime Minister, our immigration system has become a revolving door for exploitation. Criminals and con artists take advantage, while hardworking Canadians and newcomers pay the price. Over these past 9 years, it's remarkable how badly this Prime Minister has failed Canadians and newcomers. How did we get here? The answer, regrettably, is ignorance. These NDP Liberals have always believed they know best, arrogantly so, even when the facts tell a different story. To understand the damage, let's look at their inheritance in 2015. In 2015, we were the envy of the world, a balanced budget, a roaring economy, an expanding middle class, low crime, the most successful immigration policy in the world. Housing was affordable. When our common sense conservative leader was Minister of Housing, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment was $1,172. Today, doubled. This wasn't by accident. It was intentional. It took hard work by a conservative government that cared about the prosperity of all Canadians, that cared about ensuring that newcomers succeeded. Our immigration system was structured to ensure newcomers contributed to our economy, and that by working hard and playing by the rules, the Canadian dream was theirs to realize. That promise is now broken. NDP Liberals ignored the principle of Chesterton's fence. That is, never tear down a fence until you understand why it was put up in the first place. Within 18 months, they tore down each fence put in place to protect our system. They increased the number of temporary foreign workers while scrapping measures to ensure Canadians have the first opportunity for jobs. They watered down language and citizenship knowledge requirements, exempting anyone under 18 and everyone over 54. And they arbitrarily ramped up permanent resident targets to 300,000 a year without considering the impact on everyone's housing needs. Today, housing prices have doubled. International students are packed into inhumane conditions, at times 8 people to a small apartment, or worse, homeless under bridges. Suicides are rampant. Housing builds haven't kept pace with population growth. Last year alone, over 1.2 million people were added to the population, while Canada only built a third of the housing needed for those people to live. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation reports that we need 5.8 million new homes to restore affordability. But we're building fewer homes than we did in the 1970s, with housing starts on the decline. Nobody believes the government's so-called targets. Hundreds of thousands of human beings are paying the price. Instead of firing those responsible, the Prime Minister rewards them. The same person who lost track of 1 million people as Minister of Immigration is now in charge of fixing the housing hell he helped create. The rule of law has been shattered, Madam Speaker. Since 2015, violent crime has surged by 50%, and reports this summer revealed that the NDP Liberal government has granted both citizenship and student visas to known terrorists. Take Ahmed El-Didi, who slipped by 2 national security screenings before being rewarded citizenship in May. This guy appeared in an ISIS terror snuff video, cutting a victim into pieces in 2015. Only at the 11th hour, with Allied intervention, were the RCMP tipped off to his attempt to conduct an ISIS terror attack on Canadian soil. And what did our Minister of Public Safety have to say? This is the way the investigative and national security system should work. No, it is not. And then we learned that another terrorist, Mohammed Shahzeb Khan, was awarded a student visa. Khan was plotting what he called the largest attack on U.S. soil since 9/11, planning a large-scale attack on Jews in Brooklyn. And this isn't just limited to 2 cases, Madam Speaker. Communities across our country are subject to attacks and crime in their places of worship, their schools, their businesses, and their homes. Almost daily here at home, mobs are on the march, threatening individual dignity and freedom.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Waterloo.
I regret to have to interrupt, and I do miss the member being closer but a little bit further, but I'm glad to see him. Welcome back. I would just like to say this is a really important conversation on citizenship, and I recognize the member wants to talk about immigration. I waited patiently to hope that he would come back to it, but I really believe that we need to debate Bill C-71 and we need to stay focused on the topic. So I would actually challenge on relevance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, and I hear other members trying to speak over the honourable member that is speaking. I would ask them to hold off. So as the honourable member knows, there is some latitude when individuals are making speeches. The matter that's before the House does talk about immigration, but it is specific to a certain degree, but I'm sure that the honourable member will bring it back to that, and I would return the discussion to the debate to him. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the commercial break. Almost daily here at home, mobs are on the march, threatening individual dignity and freedom. How are Canadians supposed to trust NDP Liberals with our safety, our national security? How are newcomers wanting to work hard and raise a family here supposed to have faith in this incompetent government's immigration policy? The Canadian dream is broken. Skilled immigrants who came here in search of a better life are stuck in low-wage jobs, unable to work in their trained professions because of bureaucratic red tape. Want a doctor? Call an Uber. Medical professionals are being denied from serving backed-up patients. 10 million Canadians will soon be without access to primary care, and the caregivers they need are ironically a 2-minute wait away. StatsCan recently found that 15% of immigrants leave Canada within 20 years of arrival, many because they cannot find jobs in their trained professions. International students are exploited by diploma mill colleges, sold fake degrees and false promises of employment, residency, and citizenship. Desperate people turn to fraudulent claims of refuge, knowing NDP Liberals loosened the very restrictions that protects Canadians. For what? How many destroyed lives do we need to be sacrificed at the altar of this horrific incompetence or actual malice? In some ways, they know exactly what they're doing, Madam Speaker. They've used the chaos of their own broken immigration system to their partisan advantage, turning a blind eye to international students bussed in to vote in Liberal nominations like they did in Don Valley North. And when criticized, they clutch their pearls and decry racism. Shame on them. What's racist is pitting refugee against refugee, pitting one group against another, shilling up desperate people for cheap jobs to cow out of corporate interests, pandering to mobs that do not share universal values, and obsessively trafficking in racial identity rather than individual dignity. Madam Speaker, Canadians at home are not surprised by the broken state of our immigration system under the NDP Liberals. They're devastated by the division they now bear witness to after 9 years of this abuse. After 9 long years of this nonsense, every Canadian knows the reality. Housing is broken, the rule of law broken, citizenship broken, the Canadian dream broken. Canadians who've worked hard their entire lives are watching their country be torn apart, while new Canadians who came here with hope are discovering the dream they were promised has gone up in smoke. Families are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Newcomers are denied their potential, while terrorists are given the welcome mat. It wasn't like this before 9 years of this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after he's gone. Canada is one of the oldest democracies on planet Earth. We're not some post-national project. We are a promise, and ours is a promise to keep. Amid the gathering darkness of broken immigration, broken dreams of common citizenship, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder roam across our streets. We will restore the promise. We will be the light. Ours is a country where it doesn't matter what your name is or where you come from, but what you can do. A land where if you work hard and play by the rules, you can earn a good living, raise a family, and own a home. Where with freedom comes a responsibility to uphold those freedoms for all. Where our freedoms find expression through the rule of law and a democracy to shape those very laws. Ours is a promise to keep for Canadians and newcomers alike, and we will never give in, never back down, never surrender to the forces that would break us. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the fact that you did try to remind me and the member why we're here, and the fact that the member did actually not talk about Canadian citizenship. I think it's important for us to come back to Bill C-71 and to understand that under the amendments under Prime Minister Stephen Harper and his government, there was Canadians. So you're a Canadian serving in the Canadian Forces. You have a baby on a Canadian Forces base abroad. That child, who's born to a Canadian serving in the Canadian Forces, had their citizenship stripped from them. How is that child not a Canadian when their parent is serving in the Canadian Forces, a proud Canadian? So I really think we need to come back to this story, this legislation. I recognize and hear the concerns that the members raising on other matters. We should discuss and debate them. They spent the morning talking about some concurrence motion. I'm sure they'll do it again tomorrow. But right now, let's debate C-71. Let's get our points on the record, and then let's get the vote so that we can get it to committee and get this legislation either passed or not. Members can vote. Thank you.
Calgary Heritage.
The honourable member in her previous interventions had described a situation where her family had come from abroad. Her grandparents had come abroad. My family also came abroad in the late 1960s. The glorious thing about Canada is the diversity of ideas we have. To many people across the way, for NDP Liberals, they think of diversity as multicolored perspectives of the same ideological disposition. In a Canada that is prosperous and free, we value freedom of debate. We value the freedom that every Canadian of every background can stand in this chamber and speak with strength to the issue of our citizenship and our immigration. Our citizenship is what unites us. Our democracy and the rule of law is at the core of who we are. And it is this tradition that my constituents have advised me to uphold in the chamber today on this debate.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to this speech and I wonder if the member actually realizes under Bill C-71, what we're talking about is restoring the rights of Canadians that was taken away unconstitutionally by the Conservatives 15 years ago. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about Canadians having lost that right, and the courts have said it is a violation of their charter rights and mobility rights. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the member understands that.
Honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
My understanding is that this was a debate that was unanimously agreed to in this chamber. What our issue is with the performative announcements that the NDP Liberals make when it comes to our immigration plans. Without ever having a plan to deal with an overburdened immigration system, they once again present performative ideas as to how they're going to meet their targets. Thank you very much.
I do want to remind members, these are passionate discussions, and I understand that, but I also want to remind members that there are rules within the House, and when someone else has the floor, we shouldn't be interrupting them. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for... Oh, just a second. No, the honourable member has to be in his seat. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Contrary to the false impression that the member tried to get on the record, Canada is not broken. Canada is, in fact, Madam Speaker, the best country in the world to live and call home. That is the reality. Only the conservative mentality and that far-right MAGA element goes around to the country to give the false impression that Canada is broken. My question to the member is, the Conservative Party of Canada continues to play a destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. They don't want nothing to pass. My question specifically is, why will they not allow this legislation at least to go to committee, given there was a Superior Court of Ontario that said that the law is unconstitutional? It has to change.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage, a brief answer, please.
The inheritance these NDP Liberals had when they arrived in office was an envy of the world. Across the left and the right, our immigration policy was the envy of the world. Around the world, people looked at how Canada had managed its immigration levels, its housing, its health, and its economy. This is an issue in which these NDP Liberals, over 9 years, have sown wanton division across our country, irresponsible government, which is a mixture of absolute ignorance or willful malice. I think it's somewhere between both.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House today to oppose Bill C-71, and I do so wanting to recognize the context that our country finds itself in right now. We have too high immigration levels. We are now approaching an average of 1.5 million people coming into the country per year. And the reason we know that's too high is because population growth is now outpacing the job market, it's outpacing the housing market, it's also outpacing investment in social services like hospitals, schools, and childcare facilities. The quality of life for the average Canadian is in decline because of the stress being placed on our local economies and on public services. And this is a sentiment held not just by people who may have been in Canada for many generations, but also by people who are immigrants themselves, children of immigrants, grandchildren of immigrants. So when we review Bill C-71, the ultimate question I think we need to ask ourselves is this a logical, reasonable, common sense approach to citizenship and immigration, or is this a continuation of an approach that has been in place for years now that is actually harming the quality of life for all people in the country, regardless of their backgrounds? To advance a common sense approach to immigration, I would put forward a three-part standard that we can evaluate Bill C-71 against. The first question that any person would ask is how many people? How many people would be entering the country under Bill C-71? It is a very reasonable question, one that I imagine any Canadian would ask, and would be imperative for the government advancing this legislation to have an answer to. Unfortunately, we have tried our best to get specific numbers from the Liberal government on this legislation, and we have not gotten that number. We do not know how many more people would be entering the country under Bill C-71. And given the existing constraints we have, that is a very important question for the people of Canada to have an answer to. The second part of this test, as my colleague from Calgary Heritage mentioned, would be criminal background checks. Any Canadian, whether you just got here or you've been here for a long time, would say it is common sense to do criminal background checks on who enters the country. It should be a no-brainer for anyone to agree to. And yet, we have been advocating for the provision of mandatory criminal background checks in Bill C-71 without the support from the Liberal government or their allies in the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. We are asking very clearly, why not do proper vetting before granting citizenship to people who do not live in this country and are only being granted citizenship through a weak and watered-down substantial connection test? So the question becomes, why would anyone be surprised by this? We have seen example after example of the Liberal government not prioritizing criminal background checks in existing immigration policy. We've seen examples just this summer of the Liberal government admitting into the country someone who's an alleged ISIS terrorist, granting that person citizenship while he plotted a terrorist attack on Toronto, the biggest city in the country. We've seen an example of this Liberal government granting a student visa in another incident to someone who planned a terrorist attack on New York City. It is on brand for the Liberal government to not be concerned about criminal background checks, and this is yet another instance of where Bill C-71 fails to meet a common sense standard for appropriate immigration and citizenship policy. And the last point I will make in terms of this standard is economic impact. We have asked for a mandatory, comprehensive economic impact assessment so that the Liberal government would share with the people of Canada what is the impact of admitting even more people, adding to population growth into the country. What would the impact be through Bill C-71 on our hospitals, on our schools, on our childcare facilities? What would the impact be on young Canadians who aspire to own a home and are pessimistic about whether that dream will ever come true because we are not building enough houses, but we are adding more people? What would happen to the job market, where we're seeing increases in employment, but especially youth employment? Would contributing more people to the country have a negative effect on our young people's ability to get a job and start their careers? This is what a common sense approach to immigration and citizenship would be seeking to answer. And yet, with Bill C-71, we are very, very far from getting answers to these questions. Now, many people hearing my words today may have some questions of their own, which is, how did we get to this point? How did we get to a point where a Liberal government can advance legislation that so clearly does not respond to the context that our country is living in? How did we get to a point where you can walk into the House of Commons and have legislation put in front of you that does not address the specific concerns that many Canadians of all backgrounds have about our current immigration levels? And that is fundamentally the result of what has been a concerted effort to stifle debate and criticism of immigration policy in this country. For a long time now, daring to ask a question about how immigration policy affects Canada, daring to criticize the Liberal status quo on immigration, has gotten you smeared, labeled, name-called, fingers pointing in your face, people questioning whether you have compassion or concern for people of all sorts of different backgrounds and cultures. The reality is that they can finger point all they want. They can do all the name-calling they want. They can do all the smearing they like. The reality is that we have a very specific purpose when we enter this House of Commons, which is to ask the fundamental question of what is best for Canada. In order to apply that lens to Bill C-71, we would need those three critical pieces of information. Number one, how many people are entering the country? Number two, are there appropriate vetting mechanisms in place and background checks? And number three, what is the impact that increasing the population even further will have on our economy? By not answering these questions, I have a very hard time understanding how any member in this House can say that this legislation is complete and deserving of a vote. In my view, this has failed every single measure of a logical, reasonable, common sense immigration and citizenship standard, and that is why we must oppose it. Lastly, what I will say is this: whether it's immigration policy, housing, citizenship, whatever it might be, it is imperative that we put the Canadian people first. And I do believe that this is a window into how that is not being met. Every time we vote in here, every time we come in here and debate a matter of legislation or policy, we should have at the top of mind the Canadian taxpayer, the Canadian who voted for us to be here, to represent our local communities and represent our interests. The immigration status quo in this country is not doing what's best for Canada. And I believe with this legislation, we're seeing a very clear example of that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this will be the second consecutive Conservative that has spoken in regards to the immigration system as a whole and tries to give glorification to Stephen Harper, who was a disaster on immigration. What they are glorifying is the fact that Stephen Harper, for example, cancelled the sponsoring of parents and grandparents. They had literally deleted hundreds of thousands of people that were under the process of becoming permanent residents. You want to talk about cold immigration policies, go back to the Conservative years. What's important is the mixture of immigrants that are coming for permanent residence. We have annual targets that are set. That annual target is going to be coming out again. You will find, Madam Speaker, that there is a great
benefit through immigration to Canada. The Conservatives of late are trying to give the impression that it's an us versus them. We should be proud of the diversity. Look at the immigration programs.
Sorry, I do have to allow for other questions. The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, this is exactly what I'm talking about. We have Canadians of all backgrounds concerned about the high immigration levels, the fact that population growth has outpaced jobs, housing, social services, and once again the Liberals go back to their old and tired playbook of trying to point fingers, smear, accuse you of not caring about people. I hear from my constituents all the time. Constituents from all different racial, cultural, religious backgrounds, and they are concerned about the strain that population growth is having on our quality of life, and that is why it is important that we ask serious questions about Bill C-71. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What's become clear from the Conservative side is this. They're refusing to acknowledge that what Bill C-71 does is to restore the rights of Canadians that was taken away from them unconstitutionally 15 years ago by the Conservatives. That's what we're talking about. These are not immigrants. They are Canadians. They were deemed to be a lower class Canadians by the Conservatives. And then they keep saying that the NDP and the Liberals voted with them on Bill C-37 15 years ago. Do you know why, Madam Speaker? Because Stephen Harper, the Conservative at that time, put out an edict and said if the bill was not passed unanimously, it would mean that none of the war veterans, the war brides, would go to their graves without their citizenship, and that was wrong. So I wonder if the Conservatives will just take a moment to understand that history and understand by voting against Bill C-71, they're denying once again Canadians the right to citizenship unconstitutionally.
The honourable member for Durham.
Well, once again, you can make all the arguments you want in favor of Bill C-71, but why aren't any of our questions being answered? How many people, where are the criminal background checks, and why can't we do an economic impact assessment? Put it forward as part of your legislation, but at least have the respect, have the decency to tell the Canadian people what impact their policies are going to have on our country and on our communities. At least respect the Canadian people enough to give them that information.
Order. I want to remind members if they have other questions, they should wait till the appropriate time. So questions and comments, we have time for a brief one. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
That is an outrageous response because the member is talking about the very Canadians who's been denying their rights as though they're not Canadians. Madam Speaker, they're only not having their Canadian citizenship because of an unconstitutional law created by the Conservatives. Will the member actually recognize second-generation born abroad family members are in fact Canadians as it has been recognized by the courts?
That's right. Honourable member for Durham, a brief a brief answer.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to recognize that the NDP Liberals are advancing a watered-down and weak substantial connection test in Bill C-71, and that is how they're rationalizing the continued population growth in our country, despite the fact that Canadians of all backgrounds believe immigration levels are too high, the influx of people into Canada is too high, and it's putting a constraint on our economy and on our social services. Why don't they do what's best for Canada and stop being obsessed with making life harder for everyone in our country? Thank you.
Order. I just want to remind members again, if they have other questions and comments, to please wait till the appropriate time to do that, as opposed to trying to participate while someone else has the floor. We are now at statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, it's Fall Fair season in Kitchener-Conestoga. Our community always looks forward to the Wellesley Fall Fair, the New Hamburg Fall Fair, and the upcoming Wellesley Apple Butter and Cheese Festival. These fairs bring us a sense of nostalgia, connecting us with our roots and the values of hard work and community that have defined Canadians for generations. Fairs help build connections between urban and rural communities, bridging the gap between farm and city. By showcasing the hard work and dedication of our farmers, they raise awareness about the importance of agriculture and inspire the next generation of farmers. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the volunteers, boards, sponsors, and agricultural societies for your dedication and your support. Your efforts make these events possible and bring smiles to community members of all ages. I'll be joining friends in flipping pancakes at the Wellesley Apple Butter and Cheese Festival on Saturday, September 28th. I hope to see you there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of a buzz, so I would just ask members to please keep their voices down or go have the conversations on the outside so that individuals can have their statements heard.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lisée, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, last weekend, roughly 200 people gathered for the funding event for the golfing event of Sainte Blanchette. Mario Leblanc, prefect, and others, as well as the provincial member and myself, accepted the honorary co-presidency of this campaign that raised some $400,000 thanks to the generosity of our community. This campaign would not have been possible without the commitment from our volunteers and the team. This club also has a snowmobile association and other activities. We're very proud of this event. It is so important for our community and this club. When we all work together in the same direction, we can accomplish great things. Long live this golf club. Thank you.
The honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington.
On Sunday, millions of Canadians participated in the 44th annual Terry Fox Run. In Oakville, we were joined by retired police officer Blair Vintner, who was driving the police car in the iconic black and white photo of Terry running into Oakville, taken by Peter Martin in 1980. We celebrated 44 years of hope in Oakville by welcoming almost 2,000 people and raising over $180,000 so far. Kim Shikazy participated in his 44th Terry Fox Run. Now an adult, Lisa Moody walked on her artificial leg, having survived the same cancer Terry had when she was just a young girl. For 15 years, Team Darryl has been our top fundraising team, raising over $22,000 again this year. And Unifor Local 707 came out in force for its first Oakville Terry Fox Run. Thank you to all the volunteers, donors, and participants for keeping Terry's legacy alive and ensuring we continue to realize Terry's dream of a world without cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouat, Talibasque. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of a great patriot, Michel Dompierre, who sadly passed away on August 28th at the age of 78. A great photographer, Michel immortalized the magnificent landscapes of the lower St. Lawrence region for over 45 years. On foot or by bike, from Montjoly to Matapidia, nothing escaped the camera of this great artist. Through his lens, he became a symbol of Quebec's deep attachment to their regions and their nation. He showed the world the beauty of Eastern Quebec, and for that we are all very grateful and proud. In fact, his final gift was to bequeath his treasure trove of over 15,000 works to the Library and National Archives of Quebec, wonderfully enriching our regional Quebec cultural heritage. Adieu, Michel Dompierre, and thank you for everything. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be part of a government that understands the importance of supporting our tourism businesses and is taking action. Again this summer, in my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, soon to be Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Naperville, I was able to see just how much the federal government support is making a difference, enabling businesses like Parc Safari and Heritage St. Bernard to improve their service offering and attract a wider and more diversified clientele from outside the region, the province, and even the country. I would also like to highlight the excellent work of Parc Safari and Heritage St. Bernard, these teams, the two most important tourist attractions in the Monterrey region. Through their initiatives, know-how, and commitment, they help us to shine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberal, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up. Time is up, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are now working harder and longer to bring home less, if they can afford a home at all. Their purchasing power is shot, and many live in fear of crime and chaos. Our country, Mr. Speaker, was built on the backs of the early riser, the factory workers, soldiers, nurses, bakers, servers, and night shift workers that drive Main Street through their diligent hard work. It is their tax dollars earned through blood, sweat, and tears that pays for this government's out-of-control spending. But there is hope on the horizon, Mr. Speaker, a Canada where hard work is rewarded, where there's affordable food and housing in a safe neighborhood, where everyone gets a fair shot at a good life. Mr. Speaker, a common-sense Conservative government will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Yay! Bravo! The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the passing of my good friend Alan Andrews, also known as the Hockey Prof. As the founder of Andrews Hockey Growth Programs, Alan has impacted the lives of countless athletes around the world. Generations have benefited from his wisdom both on and off the ice and through his mentoring. His innovative curriculum has been emulated across the country and beyond. It was his unique combination of commitment to professional hockey development and personal human development that made Andrews Hockey Growth Program successful. Numerous NHL players benefit from the program, including Sidney Crosby, Nathan McKinnon, Brad Richards, and Adam McQuaid, to name a few. His many accomplishments earned him the Order of Canada in 2017, and he was later inducted in the PEI Sports Hall of Fame. I'd like to extend my condolences to his wife, Lois, and family for their loss of Alan, and thank Alan for his immeasurable contribution to the sport of hockey and personal development of many young, inspiring athletes. We will continue to dream big, Al.
The honourable member from Willowdale.
I rise today to commemorate Mahsa Jina Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish-Iranian woman who was tragically killed by the Iranian regime 2 years ago. Mahsa's tragic death lit a fire of resistance across Iran and galvanized support around the world. Let me assure you that the torch of opposing gender apartheid continues to shine bright within Iran. As on other occasions in the last 2 years, large demonstrations in support of the Women Life Freedom movement took place across Canada in the last few days. I'm proud to state that more than any other country, our government has listened to the demands of protesters. Canada has revised a variety of policies to support courageous Iranians in their just cause. But our work is not done. We need to continue to support the democratic aspirations of the courageous people of Iran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Toronto, St. Paul's.
Thank you to the great people of Toronto St. Paul's for putting your trust in me and standing up to be counted. Thank you to my daughters, Leah and Charlotte, for your support in making my life easy. Special thanks to my campaign team led by the Amanda Philp, with Sadaf Rastami, Harrison Rotman, and a nationwide list of volunteers. Finally, without the encouragement of my partner Andrea, none of this would have been possible. We have shown what is possible. Toronto St. Paul's is just the beginning of Canadians choosing common sense. After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Canadians know this Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Canadians know the NDP leader is in it for his pension, while Canadians pay the price of the costly NDP Liberal policies. Only common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
I'm going to ask all honourable members, please, while members are making their very special Standing Order 31 statements, that we do not interrupt them. They use this for an opportunity to reach the people in their own homes, and I know everyone will want to extend this courtesy to each other. The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, today we join millions around the world in celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Moon Festival or Mooncake Festival. Not only is it an important celebration in Chinese culture, but similar celebrations are held by Korean, Japanese, Vietnamese, and other Asian communities. This special day brings together family and friends. Thousands of people in Scarborough Agincourt will be celebrating by lighting beautiful lanterns and sharing delicious mooncakes, which symbolize unity, gratitude, and prosperity. I can confirm that our local retailers are always well stocked to meet the demand. Come support our local businesses. I wish everyone a joyful and peaceful Mid-Autumn Festival. 中秋节快乐，月圆中秋平安健康。Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers are still wondering what the Bloc is for. It's Bloc that has propped up this Liberal Prime Minister for more than 200 votes. It is the most centralizing government in our history. There's no interest in the Bloc or the Quebecers giving them a blank check. The Prime Minister says one thing, Bloc says one thing rather and does another. They keep propping up this Liberal Prime Minister, and this coalition voted to add 100,000 new public servants, more spending than ever, more public servants than ever, more scandals than ever. With Quebec's money, our money. Who does the Bloc serve? The Liberal Prime Minister. And what does the Bloc serve? Unfortunately, not Quebecers. The only party that can defend Quebecers is the Conservative Party of Canada, the Common Sense Party.
The honourable member from Lakeland.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. The NDP leader claimed he'd be an opposition voice, but promptly hooked up to help the Liberal Prime Minister hike taxes, food costs, double housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in once safe Canadian streets. That's the definition of a sellout of workers, voters, and communities everywhere. Their own policies make it so Canadians can't afford to house, heat, feed, and drive themselves. So the truth is that NDP sellout supported the Liberal Prime Minister every way and every day to hike carbon taxes by 300% all the way up to 61 cents a litre. The NDP Liberal carbon tax vandalizes small businesses and charities. In Lakeland, the Two Hills Ag Society is just one example, a non-profit forced to pay over $18,000 in just 6 months on top of the cost of power. The choice is clear. The NDP Liberal Bloc coalition who tax your food, punish your work, take your money, hike your rent, risk your homes, or common sense Conservatives that'll axe the tax bill, the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. So Canadians need a carbon tax election now.
Yeah. None ahead.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate and honour the life of Mathieu Miljour, a man who touched the hearts of all who knew him. A former president and general manager of the Vaudreuil-Soulanges Chamber of Commerce, Mathieu worked tirelessly to support local entrepreneurs and foster growth, collaboration, and opportunity. His warmth and sincerity made people feel seen and appreciated, both in his personal and professional life. His love for our community was second only to his love for his friends and family, especially his 2 children. Although his time with us was far too short, his impact was enormous. In his memory, let us think of the joy, kindness, and passion he brought to the world. Rest in peace, our dear friend Mathieu.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Elmwood Transcona have spoken. And they saw right through the phony working class cosplay of the Conservatives and elected Leela Dance, a strong new Democrat who stands up for workers and their families. Because Conservatives are no friends of workers. Their leader can borrow a hard hat and pretend like he's in it for the working class, but he's never spent a second when they needed it most on the picket lines. In fact, Conservatives voted 8 times against anti-scab legislation to help out the big bosses. They'll always cut deep and backstab fast, leaving workers behind. But the people of Elmwood Transcona, they chose hope and Leela Dance and the NDP over Conservative fears and cuts. To the big bosses and the CEOs, your time is up because it's the people's time.
Order. Order. Colleagues, j'aimerais que tout le monde...
I would like everyone to continue their discussions elsewhere during statements by members. It's important for members to present their statements, and everyone should leave the person take the floor. The honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. The actress Marilyn Castingon-Gay did us proud at the Gémeaux Awards last Sunday. We've already known her for her various talents in a wide variety of roles, alongside some of the biggest names in theatre, film, and series. Now she's part of the prestigious club of great Quebec actresses, winning the Best Award for lead actress in a drama series for her illustrious character of Huguette Delisle, a high-caliber housewife and criminal in the popular Quebec series C'est comme ça que je t'aime. What an actress and what a talented woman. Bravo, Marlene. And she's also from Marsouin. Bravo, yes, she is from Île-aux-Coudres. Forgive my pride, but in my region, like all of Quebec, is very proud of Marilyn Castonguay. Congratulations to my little cousin from the Garcette line of Cap à la Branche. We are all so proud of you.
Order. The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Conflict of Interest Carbon Tax Carney has officially joined the corrupt Liberal government as the de facto finance minister, here to ram the Davos agenda down the throats of Canadians. This global elite jet sets around the world, claiming the carbon tax scam is a global example that no one should be exempt from, including Atlantic Canadians. He sits on boards of multinational corporations with interests for foreign oil, for foreign governments, opposing Canada's good, clean, responsible oil and gas. The Prime Minister has shielded him from Canadian disclosure laws by making him an advisor instead of replacing this lame duck finance minister. Carbon Tax Carney is here for Carbon Tax Carney, here for all the power and money and none of the accountability. He could care less about Canadians who can't afford to feed, heat, or house themselves. Common sense Conservatives are calling on the Prime Minister to force Carbon Tax Carney to be sworn in as a public office holder, so he has to follow Canada's conflict of interest laws. Time to come clean. Conflict of interest, Carbon Tax Carney.
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, on September 17, 1999, Donald Marshall Jr. stood victorious in his case that affirmed the Mi'kmaq had a treaty right to sell fish according to the terms of the peace and friendship treaties. This historic case changed the economic future for the Mi'kmaq. Not only could treaties be used to survive, but now they were able to thrive. Thousands of Mi'kmaq jobs have been created within the fisheries, allowing Mi'kmaq to become major players within the Atlantic fisheries. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have a long way to go in full implementation of the Mi'kmaq treaties, but we continue to work with Mi'kmaq communities to ensure they can exercise their right to a living while balancing conservation and safety. We remember the Marshall case as a turning point for the Mi'kmaq and how it cemented the legacy of Donald Marshall Jr. as a hero for our people. Today, I remember my late friend Junior and honor all those who continue to advocate for their treaty rights moving forward. Walaliek, thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, l'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Voters in Liberal strongholds in Toronto and Montreal have rendered their verdict. This Prime Minister, after 9 years, is not worth the cost. After 9 years of this Bloc Liberal government, we've seen the greatest expansion in the federal government in history, the most expensive centralizing government, including when it comes to the cost of housing and groceries in Quebec. How can the Bloc keep this government in power when it's so bad for Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to have the opportunity to answer a question that has to do with the Canadian economy, because it gives me the opportunity to celebrate some good news that we got this morning. Inflation was 2%. And that's back to pre-pandemic levels. It's such good news for our country. Conservatives should be celebrating that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure people who are waiting on waiting lists for food banks or lineups for food banks, or who are living in camps or homeless shelters, they'll be celebrating today. They'll really be celebrating the fact that after the highest inflation in 40 years, prices are still going up. They're not going back down. So the question is, why does the Bloc want to keep the most centralizing, expensive government in power when they have no respect for Quebec's jurisdiction or for Quebecers? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is showing once again that he's incompetent when it comes to the economy. The fact is that the 2% level is where Canada was before the pandemic. The fact is that since the beginning of this year, inflation was within the Bank of Canada's target range. The fact is that for 19 months now, wages have outstripped inflation. But Conservatives just want bad news for Canadians.
Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians in the former Liberal strongholds of Toronto and Montreal have now given their verdict. After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. Mr. Speaker, isn't it time for Canadians to have a chance to render their verdict right across the country, electing a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
I ask members, especially members on the far side of the House, to please not to take the microphone until they're recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am so glad to have the chance to talk about the economy. That is because today we had good news for Canadians. Inflation is back down to where it was before COVID hit. Inflation has been within the Bank of Canada's target range this whole year. Wages have outpaced inflation for 19 months in a row. But the Conservatives don't want to talk about it. They are so weak and spiteful that for them, good news for Canadians is bad news they want to ignore.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, this incompetent finance minister would tell you that you should celebrate that after prices rising faster than at any time in 40 years, they continue to rise, just not as quickly. I'm sure the people living in tent encampments, or the record-smashing 2 million people lined up at food banks, or the 1 in 4 kids going to school hungry after 9 years of this government will be celebrating. But what we now find out is that it's worse than we thought. According to a document just released, the government's second carbon tax will cost $9 billion in lost GDP. Why won't we have a carbon tax election to decide?
The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all know why the Conservatives are so panicked about an election. It's because they can see that the economic news is good. They can see that we are now back to exactly where we were before COVID hit. They can see the Bank of Canada has lowered interest rates 3 times in a row, and wages have been ahead of inflation for 19 months. That's good news for Canadians. It's bad news for Conservatives.
And once again, I apologize. Normally, I would indicate out of respect to all members by saying the Honourable, and I forgot to do that in this case. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The bad news is we now have 1,800 homeless encampments in Ontario. Shame. 35 in Halifax alone. 2 million Canadians lined up at food banks after 9 years of NDP Liberal government. And now that we learn that on top of the $25 billion annual hit of the first carbon tax to our GDP, the second carbon tax will subtract another $9 billion a year. Over $35 billion in lost GDP. That's almost $2,000 per family. Why won't this costly NDP Liberal government allow Canadians to vote on the carbon tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am so glad to have the chance to talk about housing because there is more good news Canadians should know about. And that is that we have extended to 30 years amortizations for all first-time home buyers. That means more young Canadians can buy that first home and afford that mortgage. We've extended to 30 years amortizations for all new homes. That's to encourage what we know we all need, more homes built faster. But these weak and spiteful Conservatives cannot celebrate good news for Canadians because it's bad news for their partisan interests.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be able to answer the question from the Leader of the Opposition, but I'll answer this way. 4th place in La Salle et Maire Verdun. So we're still working on the seniors file and doing so well that we're going to have to make room for one more seat on our benches. Is this government in favor of C-319, and will they ensure that this bill, which everyone in the House voted for, makes it all the way through? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Our government understands the importance of supporting our seniors, and that's what we've done. And what we've done from the outset. That's what we did after 10 years of the Conservatives who punished our seniors. That's why we added supports for our seniors, especially for the most vulnerable seniors, as was the right thing to do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. C-319 is a block bill that would eliminate the discrimination in the OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74 and those 75 and over, and instead of allowing for $5,000 to $6,000 in wages without losing the GIS. At committee, all parties voted in favor of our bill. Now, will the government ensure that this bill gets implemented because it requires a royal recommendation? Will the Liberals give that recommendation and support seniors, yes or no? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge clearly that the oldest seniors, those at 75 and over, have higher costs and are more vulnerable. That is why we added support for them. And I share with the Bloc a concern for our seniors, and that's why I would ask the Bloc to support us when it comes to dental care. That's an important program for all Quebecers, and especially for vulnerable seniors. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Liberals have let people down again and again, and they are done. It's clear from the results of the election last night. The Liberals are done. Maybe it's because they keep on teaming up with the Conservatives to let greedy CEOs continue to rip off Canadians. In fact, inflation numbers show that grocery greed has driven up the food prices more than 21% in the past 3 years. Why did the Liberals team up with the Conservatives to protect greedy CEOs from a price cap on food essentials?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the NDP and indeed all members of this House will set partisanship aside for one moment to congratulate Canadians at the light at the end of the tunnel, at the fact that after an extremely challenging time with COVID and its economic aftermath, inflation is back to where it was before COVID first hit. When it comes to taxes, we believe that those who have the most capacity should pay their fair share, and we've acted on that.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Liberals have continued to team up with the Conservatives to let grocery greed drive up the price of food, and that's got to stop.
Yesterday, it became clear that people are finished with the Liberals. It's because they worked with the Conservatives to allow real estate giants hike rents by over 20%. Why do the Liberals keep teaming up with the Conservatives and allowing these giants rip people off? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I don't think anybody listening to Question Period today, or frankly any day, imagines that the Liberals are teaming up with the Conservatives. Or that we agree with them about very much. They are the party of privilege and austerity. Of people. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have asked those at the very top to pay their fair share so that we can support Canada and Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
It's day 2 in the House as the first female finance minister, again, is being publicly humiliated by the fake feminist prime minister. What's worse is that she's being replaced by an unelected man outside of her own caucus who her boss is now shielding from conflict of interest laws that allow him to take her job and keep his money. A man who works against our resource sector, who exports jobs to China while championing higher carbon taxes on heating and eating for Canadians. Why won't the finance minister talk to her boss about ending the personal attacks on her own credibility?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I am so glad to have the chance to talk about feminism, because I know what a feminist government looks like. A feminist government builds the first national system of early learning and childcare in this country. A feminist government makes contraceptives free, and a feminist government ensures that every single woman in Canada has full control over her body. Until the Conservatives stand up for that, they have no right to talk about
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Fake feminist prime minister throws his finance minister under the bus with all the other ministers. The real record of this finance minister is record smashing 1 million people visiting a food bank in her province. In Ontario, 1 in 4 Canadians living in poverty. Canadians now spend more in taxes than they do on housing, on food, and on clothes combined. No wonder they're putting the training wheels back on for her. She can tell that to the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I've stood up to Trump, and I have stood up to Putin. Juvenile playground insults from the wannabe MAGA maple syrup conservatives do not frighten me at all. But what I think is really interesting is that they don't actually want to talk about the economy. And that's because good economic news for Canadians is bad news for them. How pathetic that they put their own partisan interest first.
The Honourable Member from Haldimand Norfolk.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. This self-proclaimed feminist prime minister has repeatedly shoved aside strong women who have stood up to him. Now the prime minister is replacing the first ever female finance minister with an unelected Mark Carbon Tax Carney. Why is this finance minister allowing herself to be publicly humiliated in this manner?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a bit rich to hear the member of the Conservative Party pretend to care about feminism when their own leader was using misogynistic hashtags on their videos to attract men who hate women. Mr. Speaker, it was anything but feminist when they bring forward backdoor legislation to ban abortion and to take away women's right to choose their own rights, Mr. Speaker, or when they all voted against increased funding to combat gender-based violence or to support survivors. Mr. Speaker, their leader doesn't care about women or equality. He only cares about himself.
The Honourable Member from Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, it's so sad. They're not even allowing the finance minister to answer because they all...
Order! Order! The Honourable Member from Haldimand Norfolk, from the top, please.
From the top? Mr. Speaker, they're not even allowing the finance minister to answer her own questions because they all know that the carbon tax is a failure. Canadians are suffering. There are over 1,800 homeless encampments in Ontario alone. 26% of Canadians are saying that they are considering leaving the country because it is too expensive. A single mother in Kingston reported paying 100% of her income in rent. Will this finance minister admit that the Prime Minister has lost confidence in her and Canadians have lost confidence in this government?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
The Conservatives keep talking about women, but they don't support policies that support women.
Right.
Why are they against affordable childcare? If they care about that single mother, they should be supporting affordable childcare. Mr. Speaker, if they care about women's economic freedom, they should be supporting childcare. If they care about women's rights, they should be supporting a woman's right to choose. The real fake feminists, Mr. Speaker, are the people who sit on that side of the aisle.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. This Prime Minister's new de facto finance minister, Carbon Tax Carney, has massive conflicts of interest, including multiple foreign investment firms. Canadians don't know how much he personally stands to profit from the advice that he's giving to the Prime Minister. It's more blatant corruption from this NDP Liberal government. So will the Prime Minister simply have Carbon Tax Carney sworn in as a public office holder so that the full extent of Canada's disclosure laws apply to him too?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, we do believe in listening to experts from across the country. But let's talk about where the Conservatives get their ideas. The Conservative leader gets his advice on helping Canadians with their grocery bills from a Loblaws lobbyist. He gets his advice on Ukraine from Elon Musk and from Tucker Carlson. And he has courted the support of misogynists and cozied up to the far right. Those are the advisors Canadians should be really concerned about.
The honourable member from Regina Capel has stood in this place and understands the importance of calling members to order so that those who do have the floor have the opportunity to address the House. The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
It's absolutely absurd to hear the finance minister give anyone lessons about who they're taking advice from. Arch-liberal elitist Mark Carney. This guy has more conflicts than the twice guilty and convicted Prime Minister of their party. And they're letting Carbon Tax Carney keep all the money and all the power by covering up his massive conflicts of interest while giving away that finance minister's job. He makes millions from foreign investment firms, and now he's advising the Prime Minister. So why is the Prime Minister letting Carbon Tax Carney keep the money and the power and serving as the real finance minister?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely shameful what the Conservatives are doing. When there is a Canadian who doesn't agree with their vision for Canada, what do? Attack them. Whether it's anybody who doesn't agree with what the Conservatives do, the only thing they know how to do is denigrate that person. Mr. Speaker, we should be able to disagree without being disagreeable. We should be able to hear advice from a whole wide range of actors without attacking their character and bringing down fellow Canadians. They should be ashamed of their actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring something to the government's attention, something that won't happen. The Bloc will not agree to tolerating encroachment on Quebec's jurisdiction in exchange for this or that. That won't happen. The Liberal government has to be consistent. They should implement a bill that they voted for. It's got to be one of two ways. Either they get the NDP to support them or they'll pay the price. The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, speaking of clarity, will the leader of the Bloc Québécois clarify what exactly he said or would say to hundreds of thousands of Quebecers who today benefit from free dental care that he voted against? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It's not really clear what was voted against or in favor of. I've never voted in favor of an intrusion on Quebec's jurisdiction. The Liberals have a block bill now in their hands. All it takes is a royal recommendation. They say that we're not going to get it, and so the block bill will never go through, and seniors will never get their money. That petty little game is what they want to play. If they are not willing to do this, then we're heading for an election. The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the spectre of an election is not going to stop us from delivering the goods for Quebecers. That's a bit much. A vote is a very clear thing, I would say to the Bloc leader. It's not as ambiguous as he claims. When they vote, when the Bloc leader votes, he votes against lowering the retirement age to 65. He voted against increasing the GIS for poor seniors in Quebec. And when we brought in dental care, he voted against that too. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Let's repeat. The Bloc votes against all intrusions into Quebec's jurisdiction, whether that intrusion is all by itself or in an omnibus bill. C-319 is something that you guys voted for. So follow through here. Be consistent. Make sure it enters into force. Try to rectify the injustice that you yourselves created. So for once, try to vote a little bit intelligently and a little bit consistently. The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc leader has spent his entire life putting Quebecers' CPP in danger, and he voted against lowering the retirement age to 65, and that had nothing to do with Quebec's jurisdiction. He was voting against seniors. When he voted against increasing the GIS, that had nothing to do with Quebec's jurisdiction, and still he voted against it. He voted against the well-being of Quebecers. He voted in favor of poverty among seniors in Quebec. The Bloc leader needs to be a bit consistent here and take responsibility for his actions. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, taxes are going up, costs are going up, crime is up, the pressure is up on the Liberals after 9 years of this Prime Minister. With the support of the Bloc, people are living in trailers, they can't afford rent. People have written in saying, how am I supposed to afford food, insurance, and so on? This is the harsh reality of 9 years of this government with its Bloc friends. Does the Bloc realize that if they keep it up, it'll mean more and more poverty for Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no one here who believes the Conservative hypocrisy when they claim they're concerned about putting roofs over people's heads. The only thing they want to do is cut funding for construction of housing. They want to rip up all the agreements that have been signed with cities all over the country. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are going to continue building the housing people need. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and the pressure is building on the Liberal government. After 9 years, this Liberal government, supported by the Bloc, has led to disastrous consequences. People are crying for help. From Sherbrooke, the small food banks are starving. Imagine that, a food bank that's starving. But that's the situation. The centralizing, spendthrift Liberal government keeps on burning through money. But Canadians, Quebecers deserve to make a choice to have a common-sense government as quickly as possible. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be pleased to answer an expert on infrastructure on the path to austerity. The Conservatives, look at what they've done in the regions when it comes to fisheries. They cut 80 million to science. They cut to small ports for small craft. They voted against investments in those small ports. They voted against support for families, against programs for seniors. That's all they know how to do, Mr. Speaker. All they can do is be austere for Canadians. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, no sooner had we freed ourselves of the NDP who supported the most disastrous government in history than we found ourselves once again caught up in a saga with the Bloc Liberal coalition. What's the point of the Bloc when they vote for $500 billion of this Prime Minister's inflationary spending and his bloated bureaucracy in Ottawa, with Quebec's money adding 100,000 more public servants to the government machine? Mr. Speaker, we saw it yesterday. There's no real difference between the Bloc and the Liberals. So who or what does the Bloc Liberal coalition serve? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, my colleague can shout as loud as he wants, but Quebecers know very well. They remember what they did when they were in power. They made cuts to science, to family supports. They cut everything they could because that's the only thing they know how to do is austerity. They don't know how to invest in the potential of Canadians, and that's precisely what they're going to do if they get another kick at the can. So Quebecers want nothing to do with the Conservatives. He can shout for all he's worth, but the Quebecers aren't listening to him. I'd just like to remind the member for Mégantic-L'Érable that after asking a question, it's important to allow someone else to answer.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is costing Canadians a lot of money, and it's costing Quebecers a lot of money. We've witnessed the greatest expansion of the public service in history. More public services than ever, more scandals than ever. Now, they're keeping the Liberals alive. That's what the Bloc is doing. The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we hear the voice of conservative austerity. People at home know what the Liberal Party has done. Investments are up. The economy is up. Quebecers know that with Liberals, we are building the future, whether it's the auto sector or elsewhere, manufacturing. We are building Canada for the 21st century. We will be there to defend Canadians.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Griesbach.
Over the span of 19 days, 7 Indigenous people were killed by police. Communities are disturbed, but unfortunately, these tragedies are known all too well by Indigenous people. This is colonialism and systemic racism that continues to persist under consecutive governments. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit have the solutions to end this violence. No more Indigenous children getting a bullet instead of help. Why won't the Minister of Public Safety act to ensure accountability and justice for these families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments and I appreciate the passion from my colleague, and I agree that we need to do more in this country around Indigenous policing. And that's why the Liberals, including myself, put forward a motion at the INAN Committee in April saying, let's study this. The NDP has the ability to put this forward to the queue. They have the entire ability to have a unanimous motion here that says, let's address this. I'm talking about tangible solutions. I'd love to see the NDP join us with those tangible solutions and study this and hear from Indigenous leaders.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
Johannes Rivor sexually abused Inuit children in Nunavut for years. Canada refused to charge him for 30 years, and he died protected. Daughter of the late Marius Tungelik has asked the RCMP for his files, but they refused to release it. This government must honor families, especially to those who suffered during residential schools. Will the Minister of Public Safety provide the documents, or will they help to keep the files hidden from this family?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and raising these important issues with us in this place. Ensuring that justice is done for victims and their families is crucially important. It's something I know the minister takes incredibly seriously, and we will continue to work on this specific case with her. When it comes to dealing with systemic racism in policing, this is a crucial issue that we are focused on addressing. It is something we have made progress on, but by no means is it complete. There is much more work to do, and we are committed to doing it.
L'honorable député, the honourable member from London West.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Immigration and Citizenship introduced Bill C-71, and as Canadians, we can never take our rights for granted. We must remain vigilant when politicians, especially when the leader of the opposition suggests that he would use a notwithstanding clause if given the chance. Like the first generation limit introduced by the Conservatives is a concrete example of them taking away the rights of Canadians. Can the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship explain to this House the importance of Bill C-71?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Citizenship and Refugees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her personal passion in this file. What we see and what we are debating before this House is a bill that fixes the egregious breaches of the Charter that the Conservatives, including the Leader of the Opposition, perpetrated on women, on children of people born abroad. And this is something that we as a House need to fix. It is a Charter violation. It is a particular instance of the Leader of the Opposition, supported by his previous government, in breaching Charter rights. When Canadians say there's nothing to worry about, that isn't the case. There's lots to worry about with the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Richemont-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, what is the Bloc Québécois good for? Well, they're good for keeping the Liberals in power. They voted to save the Liberals more than 200 times. The Bloc Québécois voted for $500 billion in inflationary spending and helped to increase the ranks of the public service by 100,000. They pretend to help Quebecers, but they support this government. What did the Liberals promise the Bloc? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we have the best public service in the world, and we are continuing to invest in Canadians, the most vulnerable, families, children, seniors. And what about the Conservatives? Every time they vote against these measures, we're here for Canadians. We're here to build a country, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, Bloc, Liberal, same thing. They help protect the Liberals and keep them in power. So more inflationary spending, a doubling debt. So the Bloc is voting for squandering Quebecers' money. The Bloc voted for the greatest expansion of the public service ever recorded. How did the Prime Minister convince the Bloc to support this government, which has been the most disastrous and the most centralizing in Canadian history? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the secret agenda is coming out. People are afraid of hundreds of thousands of layoffs, and here we have the confirmation made by my colleague across the way. Their secret agenda is to fire thousands and thousands of public servants here in this area, in this region, and across Canada. We have the future to care about. That member has just shown what the Conservatives' secret game is.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, grocery prices are up, time is up. According to Feed Ontario, more than 1 million people were forced to food banks just to feed their family. This is a record-shattering increase of 25%. This stark reality is fueled by the Liberal NDP carbon tax, which is driving up grocery prices. Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. Will the Prime Minister end this suffering and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Speaker, we all suffer when we know that some of our fellow Canadians are suffering. We've made historic investments as a government, delivering programs investing in Canadians' well-being. But let's not kid ourselves. The Conservatives would cut these very programs that Canadians are relying on. They would cut childcare. They would cut the food program for kids in school, and they would increase the retirement age. They would cut, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
Yes, we will cut. We will cut the carbon tax. The government's own statistics show that more than 9 million Canadians are suffering with food insecurity, struggling to put food on the table. After 9 years, the number of Canadians that are facing food insecurity is up a staggering 111%. These aren't just statistics. These are millions of parents who can't feed their kids. This is a result of the costly Liberal carbon tax and their NDP coalition partners that are driving up the costs on farmers, on truckers, and on food production. Stick a fork in this government and call a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Minister for Families.
And we've just heard it, Mr. Speaker. They have just admitted that they would cut the very programs that Canadian families are relying on. Families that are benefiting from...
Even Lawrence is laughing at you.
Colleagues, it's very difficult for me to hear. It's very difficult for me to hear the minister respond. I'm going to give the minister 30 seconds to respond to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there you have it. The Conservatives have just confirmed that they will cut the programs that Canadian families are relying on. $10 a day childcare, saving families thousands of dollars. National school food program ensuring that children are not at school hungry. Mr. Speaker, you heard it here. They plan to cut the supports that Canadian families need.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, nothing is moving in the asylum seekers file. They promised, the Liberals promised, they would do something this fall, but here we are, it's fall, and no plan. Quebec is continuing to deal with the extraordinary number of asylum seekers. Let's be clear, Quebecers will continue to do their share, but they're tired of doing it alone. When will the government come up with its plan, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, we need a plan that will work for all of Canada. There are two provinces doing more than their fair share. That's Ontario and Quebec. Other provinces have to fall in line. We have to do things on an organizational level, but we shouldn't instrumentalize certain things, as some premiers are doing. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, let's talk about those provinces who are refusing to help Quebecers. Nova Scotia, Saskatchewan, Alberta, what do they have in common? Conservative premiers. And these Conservative premiers are telling Quebecers, you deal with your problems, you deal with the asylum seekers. Now, let's be clear. The Minister of Immigration is responsible for this file. But what about all these Conservative leaders who are pushing the problem over to Quebecers? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, it's clear it's dangerous to have politicians who make hay on the backs of asylum seekers.
Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and after 9 years, time's up. Over the summer, I heard too many heartbreaking stories of folks struggling to get by. The NDP Liberals' carbon tax is making life unaffordable. Now, after voting for it 24 times, the NDP even say that they are abandoning the carbon tax. So my question to the minister is simple. Will the Liberals join their coalition partners to axe the carbon tax?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the price on pollution and the Canada Carbon Rebate are an affordability measure. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back than they pay in the price on pollution, and the price on pollution is also an effective and efficient way to fight climate change. That's why progressives, including many who voted for the New Democratic Party in the last election, were shocked at the position that were taken by the leader of the New Democratic Party, walking away from a plan on climate change. Shame on them. They will have to explain that to their voters down the road.
The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the PBO disputes those very things. The carbon tax is by design meant to raise prices, and the consequences are devastating. In Red Deer, Alberta, a city of only 100,000 people, have seen usage skyrocket in recent years to 30,000, and this year they're on track to have 40,000 individuals that need help from this food bank. That's in a city, Mr. Speaker, of less than 100,000 people. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Will the Liberals call a carbon tax election so that Canadians can decide to axe the tax?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said a moment ago, the Canada Carbon Rebate and the price on pollution are in fact an affordability measure that help those that live on modest incomes the most. It is certainly true that 300 economists in this country have validated that to be true. The leader of the opposition and his minions across the way can make up facts, can talk about untruths, but at the end of the day, it is very clear that this is a progressive policy that helps us to fight climate change and address affordability concerns. I would ask the honourable member across the way to actually do his homework.
The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs up, crimes up, and guess what? Time is up. This costly coalition is hurting Canadians. Over 9 million Canadians don't know where their next meal is going to come from. That's 111% increase of Canadians facing food insecurity. And quadrupling the carbon tax will only make things worse. Canadians cannot afford any more media stunts from this costly coalition. Will the Prime Minister just end the suffering and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, as we've just returned from the summer break, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the programs that the Conservative government professes to want to cut. Over the summer, we've made a number of announcements on new, affordable $10 a day childcare spots. Oh, look at this. 600 new spots in BC. Wow. 950 new spots in Manitoba. Oh, here we are. 5,000 new spots over the next year in Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. And what do the Conservatives say? No more affordable childcare.
Shame. Shame.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, Canadians expressed their concern with vehicle theft. We took their concerns to heart and acted. We have put new funding into the budget in order to fight vehicle theft. Can the Minister of Justice give us an idea of the measures taken to deal with this scourge? The Honourable Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker, Over the first half of this year, vehicle theft has fallen by 36% over last year. This follows on an increase in penalties and in the allocation of funds for border agents and for our police forces. After the cuts made by the last Conservative government, we are proud to be working for Quebecers and all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kildone and St. Paul.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. Under their watch, women and children are being victimized and violated by criminals that under Liberal policies are being let out on bail, house arrest, and parole. And after 9 years, the results are truly terrible, Mr. Speaker. Sexual assaults, for example, are up 75%, and sexual violations against children are up 120% under their watch, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals put the needs of the victims first and ensure jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we take community safety extremely seriously. It is my top priority. What we have done since I've taken office is we've increased the penalties on people who would target individuals, including people who target people's automobiles. We have funded police to the tune of $161 million to assist them in their important work. What I can advise the member opposite is three important things. The people who are making decisions on bail are provincially appointed justices of the peace or provincial judges. The people who decide to appeal decisions on bail are provincial crown attorneys. And the people who decide whether offenders have a place to go when they're denied bail, those are provincial correctional facilities. Talk to the provinces.
The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crime's up, time's up. And so are job losses because of this incompetent Liberal fisheries minister. She doesn't listen to Atlantic Canada's fishing communities. The industry is left in the dark. Even former DFO scientists say she's playing politics with lives and livelihoods. In July, the fisheries minister cut the Bay of Fundy herring quota by 24%. The result, over 100 job losses. Will she do her job and restore these fish, reverse the cuts?
Then I have
the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to assure my colleague that we have very close relationships with fishers, and for years now we have noted that herring stocks are suffering in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. But he should think about shrimp in the St. Lawrence. We have helped in this area, contrary to the Conservatives, who would fish until every species is extinct. The herring stock has fallen, but we are not fishing it as much in order to conserve it.
The honourable member for colleagues. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, fisheries crime is up, and the time is up. The situation in Nova Scotia's fishing communities, which has previously been described as lawlessness, continues to deteriorate. In spite of repeated warnings, the incompetent Minister of Fisheries and Oceans refuses to do anything. There is significant concern that the situation will spiral out of control. When will this woefully inadequate minister realize the importance of the Atlantic Canadian fishery and the very real threat to lives and livelihoods, and do her job?
Then I have
the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my colleague across the way has a very poor memory. We have only to think of the moratorium on deepwater fish and about what happened to shrimp last winter. It was catastrophic for our regions. Climate change in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, which is affecting all fish stocks. It's a real shame what I'm hearing across the way, and yet I'm not surprised because the Conservatives don't believe in climate change. We will make those decisions that are best for the industry.
Member from Kings Hands.
Speaker, this summer millions of Canadians tuned in to the CBC and Radio Canada to cheer on Team Canada at the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. Our athletes pushed limits, set new records, and brought us all together via the power of sport. In King's Hands, we are deeply proud of the Kennecott Kid, Wyatt Sanford, who won Canada's first Olympic bronze medal since 1996 when he took home the bronze. I even had the chance to spar and throw punches with him and the Prime Minister this summer. Can the Minister of Sport let this House know how we're supporting athletes like Wyatt so they can keep representing Canada with pride and excellence?
The Honourable Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians from coast to coast to coast proudly celebrated the exceptional performances of Team Canada this past summer. Canadians won a record number of medals, inspired the next generation of Olympic and Paralympic athletes, and made us deeply proud. Our government supports athletes. We increased the amounts of the Athlete Assistance Program, which supports over 1,800 athletes monthly in 94 disciplines. Mr. Speaker, our athletes dream big and work hard, and we've got the results to prove it.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, $200 a month is not enough to live on. Yet that's what the Prime Minister has decided is enough for people with disabilities.
Shame.
While he caves to rich CEOs, he fails to protect the human rights of Canadians. And then there's the Conservatives, who always cut the supports people need.
Yep.
Both the Liberals and the Conservatives care more about their rich corporate donors than they do about Canadians. When will the Liberals get real and increase the Canada Disability Benefit and respect Canadians with disabilities?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Youth, Diversity and Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, we put forward over $6 billion to create the first ever Canada Disability Benefit. But Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from the NDP, who has started to take orders from the Conservative Party and abandon their commitments to delivering progressive policies. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're focused on delivering this historic benefit to Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Windsor is tired of being abused by this Liberal government when it comes to the border. A private American billionaire now wants to run hazardous material on the Ambassador Bridge. This is bad for the environment, bad for the economy, and an unnecessary risk for public safety. The Liberals tried passing the buck to the province, but Doug Ford doesn't care. My community deserves answers and a government that stands up for them, not the American billionaire who owns the bridge. Will the Liberals stop caving to the billionaires and put an end to this disaster waiting to happen?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell the member what the Windsor is about. Windsor is about a revival, Mr. Speaker. With the investment we brought in Windsor, Windsor will never look the same again, Mr. Speaker. We have brought generational investment in this town. We have given hope to people. We are providing opportunities. We're providing training for the people. Windsor will be at the center again of the auto sector, Mr. Speaker. And this is thanks to a Liberal government and this team, Mr. Speaker. We should all cheer up for Canadians. Cheer up for Windsor and cheer up for the auto workers in this country.
We cheer for them.
Colleagues, and so brings to an end of oral questions. It being 3:15 p.m. pursuant to order made on Monday, September 16, 2024. I invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence in honour of our former colleague, the late Honourable Chuck Straw. Comme il est 15h16.
As it is 3:16, pursuant to order made on Monday, September 16, 2024, I invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence in honour of our former colleague, the late Honourable Chuck Straw.
Je vous remercie and thank you. The House will now proceed to tributes in memory of our former colleague, the late Honourable Chuck Straw. Chers collègues,
Colleagues, it's an honor to speak, to pay tribute to our former colleague, the Honourable Chuck Straw. He was a force of nature.
Historic 1993, colleagues, I'm going to ask you to please take your conversations outside. The historic 1993 election brought winds of change from Canada's west to this place, and with them came Chuck Straw. His tall stature, his booming voice, his inimitable work ethic. He made friends everywhere he went and found common ground through intelligence and kindness, and of course, his trademark sense of humor.
He was appointed Vice President of the House, and in his role, he was respected by all parliamentary groups and very appreciated by Speaker Milliken and all of the table officers who had the privilege of working with him day after day. As a member, he served his constituents of Chilliwack-Fraser Canyon and Fraser Valley also for 18 years and 6 consecutive elections.
More by principles and by faith than by politics. And those qualities made him an extraordinary leader, never shying away from what he knew to be right, what he knew to be just. He served many years in cabinet and was notably Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development and federal interlocutor for Métis and non-status Indians. He was by the side of former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, during the historic statement of apology to former students of Indian residential schools in the House of Commons on June 11, 2008. Son amour du Canada,
his love for Canada and his commitment to his electors were only exceeded by his devotion to his wife and his children. He was also a man of very deep faith and always guided by his love and trust in God. He was so strong for so many years after learning that he had been diagnosed with cancer.
Courage in the face of adversity says so much about his love of family, his devotion to Canada, and his dedication to public service. A man like Chuck Straw inspires, and we have only to see his legacy live on in his son, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope, who serves so ably in this place. Chuck Straw left us too soon, but he will always be remembered as an exemplary Canadian and a wonderful parliamentarian who had a lasting impact. I extend my deepest condolences to Mrs. Straw's wife of almost 50 years, dead, our esteemed colleague from Chilliwack Hope, his other children, grandchildren, and his many, many friends. Colleagues, I now recognize the Honourable House Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Conservative caucus, I'd like to thank you for those very kind words and fitting tribute to a man who held a position in the speakership during part of his tenure here. And this is a difficult task to try to sum up in just a few minutes the impact that a man like Chuck Straw had on Parliament, on politics, on the Conservative Party, but on the Conservative movement as a broader whole. But it is truly an honor for me to be able to do that as imperfectly as I may be. We all know Chuck's official biography, of course. He was first elected to Parliament in 1993 and re-elected another 5 times. And over his 18 years as an MP, he served as a third-party critic, a whip, a House Leader for the official opposition, as a Minister of the Crown, and as Deputy Speaker. But you know, Chuck knew that if a position that he filled was important, it was first and foremost a reflection of the awesome responsibility of the position that he filled. That is such a difference between a man of great integrity and others who view titles and positions as a way to aggrandize themselves and to make it more a reflection of the individual rather than the position. But Chuck, despite the high offices, never lost touch with his roots. He was a logger from the BC interior. He brought a healthy dose of common sense to public life. Speaking about logging, Chuck was a builder. I would often look at, with great envy, the pictures that the current member for Chilliwack Hope would send me of the latest project that he and his father were working on around the house. Being someone who wasn't gifted with those types of abilities myself, I would always look at that with great awe and admiration that Chuck was able to do that. But he didn't just build things out of wood and out of metal. He helped build a movement, Mr. Speaker. Chuck was one of the major architects of the wonderful experience that was the Reform Party of Canada. He helped light that, even though he's from BC, he helped light that prairie fire that kept burning across and spread eastward to help give Canadians hope. Hope that the power in Canada could one day truly be restored back to the people and out of the hands of the elites that had caused so much damage at the time. When we think about that, you know, we think about today in our modern lives as members of Parliament, think about what that would be like back then. We all know how hard it is sometimes to organize events, but we have wonderful tools like texting and social media. We can post things on website. Chuck and the Reform Party team at the time were able to pack church basements, town halls, legions with hundreds and hundreds of people just by using the telephone, maybe some radio messages, and those famous newsletters that we all got through the fax machines. It was incredible, and it speaks perhaps not so much to their technological prowess or their organizational abilities, people like Chuck at the time, but the message that they were carrying and the hope that they were giving to Canadians in every corner of the country. Chuck was a strong family man, a gifted communicator, and a natural-born leader who projected honor, integrity, and faithfulness in all that he did. You know, you could chat with Chuck for hours, and he would rarely brag about any of his political achievements or the offices that he filled. Instead, he was most likely to brag about his province, his community, or, most often, his family. You could tell what motivated Chuck just by talking to him for a few minutes. Chuck inspired so many young members of our movement to take up the fight. He was a happy warrior. It was easy to follow someone like Chuck because he did it with a smile on his face, motivated by hope and what was possible, more so than what riled him up. But if you ever did rile him up, you know about it. During my first Parliament, Chuck was the Deputy Speaker, and as a new MP at the age of 25, let me tell you, Chuck's deep, baritone voice would leave you no doubt if you ever found yourself on the wrong side of the chair. In his next role as Minister of Agriculture, it was wonderful to work with him as he started the process to give Western Canadian farmers the freedom to market their own agricultural products. I mean, for those of us that may have come to politics a little bit later in life, it is hard to imagine sometimes that for decades, Western Canadian farmers had no control of the product of their summer's worth of labor. And instead, they had to trust the government to do that for them. But Chuck, this was a long part of his mandate, helped lay the groundwork for what would eventually be the successful abolition of the monopoly of the Canadian Wheat Board. Chuck, as you mentioned, Mr. Speaker, played a pivotal role as Minister of Indian Affairs, as it was called then, building the path for Stephen Harper's momentous 2008 apology to former students of Indian residential schools. And while there are outpouring messages of support and condolences to the family that you would expect from many people in politics, the tributes from First Nations communities across the country, I know also were very meaningful to the Strahl family, a reflection of the sincere and deep relationship that Chuck made with the people that he worked so hard to address their issues. As Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Chuck played the role of builder once again. as he was instrumental in delivering much of Canada's economic action plan. And a lot of Canada's recent infrastructure may well have a link back to Chuck, the road builder.
Yeah, exactly.
He leaves behind Deb, his loving wife of almost 50 years, 4 children, Karina, Loney, Kyla, and the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, someone who I can tell you, as all of us know, has inherited that deep baritone voice. When we talk about integrity, I think it's important to think about what that meant for Chuck. And Chuck would often say that sometimes politics can get complicated because you make it overly complicated. And what you need to do often is just take a step back and think about your first principles, why you got into it in the first place, what you told your constituents at that first meeting, maybe when you were running for the nomination or on your first election night. Ottawa can twist and turn things, and the bubble is real, and it can really affect how we look at things. And Chuck would always be able to slice through all that, simplify the complicated, and bring it right back to what this would mean for the Canadian people themselves. That shone through every single thing that Chuck did. I know we are all going to miss him. Those of us who are wise enough to seek his counsel, and let me tell you, having Chuck on your speed dial or on your contacts was a smart thing to do for anybody in a leadership position. And Chuck was very kind to chair my leadership campaign when I was running for the leadership of the party. And I would often call him for advice, for wisdom, run things by him. And there was some great comfort in knowing that you had someone like that in your life, almost that you could offload some of the stress or overthinking on various issues. So once again, my deepest sympathies and condolences to Deb, to Karina, Loney, Kyla, and I'm going to break protocol here a little bit, Mr. Speaker. Mark, our very deepest condolences and best wishes to your family as you recover from this tremendous loss.
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in the House today and to pay tribute to my old colleague, the Honourable Chuck Straw. But I'm deeply saddened at his passing. Although I sat across the aisle from him for 18 years, I always had a deep respect and admiration for him. That's really the beauty of this place. There's time for lively debate and different opinions, but we're all here to represent our constituents back home, and Chuck understood that as well as anyone else. In addition to serving as a Member of Parliament from 1993 to 2011, he also served as Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Indian and Northern Development, and Minister of Transport. These jobs can often be challenging, Mr. Speaker, but he stepped up with service to his country, and I thank him so much for that. Being Minister of Agriculture myself, I know full well what the job entails. Serving our farmers, producers, and ranchers has been one of the greatest honours of my life, and I'm sure that Chuck felt the same way. I probably shouldn't say this, but I think he would understand and maybe chuckle a bit. Back in 2010, Chuck was serving as Minister of Transport. And as other previous and probably current ministers of transport, I was a bit of a thorn in his side. I was grilling him one day in the House on question period about the Wood Island-Scarborough ferry service, which is vitally important to my riding. Eventually he said, I know the Minister has asked this question every year for about 12 years, which was certainly true. Even though Chuck was far from the other, lived far on the other side of the country, and the ferry on the eastern end of Prince Edward Island was probably not one of his top priorities, but he always showed a willingness to work with me on that issue and many other issues. He showed me and my constituents a great deal of respect, and I am deeply grateful for that. We are from different parties, But Chuck always had time for my concerns, and I can truly believe that's how ministers and members of Parliament should act. We all want what is best for our constituents and Canadians. We may disagree on how we deliver that, but the country is best served when we all communicate and work together on things. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but look across the aisle and see his son, the member from Chilliwack Hope. I've been in this place for quite a while, and it's quite something to be able to say I've served with you and with Chuck. I can assure you, my honourable colleague, Chuck would be, and I'm sure he was so deeply proud of you, and being his successor. What a great honour you brought to your father. And I might just break the rules a little bit, Mr. Speaker, but the member from Chilliwack Hope, Mark, I want to offer you my sincerest condolences. It is very difficult. And to Chuck's wife, Deb, his other children, Karina, Lorna, and Kylie, and the rest of the family and friends, you're all in our thoughts. Losing a loved one is never easy. But I hope that your faith, which I am sure you inherited from your father, brings you comfort in the days ahead. Mr. Speaker, I truly appreciate the opportunity to rise in the House to honor my old friend, Chuck Straw. His tremendous service to his constituents, province, and country will never be forgotten. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who among us can claim to have faced the devil himself in an election? This was one of the feats of former Conservative Minister, the Honourable Chuck Straw, who died of cancer on August 13th at the age of 67. During the 1997 election, Chuck was confronted by a certain Satan, a story he told with humour, although it led him to question the possibility in Canada of running for office under a pseudonym. Chuck Straw proudly represented Chilliwack and the Fraser Valley region in this House for nearly 2 decades, from his first election in 1993 until 2011. After starting his career in forestry and business, he made his mark in politics. He successively served as an officer of this House before becoming Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Indian Affairs, and Minister of Transport. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, one of Prime Minister Stephen Harper's most trusted advisors. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to thank Chuck Straw for his years of public service. I'd also like to offer my deepest condolences to the wife he shared his life with for almost 50 years, to his 3 daughters and 13 grandchildren. And, of course, I extend these wishes with the greatest empathy to his worthy successor in the Chilliwack Hope riding, his favourite MP, his son Mark, who, by his presence in this House, helps keep alive the memory of his distinguished father. When he decided not to run again in 2011, Chuck Straw never really left politics, and his advice was always in demand. In an open open letter published in the pages of the Globe and Mail in 2011, he offered his advice to his son and successor. And although this public message was meant to be personal, every man and woman involved in politics would have been well advised to learn a few lessons from it. In his letter, he stressed the importance of keeping one's word and always listening to his constituents, the people from his neck of the woods. In his view, our fellow constituents remain our best advisors in all circumstances. He also advocated solidarity. Even when debates become bitter and eventually divide political families, it's essential that colleagues know they can always count on each other, and vice versa. But above all, he insisted on the importance of the family, which, beyond politics, remains our fundamental touchstone. Through the hustle and bustle of politics, which all too often forces us to live at a frenetic pace, it's important not to forget ourselves and our loved ones. Sound advice that's as relevant as ever. Advice that speaks volumes about Chuck Strahl as a politician and family man, as well as about the values he cherished and that survive him, embodied by his son here in this place and by his family outside it. I recognize him as the man I worked closely with and with whom I had the great pleasure of collaborating when we were both chief whips of our respective political parties. I have fond memories of a man who was affable, joking, dependable, and effective, a man who defended tooth and nail the values to which he subscribed and the projects he put forward, but always in a respectful way. When he left politics for health reasons, I admit I was worried about him. But then, as time went by and I saw him making occasional public appearances, I came to believe, obviously wrongly, that he was doing pretty well. His departure came as a shock to me and to many of his ex-colleagues and constituents. I can't even imagine how brutal it must have been for those close to him, for whom I have every sympathy. I like to think that wherever he may be, Chuck will continue to inspire us with his wise counsel. He certainly made his mark where he is now, and after all, didn't he defeat the devil himself in an election? Thank you for everything, Chuck. Now try to get some rest. You've certainly earned it.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my New Democratic colleagues to remember the late Chuck Strahl, who I served with for several years. Let me begin by extending my deepest condolences to Mark, the member for Chilliwack Hope, and also to the family and friends of Chuck Strahl, and thank you for sharing him with this place, with our Canada. We are better for it. Mr. Strahl's legacy is well known. First elected as a member of the Reform Party, Mr. Strahl was also a member of the Canadian Alliance. He was also leader of the Democratic Representative Caucus and then a cabinet minister in the Conservative government of Stephen Harper. Mr. Strahl also served as Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of Whole. That is quite a record, Mr. Speaker, for political parties. The fact that Mr. Strahl was elected and served under all these political affiliations is a real testament to his effectiveness as a member of Parliament and his effectiveness as a person who made contributions in this chamber every single day. I also wish to point out that during his time as Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, he helped negotiation to the Sawanesi First Nations final agreement, and that was between the First Nations, Canada, and BC, which outlines the nation's jurisdiction, doing something that hadn't been done before. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that Mr. Strahl served in his various cabinet portfolios after he was diagnosed with lung cancer as a result of his exposure to asbestos many years prior. Upon announcing his diagnosis, Mr. Strahl said, and I quote, "Cancer is a serious disease, but those of us who diagnose with cancer don't want to be rushed off the playing field and sidelined any time too soon." And he did that every day as he worked here. Sadly, he has lost his fight with cancer last month, but he is respected in this chamber to this day by all political opponents. He was actually appointed Trudeau Mentor in 2012, joined the Trudeau Foundation Board of Directors in 2014 until stepping down in November of 2016. Let me end by quoting a cabinet colleague of his, someone also I served with, John Baird, and I quote, "Strahl was amongst the best, honorable, decent, and respectable people I have ever met. His good nature and infectious humor will be missed." I couldn't agree, Mr. Speaker, more. Thank you very much to the Strahl family for sharing Chuck with all of us for Canada.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to all the tributes that have already been made. Your own words, Mr. Speaker, were profoundly moving. It is in this place, in moments like this, when we are united with exactly the same sense of shared humanity in paying tribute to someone we universally loved and admired. I know Chuck Strahl to have been, for his life, an honest man doing an honest day's work every single day. His life is a profile in faith and a profile in courage. I will not forget ever how young he was. I think of it now, I just checked dates, that he was only 48 years old when he told the world he had mesothelioma, as the honourable member for Windsor West just mentioned, because of an exposure to asbestos. When people didn't think about it in the brake linings of the vehicles, when he was doing honest work in the forest industry, that all those years later, he would be given a sentence from his doctor that would have stopped many people. But it didn't. He was told at only 48 years old that he had a lung cancer that would kill him. And he didn't stop. He didn't feel sorry for himself. He ran again. He got reelected in 2006. We've heard from so many members that I won't repeat it. His achievements in cabinet, his hard work. But we know that by 2011, he announced he wouldn't run again. And that's when I got elected, was after he wasn't here anymore. But we'd become friends before that happened. And whenever I'd run into him, as we do, those of us who live in BC and travel to Ottawa, I'd always say, "You must be so proud of the member for Chilliwack Hope," and he'd always burst with pride. He was so proud. I know how much he loved all of his kids. He always spoke of Karina and Lonnie and Kyla and grandchildren. And thank God he defied the odds to live as long as to 67 to see so many of his kids. But you see, the thing is, I'm still angry. I'm still angry that this country produced a product which was the single biggest occupational killer, killing hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and this year taking Chuck Strahl from us. And I just want to salute his profile and courage, because it took courage. He resigned from Parliament. He didn't have to put himself out there. He went on national television to say it's time to say chrysotile asbestos kills. It's time to say it out loud. And it's time for Canada to do the right thing. And for that, even as Chuck Strahl left politics, he saved lives around the world by speaking truth to power. God bless him. We know he is with a heavenly host. We know that the Lord he loved has welcomed him home. But as one of his many colleagues who admired him, I just want to say a deep thanks. It's people like Chuck who make this place decent. thank you, and thanks to all his family, and much, much love and deepest sympathy.
I have one more speech. I have one more speech. And now, the honourable member from Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of my mom, my sisters, and our entire family, I want to thank the members of the House of Commons for the opportunity to pay tribute to our dad, Chuck Strahl, a man who held this place in such high regard. Your words have honored him, and we will treasure them forever. It's an odd thing to have to grieve in public, and our family wrestled with how to best honor Dad while protecting some privacy during this most difficult time for us. But we've been overwhelmed by the love and support that we've received from so many people from right across the country. People who Dad was able to connect with because of his decision to be a servant leader here in this place. We received calls and notes from former Prime Ministers, the current Prime Minister, and the future Prime Minister, all of whom were generous and kind in their comments about our dad. And we were touched by the public tributes from his former colleagues, staff, and public servants. Thank you all. At Dad's funeral, we focused on the things that were most important to him in his life: his personal Christian faith, his family, his many meaningful friendships. But I do want to focus on his impact in politics in my brief remarks here today. Dad was first elected in 1993 at 36 years old, after a successful career in the logging industry. 18 years and 6 elections later, he left as a respected Minister of the Crown, having served as Minister of Agriculture, Indian and Northern Affairs, and Transport. I'm not sure how many loggers have ever served in this House or served in the Cabinet, but whether it was in the boardroom or in the bush, Dad was respected for doing the job that needed to be done while respecting those he worked with along the way. He was a movement conservative, a proud reformer who demanded better than the status quo from the old line parties that had taken the West for granted. And he was a builder who took difficult but principled stands that risked his own career for the good of the movement and the country.
Yes.
He paved the way for Stephen Harper to become the leader of the Canadian Alliance and played a key role in bringing the Canadian Alliance and progressive Conservative parties back together to form the new Conservative Party of Canada, a party that would go on to form a new government just a few years later. Appointed to Cabinet in 2006, his leadership was critical in laying the groundwork to deliver marketing choice for prairie grain farmers. And in 2008, his work with Indigenous leaders and communities helped to bring forward the Statement of Apology to former students of Indian residential schools here in the House of Commons, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was created afterwards. He participated in many sharing circles during this time and was profoundly moved by that experience. These are just a couple of highlights among many that have been shared in the days since his passing. While many politicians operate in a transactional way, Dad believed in the power of relationships. He created, nurtured, and protected them in his personal and professional life. As his cousin said in the days following his death, if you didn't like Chuck Strahl, that meant you didn't know Chuck Strahl.
Definitely.
And that was true.
Yeah.
He was liked by political friends and foes alike, and he never took himself too seriously. He had a way of connecting with people that should be the envy of politicians everywhere. People felt like they knew Dad, even if they only had one chance encounter, or read his regular newspaper columns, where he always told a personal story and related it to what was happening here in Ottawa. Even after he became a minister, he never forgot that his primary job was to be his riding's voice in Ottawa, not the other way around. He brought the common sense of the common people to the House of Commons. His constituents loved him for it, and he loved them back. He loved his country, and he wore that love on his sleeve. Dad came to Ottawa with a vow that no matter how long his political career was, his family, his faith, and his friendships would remain intact. He left Ottawa with a stronger family, a stronger faith, and not only maintained his existing friendships, but had created many new ones during his time here. We should all be so lucky to be able to say the same thing. Our dad was a man of honor, integrity, and principle. Canada is better for his service and is diminished by his loss. On behalf of my family, thank you, colleagues, for honoring him here today. God bless you all, and God bless Canada.
Here, here,
It being 3:55, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on the Government Operations and Estimates. Call in the members.
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Broussard, moves that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, presented on Friday, February 16, 2024, be concurred in.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Gray.
Ms. Gray.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. We'll go online first. And Mr. Hoback.
Having problems with the camera. Yay. Mr. Hoback, yay, pour.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeck. We need some kind of audio at the key there, so try it again. Okay.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeck, yay, pour.
And Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. for Edmonton Griesbach.
Speaker, I'd like to cast my vote yes.
Mr. Desjardins, yay, pour.
And the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you. My app was not working, so yes.
Julian, yay, pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre?
Anyone else?
No, the table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the tributes and the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 48 minutes. 48 minutes. As mentioned in the Speaker's statement of Monday, September 16, 2024, the volume of earpieces will now be reset. The députés qui utilisent leur oreille.
Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. I thank them for paying particular attention to the sound level.
I'll just wait for a second for that reset to happen. And orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024.
I believe the debate, when we left it, now the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to start by acknowledging that I am going to be sharing my time with the member from London West. And just to start by saying it's a pleasure to rise for the first time in this House after the summer recess and represent the good people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, and the Sea to Sky regions. And it's especially important today because we are going to be starting with the debate of Bill C-61, which is an act to amend the Citizenship Act. And I think it's very important that we start our session with this legislation because it strikes right at the core of what it means to be Canadian, or rather, how. And Mr. Speaker, what do Mary Pickford, Leslie Nielsen, Ricky Gervais, Jimi Hendrix, Glenn Ford, and Romeo Dallaire all have in common? These folks are well known as eminent Canadians, but in fact, they're also what's known as lost Canadians. Lost Canadians are individuals that were born in Canada or believe they were Canadian citizens, but who lost or never acquired citizenship due to certain provisions in our outdated and confusing citizenship legislation. For instance, first-generation Canadians born abroad are unable to confer citizenship to their children, and those born to first generation abroad automatically lose their citizenship at the age of 28 due to both cruel and unconstitutional law that was passed by the Harper Conservative government. The legislation we're debating today will fix these issues by amending the Citizenship Act to extend access to citizenship to descent beyond the first generation. And once passed, Bill C-71 will automatically confer citizenship by descent to all those born abroad to Canadian parents before the coming into force date of the legislation. And for those born after the coming into force date, there will be a new framework governing citizenship where citizenship by descent can be passed on beyond the first generation if a Canadian parent is present in Canada for 195 days straight in what is being called the substantial connection test. And Bill C-71 will also allow people born abroad and adopted by a Canadian citizen that was born abroad to have a pathway to citizenship by way of a grant of citizenship. This different process is required because in order to comply with the Hague Convention on Protection of Children, and cooperation in respect of inter-country adoption, which seeks to protect the child's best interest and prevent abuses such as abduction, sale, and trafficking of children. An assessment is necessary to ensure that the adoption complies with international adoption requirements. And many of those currently affected by this issue are, in fact, children. Children who are unable to access Canadian citizenship and the benefits that we so often take for granted, such as access to universal health care and education. The consequences these children face as a result of this outdated legislation are unacceptable. Take, for instance, the story of 12-year-old Zach Hirschfield, who was born in Mexico to his Canadian father, Bert, who himself was born in the United States and later naturalized to become a Canadian citizen. At the time of Zach's Canadian grandmother couldn't confer citizenship to Zach's father due to discrimination against women that remains embedded in the Citizenship Act, and which I'll get to later in my speech. Last year, Zach applied for proof of citizenship and was denied. As a naturalized Canadian, Bert was deemed to be born in Canada and thus could confer citizenship to his son, but this was later rescinded by the Conservative Bill C-37 when it became law. Under C-37, Conservatives took away the right for Canadians born abroad to pass on citizenship to their children. So this law not only separated families, it created an undemocratic, tiered system of citizenship and a new class of Canadians. Today's Act does not have citizenship in Mexico or in Canada, and there's a legitimate question of him being stateless. Zach's father tragically died during COVID, and his family in Vancouver wants him to live with them. The problem is that Zach has no legal status in Canada, and thus he cannot enroll in school, get medical coverage, or get a SIN number. To access these things, he needs to become a Canadian citizen. Under C-71, he will be. And to be clear, this is not an issue of immigration, as some members of the opposition claim. This is an issue of citizenship. And as we can see in Zach's story, it's also an issue of equality and of women's rights. Prior to 1977, women could not confer citizenship onto their children. Instead, children were seen as property of the father if they were born in wedlock, and property of the mother if born out of wedlock. And this inequality has lasting impacts on new generations of Canadians born abroad. Bill C-71 corrects this by acknowledging the rights of second-generation Canadians born abroad to obtain citizenship, including descendants of women who previously couldn't confer citizenship due to these inequalities. And this is not only the right thing to do, it's necessary to make sure that this legislation is compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Bill C-71 will also bring our laws into compliance with international standards set by the United Nations. Currently, our legislation violates the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which states that all children have a right to education. It violates the UN Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness, which outlines the measures countries must take to provide a nationality to those who are stateless. And it also violates the UN Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. And while this bill is a step in the right direction, there is more work that needs to be done to ensure citizenship remains protected. But we know that not all parties in this House share this view. With the passage of Bill C-37 in 2009, the Conservatives demonstrated their willingness to strip Canadians of their rights and identity. In 2014, the Conservatives also passed Bill C-24 that allowed them to revoke the citizenship of dual citizens. This created an entire category of second-class citizens whose status as Canadians is insecure. Further still, we know that the leader of the opposition's flagship bill as the Minister of Democratic Reform was to make it harder for Indigenous people, youth, and less affluent people to vote. And we already know that the Conservatives will not care about being out of compliance with international law because they've openly committed to withdrawing from the United Nations. But even more concerning is the leader of the Conservative Party has committed to ignoring charter-protected rights and freedoms by invoking the notwithstanding clause. So we would not be able to rely on the courts to protect us from Conservatives revoking citizenship, which can be changed on a whim. And let's think of what those whims may be. Because we know the tried and true playbook that they use to ostracize minority groups, to create fear in the population of people that they don't know, to rally support. We know this is an effective method, but that's why we should be concerned to see the Conservative leader cozying up to white national groups, and it even filters into the anti-trans policy. The complete and utter silence of the Conservatives to the plight of Palestinians over the last year has been deafening. How safe would you feel in protesting in support of the Palestinian cause under Conservative government? We already saw the Conservatives label environmentalists as a violent threat to Canada's security, pass legislation to spy on environmental NGOs, and weaponize the Canada Revenue Agency to silence awareness that these groups were raising about the impact of fossil fuels. How safe would you feel speaking out about the impact of climate change? How safe would you feel about your Canadian citizenship? The answer is you would probably feel a lot safer in an insurrection to overthrow the government, because you might get brought coffee and donuts. As such, I believe that citizenship should be enshrined as a right, rather than a revocable privilege, so that we can protect all Canadians, whether dual citizen or not, born in or out of wedlock, adopted or not, from the Conservatives or any future government from manipulating citizenship laws to exclude those that they don't agree with. This risks eroding our democratic principles and turning citizenship into a privilege rather than a fundamental human right. And there also remains questions regarding citizenship, when citizenship in Canada began. For many, it's assumed it began with the introduction of the Citizenship Act in 1947. However, that would mean that thousands of Canadian servicemen and women who died in the First and Second World Wars would not be technically considered Canadian citizens. And this ambiguity goes beyond just legal definitions. It influences how we remember our history and those who contributed to it. Mr. Speaker, citizenship provides us with a sense of duty and belonging to the country we all are proud to call home. With the passage of C-71, the Citizenship Act will have laws that are equally enforced and consistent with international human rights principles for the first time in Canadian history. And it will grant citizenship to individuals like Zach, for whom there is genuine fear they may become stateless. It's an opportunity for us to modernize our citizenship legislation, to ensure those who rightfully deserve to be Canadian citizens don't get left behind. I hope that all members of this House will support this legislation, and I want to give a special shout out to Don Chapman, constituent of mine in Gibsons, that has worked so hard to move this legislation forward through the courts and today through legislation that we're debating.
Before we get to questions and comments, just want to remind folks to keep the questions short and the answers short so everyone can participate in the debate this evening. Or this afternoon. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, questions.
Speaker, so the first question to the members, I just want to make sure the member understands the 1977 Citizenship Act was amended in 2009. Actually, those portions are not being amended here. That was done way before. In 2009, C-37 introduced the first generation limit was supported by all parties. It was supported twice by the Liberal Party of Canada, by the NDP and the Bloc, and yes, it was a Conservative bill. It's interesting that he introduces a novel argument that we would violate our international treaty commitments, because that was not an argument made at any point by the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship, actually. So I would like for him to answer this question. If that is the case, that it will be a violation, then why are the first generation limits in the United States, in Australia, in the United Kingdom, not violations of their international treaty commitments?
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite from Calgary-Shepherd for the question. Today we're talking about Canada being in compliance with international law, and we're talking about the rights that Canadians should deserve and who deserves to be Canadian. And whether you're born abroad, first generation or second generation, you have a substantial connection to Canada. You should be considered, and you should be a Canadian citizen. The legislation that would have been debated back in 2009 far precedes my time in the House, but I would just mention that this was legislation that was brought forward by the Conservatives, and it was done as an all-or-nothing measure. And so today we're correcting the major damage that the Conservatives did to our citizenship legislation, and I think that's what's important.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, there's something quite fascinating about this bill, and that is how slow the Liberal government has been. And yet these are historic issues, people who fought in a war, and they found themselves in a situation where, lo and behold, they didn't even have citizenship, and it took an Ontario Superior Court decision to ensure that the Liberals finally did something about this. This came up way back in 2007. There have been successive Conservative and Liberal governments. Why did they wait so long to do this, which is only the decent thing to do for these lost Canadians?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Abitibi-Temiskaming for that question. I don't have a good answer why it took a court decision from Ontario, but I do know that it's high time that this step was taken. There's been discrimination under the law, and this bill we're discussing today will improve the situation for a lot of people. There's more to be done, but I hope that the next things that need to be changes, hopefully it won't take so long. It won't require a court case for judges to explain to us why this has to be done. We can do the right thing when we can do that here as parliamentarians.
Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the members' comments today, and I really do appreciate the shout-out that was given to Don Chapman. As I've mentioned over the last today and yesterday, Don Chapman, I got to know him when I worked for Andrew Tluddy, the Member of Parliament for Waterloo. And I really appreciated the members' insights at actually countering this false narrative by the Conservatives in regards to Bill C-37, and then intentionally choosing to forget that Prime Minister Stephen Harper basically gave an ultimatum to members. Either take this step that lost Canadians were fighting for, or none of it would happen. And people like Don Chapman were leading the charge to say, at least take this step, because we're never going to get the Conservatives to truly be inclusive, because they're the most uninclusive party possible. My question to the member actually is, in regards to the Ontario Court ruling and the fact that this legislation is going to make Canadian citizenship more equal, especially when it comes to kids being adopted or being born abroad, I would like to hear from the member what he thinks the benefits of actually having legislation that will be constitutional. Really, what kind of value does that have when it comes to Canadians and the pride we share? Thank you.
In about 30 seconds, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question here. I think one thing that Canadians are very proud of is, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's something that we hold up. And so any law that we pass that is unconstitutional, I think is a strike right at the core of what it means to be Canadian. And part of that as well is being inclusive, respecting people, being a welcoming society. And I think that's what this legislation helps move us closer towards. And I just would say that the reason that we're here is because so many people have fought for decades and hundreds of years to bring us here. So I just want to salute to all the hard work for folks that have done that.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Yukon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rise and speak to Bill C-71. This bill proposes to amend Canada's Citizenship Act and restore citizenship to those individuals who lost it due to previous unconstitutional legislative amendments. Mr. Speaker, I was compelled to participate in this debate after hearing from some of my constituents on this matter. I was struck by recent comments made by the Conservative member for Edmonton Manning, and this member mentioned knocking on doors and talking to Canadians, saying that the changes put forward by the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship today, a change that the courts have clearly indicated is needed, are just making more Canadians of convenience, and that this is granting citizens to tourists. Well, I can tell you I've heard the contrary from my constituents. It was just a few months ago while I was door knocking in one of our growing neighbourhoods in Whitehorse, Whistle Bend. I had a great conversation with a woman who had lived in Canada for years. Whitehorse is her home. Canada is her home. She is one of our lost Canadians, and her not having citizenship for her country matters greatly to her. And she was glad to hear that this bill that we're considering today is in the House, and to hear that it would bring her a step closer to being a citizen in a country she had lived in for so long, that she loves, and that she will spend the remainder of her days in. I want to thank this constituent for sharing her story with me, and who impressed the need for us to help those among us, our neighbours, colleagues, family, who are lost Canadians. I thank you. I'll do my part to support this bill, which will help lost Canadians. And my thanks to her for introducing me to her very cute dog, Pete. Another constituent of mine has shared with me about a family member of theirs. This family member was born outside of Canada while their parents lived abroad, working for a non-profit organization. And this dedication to service obviously ran in the family. However, as the individual born abroad chose as an adult decades later to go into much similar work and now lives abroad, working for a Canadian registered not-for-profit organization, this individual now has children while working abroad. So a few years after their first child was born, they applied for their child's citizenship and their passport. They were denied based on the young child being the second generation born outside of Canada. My constituent's cousin asked, why are his children being punished with refusal of citizenship due to the service of their parents and grandparents in a not-for-profit organization? There are special considerations for members of the Canadian military, but not for citizens in other areas of service. And here's what I heard. Not only does it hurt to know that my kids are not citizens, but it also calls into question how I end up feeling about my own Canadian citizenship. I feel very much like a second-class citizen as a result, and although I do not live in Canada, I do feel very much Canadian. I would love to be able to give that gift to my children. Mr. Speaker, families like those of my constituent and the constituents I spoke with directly a while ago, who is personally one of those lost Canadians, they've been put into very difficult situations following the 2009 law passed by the last Conservative government. While the Conservative opposition filibustered a bill for 30 hours, one made by one of their own Conservative senators, it's my hope that this new bill can bring some relief and some justice to these families placed in such awkward and hurtful situations. Many people around the world seek to come to Canada and become Canadian citizens. In my opinion, Canada is the best country in the world, and it's clear that it's a top choice for newcomers to begin the next chapter of their lives. Canada is a country that is welcoming, diverse, and inclusive, and I think I can speak safely for all of us when I say we're proud to be Canadians, whether we were born here, raised here, or whether we came to this country like myself and went through the process of making it our home. In 2009, Canada's Citizenship Act was amended to resolve this issue and simplify the rules around citizenship. The 2009 amendments repealed the requirement to act in order to retain citizenship, but at the same time, the Harper Conservatives fundamentally changed citizenship by descent by introducing a harmful and unconstitutional first-generation limit. Individuals born outside of Canada in the second generation or a subsequent generation were no longer able to inherit citizenship and could only become a Canadian through the naturalization process. That is by applying and coming to Canada, becoming a permanent resident, and passing our citizenship test. This is deeply offensive, asking someone who is rightfully Canadian to immigrate to their own country. The 2009 changes also ensured that anyone who was born after the 1977 legislation but who had not yet turned 28 when these changes took place was allowed to maintain their status and remain Canadian. At the same time, in 2009 and then again in 2015, the government introduced amendments to the Citizenship Act to restore citizenship to groups of people who lost citizenship or who never became citizens in the first place because of rules in the first Canadian Citizenship Act of 1947 that we now recognize as outdated. The vast majority of lost Canadians were remedied by legislative amendments in 2009 and 2015. Since 2009, there have been nearly 20,000 individuals who came forward and who have been issued proof of Canadian citizenship related to these amendments to the Act. In December 2023, a court decision required that the Citizenship Act be revisited once more. The Ontario Superior Court of Justice determined that the Harper Conservatives' first-generation limit on citizenship by descent was unconstitutional on both equality and mobility rights. It was clear during the study at the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration on S-245 that there still is a cohort remaining who refer to themselves as lost Canadians. These are people, of course, who were born outside of Canada in the second or subsequent generations who lost their citizenship before 2009 due to the now repealed rules that required them to take steps to retain their Canadian citizenship before their 28th birthday. This cohort of lost Canadians is limited to a group of people who were born outside of Canada to a Canadian parent between February 1977 and April 1981, did not take steps to retain their citizenship before turning 28, and were second or later generation born outside the country. Since S-25 went through a number of changes and improvements using feedback from experts and those impacted, it made sense to incorporate some of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration's suggested changes into this new legislation. So today's legislation builds and improves on the work done in Bill S-245. It will restore and provide citizenship for groups impacted up to the date of the legislation coming into the force of law. It will also create new rules for citizenship by descent from the legislation's start date, ensuring a fair and inclusive Citizenship Act going forward. This legislation offers the best solution for a welcoming and inclusive future. It restores citizenship to those who might otherwise have lost it, and it addresses the concerns from Parliament and the Ontario Superior Court with the Harper Conservatives' exclusionary legislative amendments in 2009. Mr. Speaker, I hope we can all continue to work together to quickly pass this legislation and provide a better regime for future generations of Canadians. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions and comments? Question ou commentaire? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for the speech. I'm going to ask him a question here about the actual unconstitutionality of this bill. This bill came from a ruling of unconstitutionality from the Superior Court of Justice in Ontario. That is a lower court in Ontario. 6 months ago, it did not advance to the Court of Appeal in Ontario and further to that. Does he think it's this government's job to take a lower court decision and bring it all the way to the House of Commons before it actually appeals that decision to make sure some judges that actually have some other views and perhaps some more experienced views on what is constitutional and what is unconstitutional before it lands on the floor of the House of Commons?
Great question. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Centre, I believe Calgary Centre, for the question. And of course, the judgment of a court can be considered at any level, and in this case, a solid, thorough decision made by the Ontario court was accepted and agreed to by the government, and I think this is reasonable grounds to proceed with really what is correcting an injustice dating back to the previous Conservative government.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was clear. He explained clearly that the government wants to correct an injustice through this legislation. People who wrongfully lost their citizenship can now get it back. During the debate, and I think yesterday as well, it was said that this legislation might have negative effects and create a kind of birth tourism. I'd like my colleague to say what he thinks about this. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Je remercie mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, I have heard it said. I have heard the same thing said, but it's quite simply wrong. I think it's directed at those citizens who have lost their citizenship because of a decision of the Ontario Conservative government. And this is meant to correct an injustice. It doesn't open wide the doors to any kind of citizenship tourism. It really targets those persons who were forgotten or lost, as we say, because of that Ontario Conservative decision. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for Yukon for his speech. We, in the NDP, we want to rectify this historic mistake. We think that citizenship allows one to take part in the life of the polity. So not having it is a grave, serious thing. But there's no timeline for this legislation coming into effect. And I would like him to reassure us that once this passes, it will come into effect as soon as possible.
Je remercie aussi.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague, my NDP colleague, for his comment, and I agree with him. And I also agree that we hope to move this legislation forward as soon as possible, as quickly as possible.
Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on the question from my colleague from Calgary Centre to ask the member from the Yukon. Do you think it's reasonable to expect that the Canadian government should take a position where you could deny access to citizenship for at least another 5 years, hoping to get a different ruling when we know this legislation is A, unconstitutional, and B, non-compliance with Canada's international obligations, and to spend perhaps millions of dollars in the process of doing that?
Very quick answer, the honourable member for Yukon.
To be very quick, certainly I appreciate the question, and I think the question is really very precise as to if we are to achieve getting to correct this injustice, then we can stand on firm grounds to accept the Ontario Court decision and proceed accordingly. Thank you.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to the standing order, I would like to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes and Public Services and Procurement, and l'honorable député de Calgary Centre.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre, Finance. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm especially happy to take part in the debate on C-71, which is meant to correct injustice and also the institutional character of the Citizenship Act. Now, ironically, it is on the same basis that the Bloc Québécois undertook extraordinary work on this issue. I'm thinking of the work of the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, who drew up an inventory, and I know that everything he put on there was well considered. He had an exhaustive inventory of issues having to do with citizen. I think that it was under his leadership that the greatest experts in Canada came up with 2 studies. So what I find is that it is a real privilege for me to work on this because of others who have dealt with this, others in my party who have dealt with this. I know that some Canadians have been lost, and perhaps there are some that are listening to us now. I know that this bill represents for people who are dealing with these issues. It's time to help them. We hope that this legislation will move quickly to the various through the legislative process. In Quebec, this idea of lost citizens has a particular resonance. It has to do with our pride as Quebecers and our will to build an inclusive society, and I'm obviously talking about Quebec society. But there are stages that we have to go through, steps we have to go through. This is a crucial right for anyone who wants to fully participate in our society, whatever his or her political allegiance. This can be done in different ways. Some of us are fortunate enough to be born in Canada, but for newcomers who have chosen Canada, there are those who have who have achieved citizenship. There is also a citizenship through filiation, those who were born outside Canada but born of Canadian parents. Today, we are dealing with a crucial aspect of the Act, which has to do with inclusivity. In Canada, it's been well established that with very rare exceptions, citizenship is automatically conferred on anyone born on Canadian soil. But there are major challenges for those born abroad. Challenges that we have to do away with. The Citizenship Act imposes certain major restrictions. For example, citizenship through affiliation is limited to the first citizenship. People born of Canadian citizens who are born abroad can only become Canadian citizens only if their parents became citizens before their birth. All this turns on personal circumstances. In 2025, this could happen to anyone. This prevents Canadians who have been naturalized citizens from adopting. This creates inequalities and frustration for many people who, despite their their significant links to Canada, do not have a right to citizenship. This has led to situations that are even more complex for certain citizenships, and these people have been deprived of their citizenship. It has to do with if you have to have been born to a Canadian citizenship, to a Canadian citizen during a specific time. Now, I think that that's very complicated. The measures proposed in C71 represent a major improvement, major progress. It would extend the possibility of transmitting citizenship to Canadians born abroad, even if they are born abroad. It also deals with previous reforms which deprived Canadians of their citizenship because of previous legislation.
By supporting these reforms, we are affirming our commitment to a citizenship policy that reflects the principles of fairness and justice. It's essential that we ensure that every citizen, regardless of their place of birth or residence, can have their rights fully recognized and protected. By making these necessary changes, we're taking an important step forward towards a fair and more inclusive law, ensuring that our citizenship system is fair to everyone. Since the Citizenship Act was adopted in 1977, we've seen that many Canadians, including many of them in Quebec, find themselves deprived of this essential right to citizenship. This situation not only creates obstacles in their daily lives, but also affects their dignity and their sense of belonging. In Quebec, we have always valued justice and equality, and it's imperative that these are reflected in our treatment of citizenship. The proposed reforms must go far beyond superficial amendments. They must ensure this inalienable right is respected and protected for all, including those in Quebec who are fighting to have their status recognized. Yesterday, here, I was explaining to students from Rwanda on Parliament Hill just how important our work at committees is. Just as important when we contribute to debate here in the House. And you have here a fine example of the time it takes and the work it takes at committee. So I pay tribute to the work of the exceptional organizations and individuals like Don Chapman, who put their heart and soul into the cause of lost Canadians. And to all those who turned to them for help. Many contributions were made at committee. So true, the Conservatives in 2008 did put MPs in a very tricky situation. In response to the work of parliamentarians on the Standing Committee of Immigration, they introduced most of the elements in the report entitled Recovering Citizenship. While this did indeed correct certain aspects, it also contained a controversial provision, i.e. the limitation of citizenship to the first generation only, thus excluding the second generation born abroad. This provision was an integral part of Bill C-37. At the time, those who followed the debate remember that the Harper government had clearly said that Bill C-37 would be repealed if it was not passed in its entirety. Had this vote not taken place, thousands of Canadians, Second World War veterans, as well as tens of thousands of their wives and children, would have lost their rights in their own country. And in 1946, a 20-year-old war bride who would be, well, a 20-year-old at the time, who would be 98 today. Many of these veterans and their wives are now deceased. If the members of Parliament at the time had rejected the limitation imposed by Bill C-37, these people would have died without their citizenship, all because of the Harper government's attitude. I have carefully followed the work of S-245 committee and the colossal amount of work that was done to correct problematic situations. But the bill, at the end of the day, did not include the changes that the dispossessed of their citizenship wanted. We also have to bear in mind that alongside all of this, there's a trial at Toronto's Superior Court on the question of the constitutionality of some aspects of the Citizenship Act. The government waited, the Liberals waited, until it was given an ultimatum before acting. The bill responds to the Ontario Superior Court ruling that a limit on citizenship for children of foreign-born Canadians was unconstitutional. And on December 19th, 2023, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice struck down provisions 3.3a of the Citizenship Act on the grounds that it violated Section 6 on freedom of movement. Namely, every Canadian citizen has the right to remain in Canada, to enter or to leave Canada, and Section 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, equality before the law, and of the equal benefits and protection under the law. The Government of Canada chose not to appeal this decision and recognized the unfairness of this restriction. The government, on December 19th, 2024, decided to pass Bill C-71. The Bloc will vote in favor of this bill because we think this bill will correct historical injustices. In her decision, the judge accepted the allegations that women are particularly affected because the second-generation exclusion rule is discriminatory on the basis of sex, forcing women of childbearing age to choose between traveling, studying, or pursuing a career, and returning to Canada to retain their right to be able to pass citizenship onto their children. The Bloc Québécois will support legislation that puts an end to discrimination against women. And as the sports spokesperson, a critic rather, for the Bloc Québécois, I also salute the achievements of Ms. Erin Brooks, a very talented athlete with roots in Quebec who grew up in Tofino, BC. Unfortunately, her dream of representing us in Paris at the 2024 Olympic Games did not materialize. After more than 3 years in administrative limbo imposed by the Conservatives, she was unable to solve her situation with her citizenship in time to qualify. The Citizenship Act must be reviewed to put an end to this nonsense. Erin, we're proud of you and wish you a superb sporting career representing us, Canada and Quebec. Bill 71 corrects the last categories of people who have been overlooked, forgotten, despite successive reforms to the Citizenship Act. It is imperative that we overcome these challenges and inherent inequities with this act with compassion and determination. The amendments proposed to this legislation give us a precious opportunity to correct these injustices, to extend citizenship to those who have the right to it. We need to go beyond the first generation and correct injustices of the past, and we renew our commitment to equity and inclusivity. Everyone deserves to have their rights fully recognized, despite where they're born or where they live. These reforms will allow us to move forward and also build a fairer system that is more equal. It's time to make sure that our citizenship policy truly offers a fair and just approach. We are showing our commitment to a future where every citizen can find their place and their rights fully respected. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore two things. It's ironic when we talk about Canadian citizenship and the legislation. I remember in 2015, we saw thousands of people had the right to vote, newcomers who didn't all have all the necessary family links that we're talking about here with the Lost Canadians. And for this something really shocking. We're talking about a policy that can defend Canadian unity. We saw a government speed things up illegally for these citizens. And we're talking about Canadian citizens who paid taxes their entire lives. And they didn't even realize that they didn't have citizenship. They will be marginalized and deprived of some of their rights. And that's something abhorrent. Romeo Dallaire didn't have the Canadian citizenship when he made us so proud. So these are very, very concrete situations, Mr. Speaker, where people, the lost Canadians, have found themselves in, and these situations must be ended today. So I'd simply like to take an opportunity to congratulate Louis-Philippe Sauvé, who is elected to the riding of La Salle-Verdun. I knew him a long time ago when he was a young member of the Bloc Québécois Party, and he's a hard worker, and he has proved it over the past few weeks, and as being elected as the MP for that riding, and I'd like to welcome him. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The Conservatives say that they like to defend freedom, but when they provided amendments to the Citizenship Act, they deprived many Canadians of their rights and their identity as Canadians. I think my colleague would agree with me that this is not very surprising from the Conservatives, and that this bill, C-71, is a good way to rectify these gaps, as he mentioned in his speech. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke. Yes, I think that there are issues that partisanship will always involve, but there's also a question of dignity that has to be most important here. And yes, the government will support this motion, and I ask us to show respect to these individuals who are in a tricky situation and accelerate the adoption of this bill so we can also respect the court's judgment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I agree entirely. This is a historical mistake that led to people losing their rights, and they lost access to services. There are children that became stateless. So I'd like to talk about the Conservative position. We talked about tourism and obtaining citizenship. And, well, it made me think, Mr. Speaker, to the black years of the Harper government when they removed health care for asylum seekers and refugees, thinking that people left their families to receive care here in Canada or Quebec. We always see the same thing with the current Conservatives as well, the Honourable Member. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I had an image that I always liked when they said, oh, they're talking about somewhere up in northern Ontario. Oh, they're talking about a principle. People who do not have their citizenship, and there is obviously a question of dignity here. We have to stop seeing conspiracies where there aren't any, and I think we have to show courage, dignity, and respect to these people. So the Bloc will support this legislation. I'd like to thank the NDP and my Liberal colleagues to do the same. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a comment. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud sovereignist, and people often ask me in Ottawa, your work there, do you find it interesting? And I say yes, because when the Bloc takes a position, we do so as if we were defining the parameters of our own country. And very eloquently, we have heard the Bloc's position with respect to citizenship. And when people say that recognizing and respecting differences is racist, they're mistaken. This speech is the concrete proof of how the Bloc would one day like to have Quebec citizenship and an inclusive country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Montcalm. True, this is not a political issue we're talking about today, but I would like, above all, to have the former member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges here to thank you today with all the due emotion, because this is really a long period of time that the work has been done over. So there are issues where there are concerns, people who suffered from this situation, Mr. Speaker, and I'm through thinking of them that the Bloc is supporting this bill. So sometimes it's okay to talk about politics, but there's time when we have to really think about the greater interests of peoples and our citizens. Thank you. Questions and comments?
If not, we'll proceed to the next speaker. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so excited and happy to be back in the House of Commons to represent the good people of London West, and to see also my colleagues who are energized and ready to serve Canadians. I will be sharing my time with my amazing member, colleague, member of the Markham Unionville. Je suis très heureuse.
Very happy, Mr. Speaker, to participate to the second reading of Bill C-71, Act to amend the Citizenship Act to grant access to Canadian citizenship beyond first generation. I'd like to thank my colleagues here in the House that have defended the interests of Canadians who have lost citizenship because of the gaps and complexity of the previous legislation under the Harper government.
The Canadian Citizenship Act in response to issues raised in both Parliament and the courts. These changes will restore citizenship to the remaining lost Canadians, individuals who either could not become citizens or lost their citizenship due to outdated legislative provisions. While previous amendments helped many, a small cohort of lost Canadians remain. The legislative amendments outlined in C-71 will help lost Canadians and their descendants regain or obtain citizenship. They also address the status of descendants impacted by the Harper Conservatives' first-generation limit. The revised law will establish clear guidelines for acquiring Canadian citizenship by descent. Once this legislation is enacted, the harmful first-generation limit will no longer apply. It will allow Canadian citizens born abroad to pass their citizenship to their children, provided that they can demonstrate substantial connection to Canada. A Canadian parent born outside the country will be able to transfer citizenship to their child if they have lived in Canada for more than 3 years before the child's birth. These changes will result in a more inclusive and fair Citizenship Act and will right the wrongs of the previous Conservative government. Additionally, this new legislation continues to reduce the differences between children born abroad and adopted by Canadians and those born abroad to Canadian parents. Any child adopted overseas by a Canadian parent before the law takes effect will be eligible for the current direct citizenship grant for the adoptees, even if they were previously excluded by the first generational limit. Once the new law is in place, the same criteria will apply to children adopted by Canadian citizens abroad. If the adoptive parent born outside of Canada can show a substantial connection to Canada, the adopted child will be eligible for citizenship as well. So basically what we're saying is that Bill C-71 will restore citizenship to those who have been wrongfully excluded and will establish a consistent rules of citizenship by descent moving forward. Speaker, I'd like to pause here and thank the many families that have worked alongside our committees, our staff, and the many people to get to this place where the Ministry of Immigration and Citizenship has introduced this legislation. The Conservatives, not only did they not want this bill to pass, they spent a whole afternoon yesterday filibustering and trying to move motions that would delay this bill to pass and the many Canadians that have been harmed in the process to receive justice. It's important to note, Speaker, that this legislation is not only going to fix the mess that the Harper government created, but it is also going to respond to the reckless government in which the current leader of the opposition was a member of. In 2009, Harper and the leader of the opposition moved legislative amendments to the Citizenship Act to restrict citizenship by descent for the first generation born abroad. And for many young Canadians who were perhaps too young to remember, the leader of the opposition was part of that government that introduced Bill C-24. Not only did they seek to create second-class citizens, they also gave themselves power to revoke citizenship of dual citizens by targeting nearly 1 million Canadians. So it is not a surprise, Speaker, that they want to prevent Bill C-71, a bill that is in collaboration with all parties in this House to restore the chartered rights of Canadians, but they also want to delay even in committees. Being a Canadian citizen is a privilege we should never take for granted. In fact, we should all advocate as strongly for our rights to citizenship as the lost Canadians have done for themselves. Canadian citizenship represents more than just a legal status. It embodies the ongoing commitment and responsibility. What does it mean to be Canadian? There's no right answer to this question, and that's one of the great things about our country. Let's start with how our commitment defines us. One of those commitments is to understand ourselves and our history, as flawed as it is, to work towards a better future for all. And that's the oath that some of us have taken to become citizens, and that is the oath that we should all continue to honor. Our country has a rich and complicated history dating from before the founding of Canada. The Indigenous people who have lived on these lands since time immemorial have stewarded the country we all love and call Canada today. Since Confederation, many diverse people have chosen Canada as their new home. Apart from Indigenous people, every Canadian's history begins with the story of a migrant. Le Canada est réputé pour son...
Canada is known for its commitment to inclusion. This commitment was focalized on the Multiculturalism Act, which promotes cultural diversity. Canada's approach with respect to multiculturalism focuses on active integration and the celebration of its citizens' backgrounds. This approach allows people from different origins, ethnic, religious, and other, to be proud of their roots and to feel like they belong to our country. Canada's communities from coast to coast are a living example of multiculturalism. At the heart of Canadian identity is our commitment to human rights. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees fundamental rights for all citizens and residents, including the freedom of expression, religion, and the right to non-discrimination.
Canada's commitment to human rights is also displayed by our support for human rights initiatives internationally. Over the years, Canada has defended women's rights, the rights of marginalized groups, both domestically and internationally. This enables people to feel more included in Canadian society and more able to participate freely in it. One advantage of this approach is enabling people to participate actively in our democracy. That includes the right to vote federally, provincially, and municipally, and also the right to have a direct influence in politics and government action. It's important to point out that only citizens can run for election, and that gives them the opportunity to represent their communities and contribute to the governance of Canada. All Canadian citizens also enjoy all the legal protections and rights in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That guarantees that their civil liberties and rights as individuals are protected at the highest levels and also ensures justice and equality.
Rights and freedoms. I'd like to remind members that the leader of the official opposition has hinted that he would use the notwithstanding clause if given the opportunity. Canadians should take note of this, of what they've done in the past. In particular, as I mentioned earlier, what they did in 2009. And many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who are around the same age as me, do not remember what happened. But in 2009, the Harper government took the right to interfere with Canadians' rights. They amended the Citizenship Act to limit citizenship by descent and by introducing the first-generation limit. I would also like to remind this House that the Ontario Superior Court ruled that the first-generation limit imposed by the Harper government following legislative amendments in 2009 was unconstitutional in terms of both mobility rights and equality rights, and it is a clear example on how the Conservative Party continues to differentiate Canadians. Don Chapman is one of those people who are affected by this generational limit. He has dedicated his time, advocated for Bill C-71, worked through different committees to amend it and to get to the place where we are today. I just want to give him a shout out because I know how hard he worked and how many phone calls he had to make and how many of my colleagues he called on a long period of time. Another important advantage of Canadian citizenship is access to the Canadian passport. This passport is recognized worldwide as one of the most valuable and offers visa-free or visa-on-arrival access to many countries. Five more minutes? Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Mr.
Well, I wish I could give the honourable member 5 more minutes, but I'm going to have 5 minutes of questions and comments, so maybe the honourable member will get her speech finished up during the questions and comments. Questions, comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask a question about numbers, but I just want to preface by saying to the member that C-37, when it was passed in 2009, introduced the first-generation limit. It was actually supported by all parties in the House twice, on February 8th and on February 15th, by unanimous consent votes. On numbers, I looked at Statistics Canada, and in 2016, in a study done by Bérard, Chagnon, and Cannon, they said there were 4 million Canadians living abroad, a 36% increase since 1990. According to the study they were using for United Nations, dating back to a 2017 study showing the progression. The Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada found, in their estimate, there could be as many as 2.7 million Canadians living abroad, and then updated estimate in 2016 said it could be between 3 million and 5.6 million. Now, the last breakdown, I'll put the question to the member, that they did a breakdown thanks to United Nations, the World Bank, and the OECD, and they found the following. 51% are citizens by descent, 33% are Canadians by birth, and 15% are naturalized Canadians like myself. So I'm going to put to the member the same question I put to the minister the other day. How many persons living abroad will therefore be eligible to apply to the department for a proof of citizenship document and thereafter a Canadian passport?
The honourable member for London West.
Thank Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to see you back in the House, and I appreciate the question from my opposite colleague, who also sits on the same committee as me, who has had the opportunity to meet with the families, to hear from them. We have done this study, and also maybe he shouldn't have filibustered yesterday when we were trying to pass this motion on lost Canadians. I mentioned earlier that there is still a small number of Canadians who are still left behind in the lost Canadians who are waiting to get their citizenship approved through whether they gave birth outside of Canada or adopted their children. And some of these families were in our committee, so perhaps the member opposite should pay attention to some of the visitors that we have in our committee when we're doing really important work for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you've seen, as have I, that the member for London West got, in her speech, she talked about Don Chapman, but she ran out of time, and I was particularly interested in hearing what she might have to say about Mr. Chapman. Perhaps she could take a minute or two as you see fit. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for London West. I greatly appreciate the opportunity that my colleague opposite is providing me to finish what I had to say about this bill, which is very important for all Canadians. I talked about Don Chapman. Don Chapman is one Canadian who was negatively affected by what the Harper government did and by what the leader of the opposition continues to propose. And that party is still blocking this bill, and I appreciate the support of the Bloc and the NDP and the Greens in moving this legislation forward to help families. We've heard a lot of stories about the ravages that they've experienced, and it's important to resolve this problem once and for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech this evening. It's clear that at this point we have a lot in common, the Bloc, the Liberals and the NDP, on seeing this important work going forward. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the same coming out of the Conservatives, and the member has spoken about this quite a bit. We know that the Liberals voted against provisions that would have rectified the unconstitutional second-generation cutoff amendments. They filibustered the bill for 30 hours, which I believe the member also spoke about at committee. They stalled third reading debate for the bill 8 times. Instead of seeing the actions required for us to come together to help the exact people that we are elected to represent, we are seeing the Conservatives playing with people's lives. Can the member please speak to that?
A very quick answer from the Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague on the other side very well said how terrible it has been hard. It's been really hard to do the work that Canadians sent us to do on our Committee of Immigration, and sometimes it's been in the front of those families who have been harmed by those actions of the Conservatives, and watching them filibuster the work that we want to do has been very difficult, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the support that we've received to move this forward. It's important for Canadians, and it's important that we do right by the people who have been wronged by the Conservative government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this chamber today to give some more context on the proposed legislation to amend Canada's Citizenship Act. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I also like to recognize that Indigenous people have been here since time immemorial. The contribution they have made to our country in the past, present, and future have and will continue to be significant. It is our responsibility to continue to work towards reconciliation in coordination and collaboration with Indigenous people each and every day. Being Canadian means taking steps to tackle inequality and injustice within our society. We do this not only through our words, but more importantly, through our actions. Bill C-71 proposes amendment to the Citizenship Act in response to issues raised in both Parliament and the courts. These changes will restore citizenship to the remaining lost Canadians, individuals who either could not become citizens or lost their citizenship due to outdated legislative provisions. While previous amendments helped many, a small cohort of lost Canadians remains. The legislative amendment outlined in C-71 will help lost Canadians and their descendants regain or obtain citizenship. They also address the status of descendant impacted by the Harper Conservatives' first-generation limit. The revised law will establish clear guidelines for acquiring Canadian citizenship by descent. Once this legislation is enacted, the helpful first-generation limit would no longer apply, allowing Canadian citizens born abroad to pass their citizenship on to their children, provided they can demonstrate a substantial connection to Canada. A Canadian parent born outside the country will be able to transfer citizenship to the child if they have lived in Canada for a cumulative total of 3 years before the child's birth. These changes will result in a more inclusive and fair Citizenship Act and will right the wrongs of the previous Conservative government. Additionally, the new legislation continues to reduce the differences between children born abroad and adopted by Canadians. These born abroad to Canadian parents, any child adopted overseas by a Canadian parent before the law takes effect will be eligible for the current direct citizenship grant for adoptees, even if they were previously excluded by the first-generation limit. Once the law is in place, the same criteria will apply to children adopted by Canadian citizens abroad. If the adopted parent born outside Canada can show a substantial connection to Canada, the adopted child will be eligible for citizenship. Bill C-71 will restore citizenship to those who have been wrongfully excluded and will establish consistent rules for citizenship by descent going forward. These updates build on the work done by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration on Bill S-245, further refining the proposal and more comprehensively addressing the issues raised by the courts. Canadian citizenship represents more than just a legal status. It embodies an ongoing commitment and responsibility. What does it mean to be Canadian? There's no one right answer to this question, and that's one of the great things about our country. Let's start with how our commitment defines us. One of those commitments is to understand ourselves and our histories, flaws and all. Our country has a rich history dating from before the founding of Canada to the Indigenous people who have lived on these lands since time immemorial. Since Confederation, many diverse people have chosen Canada as their new home. With the exception of Indigenous people, every Canadian history begins with the story of a migrant. As Canadian, we have an ongoing commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous people as we continue to strengthen our relationship with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people across the country. Another commitment we make as Canadians is to come together and build a stronger country for everyone. That's evident in many ways. Canadians spring into action to help those in need, and it's not limited to family, friends, and neighbors. We are there to help, whether that's through emergency response efforts to fight devastating wildfires or floods that threatens our community, keeping food banks well stocked, or supporting local charities to help the most vulnerable among us. While those efforts may vary in scope and scale, the sentiment remains the same. We look out for each other when it matters. We know that our country's future prosperity hinges on that sense of goodwill and our continued collective efforts. Canadians are also committed to inclusion. We choose to welcome diverse culture, language, and beliefs, and that makes us unique. We value the experience that have made our fellow Canadians who they are, just as they have valued the experience others have. We respect the values of others as they respect ours, and we celebrate this choice. Take Citizenship Week, for example. Every year across the country and around the world, Canadians use this fantastic opportunity to show pride in their diversity, culture, and achievements. Celebrating our differences helps us learn from one another and better understand the challenges and opportunities that arises in our community. In turn, we identified new solutions to the problems we must overcome together. Though we are diverse, there are certain ties that bind us. In addition to helping others in times of need, Canadians also work to build opportunities for success and seek to share the benefits of that success with our community. How we become Canadian can vary greatly. As the Minister said, it's important to recognize that, regardless of how one becomes a citizen, we can all agree that we value each and every Canadian equally. Some of us are lucky enough to be born in Canada and are Canadians by birth. Others are newcomers who chose Canada, join our communities, and earn their citizenship. They are referred to as naturalized Canadians. Lastly, we have Canadian citizenship by descent, individuals who are born outside of our country to a Canadian parent, who proudly passes down their citizenship. We hold and value each of these citizens as equal and part of our diverse country. While we all define how we are Canadians in our own way, Parliament defines who and how becomes Canadian, how we become Canadian through the Citizenship Act. Our citizenship process and rules should be fair, equal, and transparent. But recently, it has become clear that the Act must be amended to address 2009 legislative amendments which excluded individuals due to the first-generation limit. The Ontario Superior Court has been clear. The Harper Conservatives' first-generation limit is unconstitutional and both on mobility and equality right. Bill C-71 introduces inclusive changes that will address the challenges raised by the courts on citizenship by descent. This applies in particular to those born overseas to Canadian parent. Today we have a choice. We can commit to addressing past wrongs, take care of those among us who have faced injustice and equality, to be more inclusive and share the benefits we enjoy as citizens with others who deserve to call themselves Canadians too. As proud Canadians of this country, we must uphold the commitment that defines us as Canadians, whether we are citizens by birth, by choice, or by descent. Whether we are born in Canada or in another country, we are bound by our shared values, our mutual respect for our country and for each other, our enthusiasm to call ourselves Canadians. Canadian citizenship is a fundamental part of who we are, unites us, opens up opportunities and challenges so as we live up to our values, self-acknowledgement, service to others, democracy, equality, and inclusion. Thank you for your attention to this crucial piece of legislation. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the previous member who spoke, the member for London West, had made the point. So I want to make this point to the Parliamentary Secretary and just congratulate him on the multi-meeting filibuster that he conducted on the draft report on Afghanistan, because he was able to make it last from May into September, and it only ended yesterday. And he did quite the job on it, I should say. This is unusual to have a draft report debated in public, so I invite members of the public to go see that particular filibuster. The member mentioned the court ruling, so I want to draw his attention to paragraph 265 of the judge's ruling. In it, she said that the errors in processing of which were 50% in the sample size that she took, 50% were the fault of the department. The department was unable to provide accurate information. In one case, Madam Speaker, they sent the proof of citizenship document with the wrong date on it. On another case, they sent the wrong document, had the wrong person's name, not even of another family member. I hear the member for Waterloo still heckling me, as she did yesterday. I had asked the minister at early part of the debate, and I'm going to ask his parliamentary secretary, can he answer the question, how many persons who are abroad currently will be eligible for the provisions in C-71?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
They're entitled to their
Madam Speaker, thank you for the members opposite for his question. I'm glad to be here to speak about Bill C-71. We have worked on this issue for many, many meetings at the SIM committee, and I'm hoping that we can move this agenda forward and get this legislation passed so that we can bring those lost Canadians home.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for speaking to this very important issue and the real impacts on Canadians and those who are denied their citizenship as a result of this outdated rules that have been put into place by the Harper government. Now, an interesting point, I have been given to me a response by the leader of the Conservative Party to a family who was asking about his stance on this exact legislation. His response was this, which I find is interesting. He says, Conservatives will help preserve what it means to be a citizen of this country and fundamentally what it means to be Canadian. Please be assured that they will continue to support and advocate for this legislation to reach its third reading in the House of Commons. Now, we know this is blatantly false. We know that this bill has been stalled basically 8 times since last October by the Conservatives to prevent this bill from reaching third reading. Can the member please speak to why he believes that the leader of the Conservative Party is misleading families who deserve to have their basic human rights met?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would like to thank the member opposite, the member across for her question, and I'm very happy to stand here to say that we as government would love to work with the Bloc and the NDP to pass this legislation. I understand that the Conservatives don't filibustering every spot and try to change the thing around. I am very, very committed to get this Bill C-71 passed because it affects my constituents in my riding, because they are also lost Canadians and they're waiting for this thing to pass so that we can make everyone a Canadian. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I remind the honourable members from Thornhill and Waterloo that there was someone speaking and we should respect that right of... questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to talk to you about the situation of a person whose parents were born abroad and then was adopted and whose father died. This person did not get citizenship. Why do these children who've had the who unfortunately have lost a parent not get citizenship?
Madam Speaker, thank you for the member across for his good question. And we, as a government, wants to pass this legislation so we can bring all Canadians here, all the lost Canadians, so that we can make everybody a Canadian citizen. So I'm so happy to work with the members from the Bloc and from the NDP, and we're hoping to get this thing moved, make C-71 legislation. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise here today in this House, the day after by-elections in 2 provinces in Canada. Some of the commonalities of these 2 outcomes. In both ridings, the Conservative vote went up by 50% from the last general election. And like the election in June, where we elected a Conservative in St. Paul's in Toronto, another safe Liberal riding turned out to be not so safe at the end of the day. So something has to happen here for people to start listening to what Canadians are actually thinking. For those across the aisle that are still pretending that there isn't a problem here, that Canadians don't see a problem in the way the country is being run, I'm asking them to start paying attention and change their direction. Canadians see clearly how badly government is being run, how they are being marginalized and divided, and they are demanding change as soon as possible. One of these indications of pure government incompetence is the way the Liberals have managed immigration. 1 year ago, I was directed to serve on the House of Commons Committee on Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Not a strength I had before, but in Calgary Centre, my office has an immigration caseload that's quite large. Now, let me take a moment here to stop and thank my staff in Calgary, Shani Papp and Laura Willardchuk, because they do a fantastic job for Canadians, for new Canadians, for visitors, and for families that are navigating the maze of Canada's immigration process. It's a complex enough program, and it's been grossly mismanaged over the past 4 years. A backlog of 2.6 million files. How to deal with it? Expedite 1.2 million files per year for 2 years in a system that managed before that about 320,000 files per year. They increased their workforce by 50% from 9,200 employees in 2020 to 13,685 in 2023. A big increase in government, but corners were cut, and we see the consequences of that with the recent sets of arrests that are happening in Canada. Now, why is this legislation before us? In December 2023, Ontario's Superior Court declared the first generation cutoff rule in the Citizenship Act unconstitutional. That ruling was a damning indictment of the Liberal-run Citizenship Department. The court found a staggering 50% error rate in the processing of citizenship applications. This means that half of all applicants were mishandled, leading to abnormally long processing times and widespread malpractice. Such a high error rate is unacceptable and speaks volumes about the incompetence and mismanagement within the current administration. That is the rationale for finding the previous law unconstitutional. I might suggest that fixing the problem would make the whole issue less unconstitutional. But Bill C-71 proposes to grant citizenship to individuals born abroad with at least one Canadian parent who has spent 1,095 days in Canada, the equivalent of 3 years. However, it fails to require these days to be consecutive and lacks provisions for criminal record checks. This approach is deeply flawed and undermines the very essence of what it means to be a Canadian citizen. Citizenship is not just a legal status, it is a commitment to our values, our laws, our way of life. By lowering the standards for obtaining citizenship, the NDP Liberals are devaluing this precious status and putting our national security at risk. This is something that the world looks at as being a very, very important document, a Canadian passport. And I'm going to interrupt you at this point in time, Madam Speaker, because I forgot to tell you at the beginning of the speech that I'm splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for Thornhill. Thank you. Now let's compare Canada's rules here with rules around the world. 3 years in Canada, according to this proposed bill, 5 years in most other democracies, and 5 years of real connection, not just sporadic 1,095 days spread out over a person's quarter century. Bill C-71 removes the 2009 limit that only allowed citizenship to the first generation born abroad. Under this bill, children born abroad to a Canadian parent, even if the parent was also born abroad, can gain citizenship as long as the parent meets a weak substantial connection test. The parent only needs to show 1,095 cumulative days of physical presence in Canada at any point in their life. Since the days do not need to be consecutive, someone living multiple generations abroad with limited sporadic ties to Canada can still claim citizenship for their children. This weakens the substantial connection requirement and risks a class of citizens with minimal ties to this country. Moreover, the government hasn't provided any analysis on how many new Canadians will be created by Bill C-71. Despite the potential for tens of thousands of new applicants, especially due to the removal of the first generation limit, the Liberals have failed to disclose how many people will gain citizenship through this legislation. This lack of transparency, a common thread, is concerning and prevents us from fully understanding the impact of this bill. And Bill C-71 will add thousands of new applications to an already overburdened system. The Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada is already struggling with delays and errors in processing citizenship applications. Adding a significant volume of new applications from abroad will overwhelm the department, exacerbating the existing backlogs. This will lead to an even longer processing time and further erode trust in our citizenship process. The bill does not require individuals granted citizenship to undergo criminal background checks. This poses a potential security risk and undermines Canada's standards of who can become a citizen. Ensuring that new citizens are of good character and pose no threat to our society is a common sense measure that should not be overlooked. We do support parts of this bill. While we have significant concerns, there are aspects we do support. Conservatives support the restoration of citizenship to individuals who lost it due to non-application or rejected applications under the former Citizenships Act, Section 8. This primarily includes people born between February 15th, 1977 and April 16th, 1981, who were impacted by the old rule that required them to apply to retain their citizenship before turning 28 years old. This was part of the original content of Senator Yona Martin's Senate Public Bill S-245, which aimed to address these issues more directly. We also support the extension of equal treatment to adopted children born abroad. Under the proposed changes, adopted children will be treated the same as biological children of Canadian citizens for the purposes of passing on citizenship. This was supported by Conservative members during the S-245 clause-by-clause committee review and is consistent with our party's long-standing position on equal treatment for adopted children. Conservatives are committed to fixing the broken citizenship system that the Liberals have neglected. We will enforce a more robust, substantial connection requirement, streamline processes, and address backlogs to ensure timely handling of citizenship applications. Our approach will restore integrity and trust in the system, ensuring that Canadian citizenship remains a privilege earned through genuine connection and commitment to our great nation. After 9 years of this government, Canadians have endured enough chaos and incompetence. It's time for a change. Only common sense Conservatives will put an end to this Prime Minister's reckless mismanagement and fix our broken immigration and citizenship process. We will restore integrity, trust, and efficiency to the process, ensuring that Canadian citizenship remains a privilege earned through genuine connection and commitment to this great nation. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take the opportunity to say how happy I am to see my colleague come back, who also sits on the committee with me on immigration. I find it really interesting that he is complaining about the Liberals taking too much time to fix something that they broke. Can the member opposite talk about the fact that this is something that his government, the Harper government, the same government that the current leader of the opposition sat in, created to leave Canadians behind, to create second-class citizens, and why he thinks that's a Liberal problem when it's a problem that they created themselves? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. 9 years would be a long time for a problem to exist if that problem was created 9 years ago, but somebody should have fixed something in 9 years if that problem actually occurred 9 years ago. But if that was created 9 years ago, I would ask my colleague on the other side why her party supported the party that brought that to the House and voted every one of them for that same motion. So thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honneur.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention. Now, we're not talking about having these revolving doors, but we're talking about how we can remedy historic injustices. How would my colleague answer to those Canadian women who married a non-Canadian before a certain time and who will never, because of Conservative action, will never see their rights respected? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Que je ne connais pas.
Well, this is an aspect I'm not very familiar with, but there is an example where certain things, this is an example of things that haven't been examined, but I'm quite open to looking at this. I believe there are many examples. There are examples of several situations of this type. We can examine one situation or other, but here we're trying to come up with a policy which would hold for all immigrants to Canada. Thank you.
Center.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's been clear since day one, since June 2023, that the Conservatives do not want to rectify the unconstitutional second-generation cutoff rule for lost Canadians and their families. They voted against provisions that would have rectified the unconstitutional second-generation cutoff amendments. They filibustered the bill for 30 hours at committee, and they stalled the reading debate for the bill 8 times, Madam Speaker. One thing that I know is that actions speak louder than words, and their actions have been really, really clear. So my question is, why are the Conservatives misleading family members with their fake commitments? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I agree with my colleague that actions speak louder than words. So let's talk about actions here. Let's talk about how we're actually dealing with Canadians here. Let's talk about the substantive test that made this ruling unconstitutional, and that was the actions of the Liberal government that has been unable to deliver any efficiency in getting people through the immigration process. A 50% failure rate in mistakes is what makes this unconstitutional. That should be fixed forthwith. That would address the ruling of unconstitutionality that came with this. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Oxford.
I'd just like to ask my honourable colleague, he mentioned the difference in the test of the connection to Canada. If you could offer a few comments on the value of citizenship.
Honourable Member is not, I apologize, the Honourable Member is not sitting in his seat, so I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes it's hard to notice those of us who are... The Standing Order 16 was a great standing order when it was suspended temporarily, so we could sit at any place and actually speak that way. We could represent our constituents from any part here. I think benches were a great solution. I want to ask the member from Calgary Centre the following question. He heard, as I did many times, I was asked the questions during the debate on a previous private member's bill that dealt with the same question. How many Canadians would be affected by this? How many persons who are outside of the country will be affected by it? Because we on the Conservative side obviously agree with the adoption provisions. We want adopted children to be treated exactly the same way a Canadian born in Canada or those naturalized in Canada, because they would be treated the same way. I wonder if that member could tell me, does he know how many Canadians would be affected by it? Because the minister couldn't answer the question.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Exactly. Thank you, and I thank my colleague for the question. Exactly one of the concerns we have. How many people are we dealing with this actual opening up of the immigration system in Canada? How many? We've asked the question of the ministry. We've asked the question of the department. Nobody knows. So there's
that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Broken, 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 broken. That has been the refrain this summer. A summer that showed Canadians once again that the Prime Minister and the Liberal government just aren't worth the cost. And I suspect that that was the refrain that they felt last night after a brutal loss in a safe riding in Montreal, where Canadians sent the Prime Minister yet another message to say that his plan isn't working. And nowhere is that truer than in our immigration system, than in our citizenship system. So let's go back to 2015, the last time the Conservative government was in charge. We had a consensus in this country, and it was a multi-generational consensus that actually existed long before 2015, a system that worked for our economy, with inflation low and home prices half of what they are today, and a system that kept our nation safe from terrorist attacks and multinational criminals. A system that was truly the envy of the world, where you can come to this country welcomed with open arms in an effort to build a life better than the one that you left behind. But just in 9 short years, none of that is true today. Housing prices keep going up, reaching record highs in cities, small, large, well, everywhere. International students living 7, 10, 15 to a basement, or even resorting to homeless shelters or certainly food banks. Opportunity keeps slipping away in the face of higher taxes, more expensive groceries, and yes, more and more people in the way. People who come here promised a new beginning. Instead, they find that the hard work just doesn't pay off, and shockingly, they don't want to stay. In fact, they want to leave. And it's all made worse by a government that can't seem to exhibit a single ounce of competence and organization in immigration, and that's why the consensus is broken. They lost 1 million people, and they still can't tell Canadians where they are. The Minister of Public Safety just a couple weeks ago insisted that the system is working when a terrorist was given citizenship. The member from Kingston and the Islands, who I missed very much over the summer, claims that they're delivering results for Canadians, and Canadians keep sending them the same message, that simply isn't the case. Because nobody with an ounce of common sense can step back and say things in Canada are working as they should be right now. And if this is what the Liberals consider as delivering results, then I'd hate to see what not delivering results looks like. Even when they don't know where the people are, the system still doesn't work, and incompetence still reigns supreme. This government gave citizenship to a terrorist who appeared in an ISIS snuff video and somehow passed 6 security checks while plotting an attack in the country's biggest city. They gave a student visa to a guy planning a massacre on Jews on the anniversary of October 7th, all while being exposed for not even checking his criminal record, a record for any temporary resident. This was just in the past month alone. With each successive blow, Madam Speaker, the confidence amongst Canadians and our peers abroad in the integrity of our system, our immigration system, and who we grant citizenship to, and the basic ability of government to get anything done is certainly a question. No one of us should relish in the fact that the Canadian immigration system seems to be falling apart right in front of us. I'm the child of immigrants. There are many children of immigrants. There are many immigrants themselves, many of our colleagues, our constituents. We can testify to the power of a necessary immigration system. Without it, a system that lacks the integrity just doesn't work, and Canadians won't trust it. If not for immigration, my family would have never been able to experience the freedom of opportunity that this country gave us. If not for immigration, our communities would never benefit from the skills and the expertise and the countless doctors and nurses and engineers and tradespeople and the many people who built this country. And if not for immigration, our country would never be strengthened by the values and pluralism of our newcomers that are rooted in their culture and what that provides for us. So what happened in less than a decade is nothing less than a tragedy, which is why it's even more disappointing to see the Liberal government plowing headfirst into more misguided policies like this one, rather than taking the time to fix what's wrong. Further extending the reach of Canadian citizenship in the same ham-fisted and incompetent way that we've come to expect. They can't even tell us how many people will be eligible under this piece of legislation. Surely they can come up with a model. The government cannot possibly believe that they still have the confidence of anyone in this country to simply say, trust us, we've got this. This bill threatens the integrity and the security of the citizenship system. And in December of 2023, as you know, as we've said here in the House, the Ontario Superior Court declared that the first-generation cutoff rule for the Canadian Citizenship Act was unconstitutional. The Ontario Superior Court itself found a 50% error rate in the Liberal-run Citizenship Department, with abnormally long processing times and malpractice. The NDP Liberals took 6 months to respond to Bill C-71, showing a blatant lack of urgency, which they claimed to have found today. This bill proposes to grant citizenship to individuals born abroad, at least one Canadian parent who has spent 1,095 days in Canada. We know that. Without requiring that these days are consecutive and without provisions of the checks of the criminal code. And we know that other countries require more time and certainly more consecutive time. And I don't think it's out of line to ask for security check, given what we've seen just in the last month in this country with a public safety minister that says the system is working as it should. We see in this debate that the Liberal Party voted in favor of C-37. That's the bill that was here prior to that they seem to have conveniently forgotten about entirely today, and certainly have forgotten that they supported, not once, but twice. First reading, second reading, and unanimous consent to pass the bill. They voted in favor of the very ideas that they are attacking in this bill today. This further erodes the consensus that I spoke about the system, the lack of consensus that exists in our system. Doubling down on citizenship by Zoom, pushing forward with the present path, even as evidence shows that we're not building enough homes, that we're not credentialing those who should be able to work here in their professions, and that we're obviously not doing our due diligence. That's clear. That's a message that they should have heard over the summer, and that's a message that they probably heard at the doors in Montreal last night. And perhaps the most egregiously, giving people who created this mess even more responsibility in government of running this government. The guy who used to be the immigration minister, the guy responsible for losing those million people, is now being promoted to the guy who's supposed to build houses in this country. A guy who ignored advice from his own ministry and instead chose to pursue a blind political agenda. You know what happened? They gave him a promotion. And the guy under whose nose blossomed a corrupt and phony international student program alongside a foreign worker program called a breeding ground for modern-day slavery. The guy who is in large part responsible for the debate that we're having today as the Ontario court cited bureaucratic incompetence at the IRCC as a major reason for its decision. Spoiler alert, the minister cannot run the system, and he can't build homes either, and that shouldn't surprise anyone. We need to fix this broken system, and we need to fix it for those who want to come here and create a better life, for the promise of Canada, for the promise that if you come here and you work hard, you should be able to buy a home in a safe neighborhood. You should be able to work in your profession to the scope of its practice and to the scope of your education, and you should know that when you come in here. What we have right now is a broken consensus in the public because the system doesn't work. Because people who come here cannot achieve the dream that we have so promised and cannot achieve the dream that so many of us and our constituents have benefited from. And that's a shame, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to ask the member, the Liberals seem to be implying there's this rush to get this legislation passed. But the ruling by the judge was at the end of December. Then the government took until May 23rd to table the bill. And then there were 19 sitting days before the June break where this bill never came up. In fact, we're on our second day of debate. I'd like to hear from the member, why there's sudden need to rush this, why the sudden interest. It's as if perhaps there's election loss after election loss the government has suffered. And it's embarrassed by its own record.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
I suspect there's a little bit of that. I suspect there's a little bit of chaos on the other side after losing two stronghold elections, their record being repudiated, not only on immigration, but on housing, on everything else. They've probably heard it.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's discomfort, awkwardness in this House in terms of the court judgment that was rendered with respect to the current legislation being unconstitutional. How do the Conservatives intend to fix the law if they are opposed to it? Why not move forward with the amendments? It doesn't affect hundreds of millions of people. It affects maybe a handful of people who saw their rights violated for years because of historical wrongs that can be righted.
Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, we have no idea how many people this affects. And that's the questions that we still have. Is it 1,000? Is it 10,000? Is it 100,000? Surely that the government, who still hasn't been able to answer this question, a very, very basic question about how many people we're talking about, can come up with a model based on how many people they know are outside of the country and how many kids they think they might have. How many people would be affected by this? That's a question. Security checks is certainly a question, and it's something that the government doesn't have two legs to stand on right now.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I found my colleague's question from the bloc really makes sense, unlike the Conservatives' statements. But I'd like to ask a question to my colleague. If this legislation is unconstitutional and people could accidentally or erroneously lose their citizenship, there's children that will be born stateless. Why are the Conservatives dragging their heels and not helping to solve this issue quickly?
Speaker, we made and we tried to make very reasonable amendments at committee, even supporting the reasonable amendments from the Liberals. But at every turn, those proposals were voted down. And at every single turn, the government fails to answer the questions about how many people this affects, whether there is security clearance. There is a provision that the minister has in the law right now to make exceptions and grant citizenship to the cases that he sees fit. And until those questions could be answered, the minister can use that provision in the law rather than to bring this bill without the answers to the House of Commons.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that my colleague just gave, and in particular I would ask her because I found it fascinating. This is only the second day that this bill has been debated. It was introduced just, I believe, before Parliament rose for the summer. As my colleague had mentioned, it had been in response to a court decision a number of months prior to that. So, Madam Speaker, my question to my colleague is this. When the Liberals talk about not wanting debate on an issue and accusing Conservatives of delaying it, what would be her thoughts when they have shown that they truly do not prioritize this in their overall legislative agenda?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I can't answer questions on behalf of their legislative agenda because I failed to understand it from the very beginning. The questions that we have asked, though, are real questions that would lead us to make better decisions about laws in this country. And particularly, I think it's a baseline, and Canadians at home watching this right now would want to know exactly how many people this affects. They don't have a good record on our immigration system. They don't have a good record on security checks, certainly not what has been found out in the last couple of weeks. And I think that Canadians ought to know those answers before they blindly support legislation.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. You will have 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I may, to begin this short speech, to go back about the important events that took place yesterday, to congratulate my new colleague, Leila Dance, who won in Winnipeg, an important win for the NDP. This shows that we can beat the Conservatives. So I'd like to congratulate Mr. Sauvé, who won the riding of Salle-et-Mar-Verdun. And I also would like to talk about another Mr. Sauvé, Craig Sauvé, who was the NDP candidate in that riding. Unfortunately, he ended third, but in a very tight race. So I'd like to congratulate the entire team of volunteers. They worked really hard on the ground. So, Madam Speaker, this topic is very important that we're debating today. There is a bill that tries to fix a mistake, and I'm sorry for the expression, Madam Speaker. There are people who fall between the cracks because of these very heavy consequences, because they can lose their citizenship. Some can even do so without knowing it. So it has an impact then on their ability to work, receive public services, send their children to school, etc. I was very surprised that you could lose your citizenship There's a whole issue of not being able to give your children their citizenship through descent if they're second generation. Laws should ensure that children who are born without a state, well, this is very serious. And I'd also remind members that even the United Nations in 2007 said Canada was one of the countries that did not respect the fact that we should not create people who are stateless. Refugee Listed Canada said this. We were outside of the law here. So they said it was important to correct this. So if you lose your citizenship, it has a major impact on people who have to travel and work and have children. So, Madam Speaker, we have to stop doing petty politics and pointing fingers and scaremongering. This issue affects some 100 people. We want to avoid issues that really upset people's lives. And so, Madam Speaker, I would encourage everyone here to work very quickly so we can rapidly adopt this legislation. And this problem should have been solved for quite some time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it is 6:18, we will now move to private members' business as indicated on the order paper. Private members' business. Bill C-322, National Framework for a School Food Program, in the name of Mr. Cormier.
Stage. The House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr.
Cormier, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moves that Bill C-322, an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food program, be concurred in at report stage.
In person wishes the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Carried on division.
Agree. Agreed? Yes? Yeah. Agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. No. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moves that Bill C-322, an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food program, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a warm welcome back and give a shout out to my constituents in Acadie-Bathurst and thank them for their support, my family, my friends, my employees, and once again, I hope we'll have a good session with good debate here in this place. So I'm happy today to begin again, if I could put it that way, to begin again the debate on my bill, which would call for the development of a national framework to establish a school food program. Since we last debated this bill in the House, a lot of things have happened. As you know, Parliament in the most recent budget allocated a substantial amount of money for the development of a national school food program. And the Prime Minister visited my riding, and the Minister of Family and Children, the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and there was a great announcement in Restigouche at my daughter's school, in fact, in Caracat, where the Prime Minister announced the first tranche of funds for this program. This was done with a lot of dignitaries and groups in attendance, and these are people who've been participating for some years in the development of a school meal program in my region. And I'd also like to give a shout out to the foundation in the Acadian region that serves a number of schools in our region. We have simple breakfasts for students. And a bit later, if I have time, Madam Speaker, in my speech, I'd like to talk about a young produce farmer at the Margaret Bourgeois School. The school gave this farmer some land to grow food in cooperation with students right there at school. They have this plot of land where produce is grown to support the school food program. Madam Speaker, I'd like to give you some examples, and we've already talked about this a number of times. There are a large number of students who go to school hungry, and I don't think that's acceptable in 2024 for our children to attend school hungry. So we needed to fix this problem, and this is not a new problem. I remember when I went to school, Madam Speaker, many years ago in the 80s, there were a lot of my classmates who hadn't had enough to eat. So we have to help families, and especially children, to get a program like this and to have healthy foods in their lunchboxes every day. There's almost 1 in 5 kids report that they go to school or even go to bed at night hungry. So those are hardly attractive figures. We need to improve those statistics, and that's why a school food program will be very beneficial to those kids. Healthy food, as we know, is very important in childhood for good health, for well-being, for socioeconomic success, as well as school success. So I think we need to give our kids every opportunity to succeed at school, and it starts with healthy, basic nutrition. And we hope that in the years to come, young people who benefit from these school food programs will be well positioned to succeed in the labor market, and hopefully they will do much better than kids who don't have access to a program like this, who are not so fortunate. Statistics also show that school programs act as social equalizers. I think you know that discrimination today is unfortunately something that exists in society. Often kids at school tease other kids who maybe don't have any food in their lunch boxes. So that type of bullying or stigmatization, hopefully we will be able to help our kids with this type of program to level the playing field, if you will. Canada is a member of the OECD, and we're one of the only member countries not to have yet put in place a national school food program. So I think in a country like Canada, we should be conscious of this, and we should be coming up with this kind of program. So I'd like to congratulate the government on moving forward with this in cooperation with the provinces and territories. Hopefully the provinces and territories will enter into these bilateral agreements with the federal government as quickly as possible. There are numerous advantages, Madam Speaker, to having a program like this. I listed a few of them earlier, but when we're talking about advantages, it's not just for the children themselves, but also for the families, for the parents of those children. For example, with a program like this will certainly improve nutrition. For children to get at least one balanced meal a day, whether it's breakfast or lunch or a snack, that can greatly contribute to the nutritional deficiencies that those children may be experiencing back at home for various reasons. Other advantages are better attendance at school, better attention, a child who's well fed, who can attend school with a full tummy, will have a much better school day. I think everybody knows this. Sometimes school days can be long. And for the parents, often their workday can be very long. They may not have time to prepare a proper meal for their children. So imagine a kid in grade 4, 5, or 6 who hasn't had breakfast. Imagine how hard the school day would be for that kid, how hard it would be to focus on their lessons and even to participate fully with activities in the schoolyard. School food programs also teach children about the importance of good nutrition, proper nutrition. And I've already spoken about this, the best example, and this is why I got into this, why I decided to have the announcement at my daughter's school and my godson's school. So a young produce farmer decided to visit the school and ask the school if it would be possible to set aside just a little plot of land where that farmer could grow some vegetables. And it wasn't necessarily to serve the cafeteria, the school cafeteria, but it was more about showing the children how important agriculture is and how to grow your own fruits and vegetables. But little by little, the project grew to such an extent that now that young farmers program to teach children about the importance of agriculture, well, they grow some 80% of all the fruits and vegetables used in meals at that school. And the students chip in. The students help the farmer grow cucumbers, tomatoes, blueberries, and so on. And in that way, they participate in the meal planning. So what a great idea to have a program like that at that school, or to have an initiative of that kind. Wouldn't it be great to have that in all schools all across the country? Imagine how helpful that would be in teaching children about the importance of good nutrition, healthy nutrition, and also it would also help local farmers, I believe. You know, local farmers, where there's a huge value now placed on buying local, shopping local, and so that could really help a lot of local farmers to supply our schools by growing their fruits and vegetables on school properties like that. It's also been proven, a number of studies have already shown that this type of program helps greatly reduce absenteeism in schools. If kids know, if they're going hungry at home, but they know they'll get fed at school, well, that'll help them get through their school day. And a number of studies show that that will actually be an incentive to attendance. So that's very beneficial. Then when it comes to equality, too, I think all children, regardless of their family income, they should have equal opportunities in life. At least the same chance, because, of course, some groups are stigmatized. I think we need to try to eliminate that in our society, Madam Speaker. So by creating equal chances with a program like this that is a leveler or an equalizer, so irrespective of family income, family wealth, there are families that might have a decent income, but if both parents are working, they might not have time in the morning to prepare good lunches or snacks for their kids. But if those parents know that their kids will be fed well at school, well, that's an equalizer. And for parents, there can also be huge advantages, like reducing the financial burden when there are free or subsidized meals. That can have a significant impact on the family's bottom line. And we know that right now the cost of living is very high for some families. So a little help for those families, if they don't have to worry about being able to provide proper meals and snacks for their kids, I think that could help them out a lot. And as I said before, there are families that don't have time to prepare good meals. So the peace of mind that they could have knowing that there are programs like this in place, and it would also encourage education. If parents can see that kids are succeeding, that they're doing better, their marks are better, thanks in part to a food program, then parents know that that alleviates their burden as parents when it comes to feeding their children properly. And still on the positive impacts, this is good not just for the child's educational development, but also for society as a whole. And we've seen with programs like this, they can be extremely beneficial. It improves nutrition. It has impacts on school performance. It has impact on the local economy, particularly the agricultural economy. And it also, a school food program can face certain challenges. And that's why this government came up with a $1 billion funding plan over 5 years for this type of program. There can be issues with logistics and costs. The cost of groceries has increased, so this will help there too. It'll help schools. The funding will help them provide healthy food in the context of this kind of program. Another challenge, there's a challenge to the quality of the food offered or provided in these programs. So there's also a challenge for remote and rural school settings. And so that's why deals will be signed with the provinces and territories to move forward to provide additional funding. And I'm happy that one of the first provinces to enter into a bilateral agreement with the federal government in this area was Newfoundland and Labrador. And we hope that other provinces will follow suit, including my province, New Brunswick. I hope that serious discussions will be held about the benefits of a program like this in schools. I care deeply about this project because I experienced some of the challenges, and I don't come from a wealthy family. We were lucky. We always had good meals. My parents made that a priority, but other kids, other friends of mine didn't have the same good fortune. So this will hopefully give all students in Canada a chance to access this type of program and not to have to worry about going to school hungry, not to have to worry about parents having the means to provide good, nutritious meals to their kids. Canada, once again, is one of the only countries in the OECD that doesn't have this type of program. It's high time we set one up. I know the government has made a huge effort and put a lot of money on the table, but I think we still need to have a national framework ultimately so that this type of school food program is well supported, well designed, well thought out, and so that our children will do better at school. And I'm sure we can get there. I'm sure we'll make progress. And I invite my colleagues, I ask my colleagues, please to support this bill, and that will be a huge step forward. Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this bill, which we debated at the HuMA committee, and we now have before us here. My colleagues' arguments going to the benefits of a school food program, I think it's so true. And in Quebec, we already have a school food program. The colleague opposite recognized, he acknowledged that this type of program falls within provincial jurisdiction and Quebec jurisdiction. But in spite of that, the government in his province is not doing enough. So is this really the right way of going about it? Should the federal government be making up for neglect by provincial governments? Is that the right way of going about it, by intruding on provincial jurisdiction? The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her comments about the bill at committee. Look, I was clear on this. I don't always agree with the Bloc's positions, but I will say that when it comes to Quebec, I've always been impressed by the number of programs they've put in place over the years, whether it's childcare or school food programs, which they have. That's a great example for the rest of us to follow. But as I said, the negotiations are occurring with the provinces and territories. We're glad that Quebec wants to sit down at the table and discuss this and talk about how to move forward with these agreements. And I think all provinces and territories should be joining in the debate about how to provide excellent school food programs. We do acknowledge that Quebec already has a program, but we'd like to keep working with Quebec to see if improvements couldn't be made even to that program. Thank you.
Comments, the honourable member for Lake Country.
Kelowna Lake Country. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can speak to this, because during his entire speech, he did not reference any of the causes of how food prices have gone up. For example, the inflationary deficit spending that caused inflation to increase for food in double digits, or how the causes of tax increases where when you tax the farmer who grows the food, you tax those that transport the food, those who warehouse the food, those who retail the food, that you actually tax the end user of the food. So I'm wondering if the Liberal member here can speak to the actual causes of why food prices have gone up so much.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to get into a partisan debate on an issue like this, which would help so many children and families. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the only thing the Conservatives said when we were debating this bill, even at committee, was that if there was no carbon tax, we wouldn't need a program like this. So what they're saying is that cutting the carbon tax, scrapping the carbon tax, if we did that, then we wouldn't need a national school food program. I don't think that's very serious, Madam Speaker. We know the cost of living is a bit higher now for families all across Canada, and the government has done everything it can to help those families, and we will keep doing that, Madam Speaker. And I find it deplorable that the Conservative Party voted against this bill and voted against the $1 billion that we've earmarked for this program.
Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. I'm incredibly appreciative to be here for this particular debate. Madam Speaker, as we all know, we are the only G7 country here in Canada that does not have a national school food program. Now, I never like to make this about me, but I have to share. I was one of those parents who could not afford to keep healthy, nutritious food on the table for my children, and sending them to school with foods I would have loved to have given them healthier options, but I just couldn't afford it. I became an EA in the school district, worked directly in the schools, and realized I was not alone. Too many children were showing up in class in school and were unable to learn effectively. They were having a hard time with relationships. The impacts were just tremendous on children not having access to that food that they so desperately needed. I went on then to work as a community school coordinator, and I applied for programming and funding to get kids the essential programs and food that they needed. And the difference that I saw in kids when they had a healthy breakfast in the morning, when they had access to a lunch. I went on to become a school board trustee in order to fight for these national school food programs to be seen across Canada. And now I'm here today. Now, I say this because of the fact that I don't understand why it's taken us so long to get where we are now when children are hungry. And they're even worse off now today than they were before.
I have to give the honourable member a few seconds to answer.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. In just a few seconds, please. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I appreciate her friendship on the various committees we sit on together. As I said before, Madam Speaker, this is nothing new, this situation. For a number of years now, we've known that many students go to school hungry, and we need to improve the situation. So I fully agree with her that as soon as we can get, the sooner the better. And in the last budget, the federal government earmarked $1 billion over the past 5 years. Resuming debate.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. And as this is my first opportunity to rise in the House since this summer, I'd like to take a brief moment before starting my speech today to recognize the small businesses, in particular the farmers in my community and region who work hard 7 days a week, toiling the soil and pruning the orchards to feed our residents and beyond. And they've had a particularly hard last few years due to many factors, and I just want to recognize them and encourage everyone to support our farmers and small businesses and to buy local. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, this legislation before us is a Liberal Private Member's Bill C-322. I serve as the Vice Chair of the committee that studied this legislation, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. And our committee had many witnesses appear on Bill C-322 who are directly involved with providing food to people. During our questioning, Conservatives pointed out that Food Banks Canada came out with a report where they had seen a 50% increase in food bank usage since 2021. Now, witnesses who manage food programs that support families in need also told us that they had seen similar increases. Mr. Carl Nabian, the president and founder of Kids Against Hunger Canada, stated, quote, "There's enough food to feed everybody, but our limitation is the funding or the donation that we need to get the food to where it's needed," unquote. And he said regarding the price of food, quote, "Yes, dramatically, and then it's a bit of a double whammy. Our food prices have gone up, pretty much doubled over the last 6 or 7 years. The cost of transportation and transportation companies were providing us with the shipping of food at no cost, which they can no longer afford due to the increase in the price of fuel. Even the cost of our materials has gone up," unquote. Mr. Nabian is right. In Canada, we are blessed with an enormous amount of agricultural capacity to feed Canadians. The problem this bill seeks to address actually stems from Canada's ongoing cost of living crisis. Farming, transportation, and fuel costs on farms, whether to grow or in the processing of food, are all increasing, which ultimately increases the cost of food. Bill C-322 does nothing about any of these causes. Mr. Nabian stated he's seen the cost of food double over the last 6 or 7 years, and we've seen the federal carbon tax increase, which makes the cost of growing or producing food in Canada increase. During his appearance on C-322, when Mr. Nabian was asked whether getting rid of the carbon tax would help Kids Against Hunger Canada, he stated, quote, "It definitely would help." Conservatives at the Human Resources Committee sought to amend the legislation to speak to this proposed solution and help Canadians. To help improve food security and reduce costs, I move the following amendment to Bill C-322 in Clause 3, adding after line 15 on page 3 the following. Quote, "Examine the applicability of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act to food and the transportation of food sourced under the school food program and, where applicable, examine ways to exempt them from the application of the Act," unquote. In addition, I moved an amendment in Clause 4 of this legislation, replacing line 18 on page 3, so that the proposed national framework in this Liberal Private Member's Bill would, quote, "include a projection of transportation and production costs that would be incurred by the school food program under the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act," unquote. These amendments would have given the legislation real teeth towards reducing the cost of food being provided to families while exposing the real cost of carbon taxes that is having on feeding children. Without these amendments, there's very little in this legislation except creating reports in government departments. Reports, reviews, and more photo ops do nothing to help hungry Canadian families because none of these things can feed them. Still, the Liberals, with the support of the supposed opposition parties and the NDP and the Bloc, voted against these amendments. This bill now contains no mechanisms for actually tracking costs or reducing the cost of food. When this legislation was first debated here in the House last November, I noted many frightening food security statistics that proved how many Canadians are being driven to food banks because of this NDP Liberal government's inflationary policies. Almost a year later, things have only gotten worse under this NDP Liberal government. According to Statistics Canada, nearly a quarter of all Canadians will use a food bank just this fall. In the report, they wrote that, quote, findings from the current analysis show certain groups are experiencing greater financial strain due to rising prices, including those with lower incomes, younger adults, households with children, and persons with disabilities, unquote. In a survey of families with young children, the very group this legislation is meant to help, Statistics Canada found that, quote, over half of households with children, 55%, reported rising prices were greatly affecting their ability to meet day-to-day expenses, unquote. Throughout this summer, I heard from many Canadians in my community of Kelowna Lake Country and across British Columbia who have told me how the rising costs of groceries have put a strain on them and their families. Just recently, Food Banks BC reported that for the first time ever, they had served 100,000 food bank users in a single month. They warned the high cost of living and rising prices of groceries is creating a perfect storm for record food bank usage. The Greater Vancouver Food Bank reports a 30% increase in clients and a 24% increase in families since last year. The Central Okanagan Food Bank has seen similar numbers. Because of the increase in demand, food banks in Surrey are having to reduce the amount of food they give per person. Another report by Feed Ontario revealed that over 1 million Ontarians used a food bank this year, an increase of 25% compared to last year, a record-breaking number. Now, Feed Ontario said in a news release, quote, this represents a continued trend in the rise of food bank visits, marking an 8-year all-time high, unquote. That's the same period that the Liberals have been in office. These are the effects of the government's inflationary and high tax policies. It's no different than the announcement that carbon tax Mark Carney was appointed to do the work of a finance minister. He's been asked to create a report advising the government on the economy. I should mention that no member of Parliament will be able to question carbon tax Mark Carney on this forthcoming report because he will be writing economic policy for Canadians from the boardroom of the Liberal Party of Canada instead of from a government office, and will avoid federal ethics rules that would require him to disclose conflict of interest or investments. The Liberals continue increasing carbon taxes, making Canadians poorer, and they've missed emissions reductions targets, while the Prime Minister just emitted 92,000 air kilometres worth of carbon emissions in just the last 3 months. The Prime Minister, carbon tax Mark Carney, and Bill C-322 are full of empty promises. And Liberal ideology is their priority rather than looking at the effects of their ideology, their policies and their legislation, including tax increases. The government taxes the farmer who grows the food and taxes the trucker who transports the food. And then they tax the stores who sell the food. Ultimately, the person who buys the food pays for it. Under the failed policies of this Liberal government, Canadians are hurting from coast to coast to coast, and the shelves of food banks and many family homes are running out. More government frameworks and reports, like Bill C-322 seeks to do, through bringing down food costs this can only be done through bringing down food costs by addressing the causes. Hardworking Canadians want to feed their families. They want powerful paychecks to buy groceries, but this government and its high taxes impose more misery and suffering on them. Conservatives will axe the tax, stop tax increases, and stop wasteful inflationary spending to bring down costs for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, good evening and thank you. I'll say right away that we in the Bloc are opposed to this bill. I think This bill that we are presently studying has as its object to set up a national fund. This would be a clear infringement of Quebec's jurisdiction, and we cannot support legislation that would attack Quebec's jurisdiction. With respect to this bill, what it deals with is very important, so important that in Quebec we have had this kind of program and had it for a long time. One of my colleagues, the member for Repentigny, she and I were active in advocating this kind of thing. And if there's something that we do know in terms of educational success, it is that proper nutrition plays a huge role in education in Quebec, in schools. There are organizations, for example, the Breakfast Club. There are organizations that are dedicated to providing proper nutrition in schools. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want people to tell us, as they did in committee, that we in the Bloc are against a national school nutrition program. I've heard it said in the House that you, Blocistes, you're going to vote against this program. You're going to vote against programs for seniors. But, Madam Speaker, we are opposed to this bill, C-322, not because of the principle of nutrition in schools, but on the principle that the Constitution of Canada, and I am really disappointed that I have to even argue this point, it's Section 93 asserts clearly that in each province, the legislature has the exclusive jurisdiction on legislating education. But every time, and this didn't start recently, this intrusion into Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. It's as if people cannot see that in these bills, these bills have to be drafted in a way that respects Quebec's jurisdiction. So we see the federal government taking Quebecers' money to fund programs in other provinces. It doesn't make sense. Madam Speaker, I listened to these speeches. If in New Brunswick or Prince Edward Island or in Manitoba, such programs do not exist, well, listen, I'm sorry, but it's not up to Ottawa, to Daddy Ottawa, to dictate to provinces or to Quebec how to govern themselves. And in Quebec, we have programs in Quebec. We have a nutrition program for schools. Quebec is a leader in, for example, in daycare. We are also a leader in terms of parental insurance. We are also a leader in terms of wage equity. We have very robust social programs, and we do not need this duplication, which is harmful to our autonomy. And with all due respect, Madam Speaker, it is up to each province to decide, to make their decisions, their choices in terms of society. And this overreaching federalism, in order to look good, well, while it's doing this sort of thing, it's not dealing with their own jurisdiction. For example, improving the old age security program. That falls within their jurisdiction. They think, well, it might look better if, we're going to get involved in daycare or child nutrition. Now, this is just ludicrous, Madam Speaker. Yes, there is a principle of good nutrition in schools. We can go further, but please, mind your own business. Well, yes, federalism, there is a federation, but there are also provinces, and provinces have their own areas of competence. But with respect to schools, no, the federal government has no business infringing on these areas. Well, they think that, they're going to have such and such a program with apples that are coming from such and such a farmer. Madam Speaker, this is all nonsense. Well, I think I have explained my point. It would do nothing more than duplicate bureaucracy, and the federal government has no expertise in the area of education or how to deal with things in that area. But we do know that the federal government likes to infringe on Quebec's jurisdiction. And I think the Prime Minister's thinking is clear. He couldn't care less about jurisdictions. And so he couldn't care less about the country whose government he leads. The Prime Minister of Canada said not so long ago, and I quote, "Citizens could not care less what level of government deals with such and such a problem." But that's wrong, Madam Speaker, because in Quebec, according to a Léger poll of April 2022, almost 90% of those polled said that levels of government should deal with their particular areas of jurisdiction, and that the federal government should not impose itself on provincial jurisdictions. Now, I think, and this was mentioned yesterday, that citizens in Quebec, by electing a Blaciste, Innocent Verdun, someone who will soon join with us in defending Quebec, and he will also be helping us to defend Quebec's proper jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The other honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin to discuss the important topic of making sure that kids do not go to school hungry in Canada, I'd like to acknowledge that today, Korean families across Canada are celebrating Chu Sao. This is a time of year when Korean communities all over the world come together to celebrate and share a meal together. Today, as these families come together to watch the moon, share gifts, and enjoy spending time with their loved ones, I would like to wish everyone celebrating this day with their families, Chu Sao Tai Bune Se Yu. Celebrating and sharing food are fundamental to the well-being of any society. So speaking to this bill addresses the issue of the deficit among children in this country to have a daily meal at school. Food insecurity amongst children is rising, and it affects today's generation of kids. And those same kids will also be affected in the future because of a lack of food that does not allow kids to get the best start possible. As we navigate the challenges of rising food prices and increasing time and financial pressures on families, kids deserve protection. It is more important than ever to address the reality that no child in Canada should have to spend the day at school with an empty stomach. Yes. Shamefully, Canada ranks down at 37th out of 41 of the wealthiest countries in the world for providing school children with nutritious food. what that means, Madam Speaker, that of all 41 wealthy countries, Canada is number 37 out of 41 on doing a bad job. They're actually doing a bad job of making sure kids have food at school. And this is because the government does not do it with purpose. Despite being one of the wealthiest countries in the world, Conservatives and Liberals are incapable of making sure that our children are well fed and able to learn at school with a full tummy. That needs to change. In committee, we heard how this bill will provide a necessary framework for the government to work in cooperation with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous governments to ensure that kids are fed at school and that no one spends the day in need of a meal. I want to take a moment here to give a shout out to School District 43 in Coquitlam, who are already providing healthy and nutritious food for their students with a daily lunch delivery program. Thank you to all the administrators, parents, and volunteers that make this happen. I also want to recognize food programs run through School District number 43 in Coquitlam by Share Family and Community Services, Access Youth, and the Rotary Club with their after-school backpack program. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the Coquitlam Firefighters Nutritional Snack Food Program, which provides thousands of meals per year to children experiencing food insecurity or at risk of food insecurity through their fully inclusive program. And the City of Port Moody, who led the coordinating of a food security roundtable in my riding and has given to the BC chapter of the Coalition for Healthy School Food. Thank you to all of you. It is obvious there is great work happening on the ground in schools and communities across this country, just like what is happening in Port Moody, Coquitlam. But a more stable framework is needed to ensure no child is left behind. And I want to take a moment here to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. They're here today, just on the important work they did in committee to make sure that this framework was fully inclusive and that it pushed through for the government. We know that the government was not interested in feeding kids. We know they've been slow on their budget delivery of feeding kids in the school program, so I just want to raise my hands to that member here. The NDP have always known that a national school food program is needed. And that is why we used our power in this Parliament to force this Liberal government to take the steps needed to get a formal school food program into law. And it has been budgeted, and it needs to roll out to Canadians immediately. Conservatives will take away school food programs. They voted against them in the budget. They voted against a national school food program in the budget. All while they enjoy their free lunch. Literally, Madam Speaker, they receive a free lunch right here in the House of Commons every single day. And after eating their taxpayer-paid meal, they came in here and voted against feeding kids at school.
Shame.
So hurry up to the Liberals. Hurry up. The inaction we've seen from the current government is deeply disappointing. Since 2019, the Liberal government made a promise to establish a national school food program. However, more than 4 years have passed, and this promise remains unfulfilled for the majority of kids at school. There are kids in our community today who were promised school food programs when they were in middle school, but they're now graduating with no program in place. The delay in implementing a national school food program is more than a policy lap. It is a moral failure to act on a commitment to improve the lives of children and prepare them as best we can for their future. This is a program supported by advocates across the country. They have long called for the development of a national school meal program. Organizations such as Food Banks Canada, Breakfast Club of Canada, the Canadian Teachers Federation, and numerous local community groups have highlighted the urgent need for such a program. They agree that a national approach is necessary to address the systemic issues of food insecurity and ensure that all children can benefit from a consistent and reliable source of nutritious food when at school. my NDP colleagues and I have been clear that any national school food program must be universal to avoid the stigmatization of children. Means testing cannot be part of any school food program. The program must focus on promoting healthy eating habits and supporting kids. It should also be culturally appropriate. I recently had the opportunity to be invited to share some time with a school meal program led by Karen Butler-Curtis from Port Coquitlam, an educator and a food security expert. While I was there, I asked the children what was important to them in regards to a national school food program. They talked about the food they eat at home, the need for culturally appropriate foods for them. I promised them, Madam Speaker, I would raise this in the House of Commons. So today, from the kids at Queensborough Middle School, any national program must be culturally inclusive, including principles of Indigenous food sovereignty. The NDP is fully committed to making the National School Food Program a reality. We will support this bill as we supported the initiative that the NDP pushed with the government, and we will hold the Liberal government accountable for fulfilling its promise for a national school food program for kids. Our commitment goes beyond mere advocacy. We are dedicated to ensuring that the program is well designed, inclusive, and effectively implemented. This means ensuring the government is collaborating with communities, health professionals, families, Indigenous leaders, and kids to create a program that meets the diverse needs of every Canadian child at school.
Yes.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a real honour to rise today to speak to such an important piece of legislation, Bill C-322. Bill C-322. You know, Madam Speaker, Canada has led the world in many regards. And in particular, most recently, I think of the way that we've been leading in terms of developing new technology for adopting clean energy, the green revolution, and everything that we've done to support that. One of the things Canada has not, unfortunately, led the world in, or at least within our G7 counterparts, is a national school food program. A national school food program has already been adopted by the other 6 countries in the G7. Canada remains the only country in the world that has not yet adopted such a program. I want to congratulate my colleague for bringing forward such an important initiative. I know that I heard comments from Conservatives moments ago that this was just about reporting and putting together data, and that there was really no substance to it, and I'm sure that's what they'll use as their justification for voting against it. But in reality, what it does is it sets up a framework for a national school food program and the manner in which the data will be collected and reported back to the House. Of course, Conservatives who are keeping their eyes on forming government would never want to see that kind of data put before them, because it will just be a constant reminder of something that they are just philosophically against. This issue is a perfect example of the philosophical divide between Conservatives and Liberals. Conservatives don't believe, let's be honest, they don't believe there is a role for government to play when it comes to supporting communities. They believe in an every person for themselves approach, and the strongest will survive. And that's it. But that's not how we look at this, Madam Speaker. Liberals look at our responsibility to ensure that children have the best possible start, because if we do that, we give them the opportunity to be successful and to be contributors back to an economy to the fullest of their potential and to our society. And so, you know, when I heard my NDP colleague before me speak, I heard her talk about the importance of it being universal. And I would completely agree with her on that. You know, having a universal a school food program gives the ability for the stereotypes to be eliminated. And I'll give you a perfect example of this, Madam Speaker. I've mentioned this in the House before, but it's important for me, and I'll mention it again. In Kingston, we have the Food Sharing Project. And this is basically a group that was started a number of decades ago that through various different means of accessing it, bring food together, put it into different baskets or boxes, and deliver them to schools where children can take some of the food at their own discretion. And the Food Sharing Project, led by Andy Mills in Kingston, consumes and relies on a lot of volunteers to help to make this work because there really isn't a stable source of funding. I've had the opportunity to go and volunteer, and I've brought my family with me when I've done this on a couple of occasions, and I was really surprised the first time that we did this, and my 8-year-old, who was 5 or 6 at the time, came, and we were packaging the food. And he looked at me and he said, so this is where all that food comes from that I see in school. And I found it remarkable because what it said to me is that Frankie, my 8-year-old now, didn't realize that this food, where it came from or what the purpose of it was. All he knew was that in his school, there was food that every child had the ability to go and get if they were hungry. And that's why I can't believe Conservatives would heckle me on this. Like, I'm telling an impassioned story about my 8-year-old and a lesson that he learned, and the member from Peterborough feels that this is an appropriate time to heckle. But nonetheless, the point is, Madam Speaker, is that my 8-year-old learned an incredible lesson about the stereotypes, not needing to rely on or to stigmatize people, and that this was genuinely about an opportunity for kids, in particular those that need it, to access food without having a stereotype attached to them. And that's what this is really about. Because I don't want my 8-year-old and I don't want my 6-year-old, Madam Speaker, to be in a classroom with other kids where those kids are picked on because they have to go to a special basket to get food. That's why I would completely agree with my NDP colleagues that this absolutely must be universal. It's the only way that it can work, and it certainly will go to breaking down those stereotypes. Conservatives are against this. They want to have no part of it. Conservatives voted against this when it came before the House previously, and when it was in committee, started to put forward motions that had to do with carbon taxes and stuff like they couldn't even set aside their differences on an issue as simple and easy to justify as putting food into the stomachs of children, and in particular, getting to the kids that really need it. And so I find it really, really discouraging when we continually see the Conservative Party of Canada take this approach. You know, they will be the first to talk about food banks, as their one speaker so far has done today, talk about food bank usage, but they will have absolutely nothing to offer when it comes to solutions, other than if you get rid of a tax, all of a sudden, poof, poverty is going to be eliminated. That's what Conservatives would like to sell to the Canadian people. Just get rid of this tax, and then guess what? Nobody will ever need to utilize any kind of social resources to access food ever again, because everything will just suddenly, magically be better for everyone. But that's not the reality of it. Food banks have been around for decades. I remember volunteering in the food bank in Kingston when I was in high school. That was a long time ago. That was 30 years ago. The reality is that food banks have become a stable source of taking care of people, in particular those that are in need. And so what this bill does, C-322, Madam Speaker, is it establishes this national framework around a school food program. It ensures that it mandates the Minister of Employment and Social Development, in consultation with the Minister of Health, provincial governments, and Indigenous governing bodies and other relevant stakeholders, to develop a framework to establish a national school food program. The bill requires the government to develop, post online, and report on a national framework for school food program that would broadly set out the contents of a school food program. It says that the minister must, within 1 year of the Act coming into force, prepare a report setting out the national framework and must table the report before each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which the House is sitting after the report is completed. The bill also states that within 5 years of tabling the report, the minister must undertake a review of the effectiveness of the national framework and prepare a report setting out his or her conclusions and recommendations regarding the national framework. The bill, of course, does not impose any conditions on provinces or territories, because we understand and respect the need to work with provinces and territories. I would just, come towards the conclusion of my speech, Madam Speaker, by reflecting on some of the comments that I heard from my NDP colleague moments ago when she spoke. She challenged Liberals to ensure that this program was seen through. She challenged Liberals to make sure that the government does this. I would remind the NDP, and I would remind her, that we had a supply and confidence agreement that still had another year left in it. The NDP is now in a very similar situation with the National School Food Program that they were in 2006 with the housing, with the National Housing Program to work with provinces, where all of the right components were in place. The motion was set out to deliver a housing plan throughout the country. And then what did the NDP do? I mean, we have a lot of respect for Jack Layton around here, and he did a lot of great things, but he also triggered an election then. Stephen Harper got elected, and a number of things were affected by it, and as a result, the NDP didn't end up getting that housing plan that they had been a part of putting together in 2006. So I say to my NDP colleagues, be very careful. You have the power here to see this national school food program come to fruition. You have the power, because it's all in your hands, to make sure that we have the ability to deliver on this. It's one thing to call on us to do this. It's another thing to accept the fact that they have the responsibility to Canadians to ensure that it is seen through to the end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The period for private members' business has now expired. It now falls to the bottom of the order of priority on the order. Pursuant to
the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to be able to rise in this place on behalf of the great people of Southwest Saskatchewan. And as I begin my intervention here tonight, harvest is happening in Saskatchewan. We're probably about 3/4 of the way, maybe not quite 3/4 of the way done in the province. A lot higher percentage done in Southwest Saskatchewan. In fact, I was riding on a combine just last week with a farmer, and we were literally on the last field that they're going to be harvesting for that particular year. So there are many who are already completely done and moved on. So I wanted to give a big thank you to them for growing the food that feeds the world, that feeds our country, and doing so in the most sustainable way in the world.
Well said.
So when I got up previously, I actually was talking about food bank usage and how the carbon tax was affecting that and impacting it. Now, we saw a report recently talking about from the Canadian Trucking Alliance, actually, and they are indicating that this year alone, trucking industry is going to pay $2 billion in carbon taxes. And in 2030, they're going to be paying $4 billion in carbon taxes per year on an ongoing basis. That's a 15% increase for them to be able to operate a truck. Now, when you think about the cumulative impact that has, 15%. 15% is going to be passed on from the trucking company to the people who are buying the goods. So whether that's the stores or whether that's a farmer getting fertilizer shipped to his farm, whether he's getting seed delivered, things like that, everybody's going to be paying 15% more. You know who else is going to be paying 15% more? But even if you build that out a little bit further, it'll be a lot higher number. That's the consumer when they go to buy food. So when we're talking about food bank usage, the ability for food banks to be able to buy food, or people who are buying food to donate to food banks, they're going to be paying an exponentially higher amount simply because of the carbon tax. That's already on top of the impact the carbon tax has had already. Now, there's another contributing factor coming here in regards to the carbon tax. We all know about the first carbon tax. The Liberals want to increase that, and it's going to cost about $25 billion per year to the Canadian economy in 2030 when it's fully implemented. But that's not good enough for the Liberals. You see, they're trying to appease carbon tax carny. So one carbon tax isn't good enough. So they're going to impose a second carbon tax. And that carbon tax, through their fuel regulations that they're going to be imposing on Canadians, is going to drive another $9 billion wedge into the Canadian economy. $9 billion. So it's going to be well over $30 billion a year in 2030 that it's going to cost in carbon tax to the Canadian economy. So what's that going to do to food prices in this country? What's that going to do to food production in this country? Well, we know just a little bit from the Trucking Alliance about what it's going to mean for them, and they've had some pretty strong words about the carbon tax and what the impacts are for them. But part of what they said is, you know, they're trying to do their bit, but the government's actually not provided any alternative for them to be able to do something else. So it's it's completely crushing their industry, and there's only one place that they can pass that buck on to, and that's on to the consumer. Wonder what the government has to say about that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. That said, the announcement that was made about support for families. So I'm going to focus on what the stated question was.
Quality of life is one of the government's key priorities. We've made significant investments to make life more affordable because we believe every Canadian deserves a real and fair chance to succeed. The Canada Child Benefit helps low and middle-income families with the cost of raising their children. This benefit, which is indexed to inflation, supports over 3.5 million families and over 6 million children, putting close to $25 billion tax-free in the hands of families each year.
In 2021, the Government of Canada made a transformative investment to create a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system because we knew it would give children a strong start in life. Tens of thousands of families and children are already benefiting from reduced childcare fees, and it's enabling mothers to rejoin the workforce, which builds family incomes.
Depuis 2022 et
Since 2022 and until June 30th, 2024, families with children under 12 have benefited from the Canada Dental Benefit. With the new Canadian Dental Care Plan, the Government of Canada will continue to help families access the dental care they and their children need and deserve.
And Madam Speaker, there's no question food insecurity affects many Canadians. No child should go to school on an empty stomach, but the rising price of groceries makes it difficult for many families to afford nutritious food. That's why, as part of Budget 2024, we announced a $1 billion investment over 5 years to create the National School Food Program. This program will increase access to school meals for up to an additional 400,000 school children a year and help more Canadian children get a better start each day. It will ensure they can focus on learning, not on being hungry. and it will take some of the pressure off family budgets, helping make life more affordable. Madam Speaker, we're also helping deliver relief at the grocery checkout counter in 3 ways. This includes, first, amending the Competition Act to enhance competition in the grocery sector to help bring down costs and ensure Canadians have more choice in where they buy groceries. Second, ensuring commitments from Canada's 5 largest grocery chains to help stabilize prices. And third, establishing a grocery task force to supervise the big grocers' work and investigate unacceptable grocery sector practices such as shrinkflation. These are great examples of government working for Canadians. Since 2015, we have also enhanced the Canada Workers' Benefit, increased the old age security pension, and improved the guaranteed income supplement, and the new Canadian Disability Benefit will help working age Canadians with disabilities. We've made this significant investment because we are committing to investing in people, and our efforts are working. There are close to 1.3 million fewer people in poverty, including approximately 380,000 fewer children living in poverty compared to...
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I just want to read a quick quote here from the Trucking Alliance. Due to razor-thin margins in the trucking industry, these added costs cannot be absorbed and must be passed on to customers. As virtually every good purchased by Canadian families and businesses involves truck transportation, this means those families and businesses are paying increasingly higher prices for those goods to pay for this ineffective tax. Now, that member is from Quebec, and we hear from the Bloc and as well as from some Liberal MPs that, Quebecers are immune to the carbon tax. Well, this statement right here would suggest otherwise. When a trucking company hauls goods into Quebec, they're going to pass on the cost of the carbon tax to the constituents in her riding. I'm wondering what they would have to say about the fact that they're going to have to pay the carbon tax that this government is forcing on them anyway.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm glad to hear my colleagues say that the carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec because, indeed, Quebec has its own system. I think that here we can help families with programs like the ones I listed, while at the same time fighting climate change and ensuring that environmental protection. It's the 11th hour, and I think with a Liberal government in Canada, we're much better equipped to provide Canadians with the best of 2 worlds. In other words, we're helping them deal with the hardship that they're facing and at the same time protecting the environment.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The Liberals have had many chances to do the right thing for Canadians. Remove corruption from their spending. It's shocking that they actually put it in their budgets. And we've called on them to cut the corruption, save Canadians some money. We have 1 in 4 Canadians who are going to be using food banks this fall. That's a heartbreaking number for me to hear, knowing that in my communities like Brockville and Gananoque, Prescott, South Grenville, food bank use has doubled. And while there are still many generous people in the community who are giving of food and funds, it's also just not going as far as it used to. Even the donations, even the food banks are struggling with life after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. We heard from the honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands today, who talked about the devastating effects of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister's carbon tax. And we had the Canadian Trucking Alliance in the last week speak out about the costs that they're incurring, the billions an increased cost for them that will have to be passed on to consumers, because if you tax the farmer who grows the food and the trucker who ships the food, it's of course a tax on the person who sells it, and the person who buys it is paying that tax. Canadians are having a hard time getting by, and we don't think it'll get any better with Mark Carbon Tax Carney now advising this Prime Minister, knowing his affinity for making others pay. Well, he follows a different set of rules, jet-setting around just like the high-carbon hypocrite at 24 Sussex, the Prime Minister. Canadians are struggling, and we hear often that the Liberals caution about conservative cuts. Conservatives are going to cut the corruption, we're going to cut the scandals, and we're going to cut the waste. Just look at the billion-dollar green slush fund. Hundreds of thousands of dollars misappropriated that we knew about just when we started out. Now there's the chair of the fund was found to have been in a conflict of interest. Another government-appointed board member as well investigated. The $60 million Arrive scam, 2 guys in a basement, or how we found out that there's this grift, this 30% markup on everything the government outsources. They're spending more than $21 billion in a year outsourcing, and we find out that oftentimes 30% of that is just going to Liberal insiders who line their pockets. Common sense Conservatives have made a commitment to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And Canadians deserve that. And they deserve a carbon tax election. And we're ready to put that motion before this House at the first available opportunity. But in the meantime, these Liberals need to do one thing. The Parliamentary Secretary can stand and say that they will cut the corruption from their budgets, stop the madness. Canadians deserve better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of to the Prime Minister and Special Advisor for Water.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the Honourable Member's question. Let me start by saying that the government shares the member's concerns and his desire to hold those responsible to account. This is an issue that the government is not taking lightly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the members of this House and all Canadians are justifiably concerned by what they have been hearing in the media and in the committee. We are using many tools and following many avenues of inquiry to understand what went wrong in the case of ArriveCan. These avenues include the rare and extraordinary measure of a public rebuke in the House, for which the government did vote in favour. This speaks to how seriously we take this issue. This is why we voted for Mr. Firth to present himself here in the House, and that is why we will continue to support the various investigations and inquiries into this matter. While we await the responses that Canadians need and deserve, I can tell you about the swift and decisive actions of this government, the actions that we are taking to strengthen and protect the integrity of government procurement so that something like this can never, ever happen again. When something goes awry, Madam Speaker, the government takes decisive action to restore trust in the system. That's exactly what our government is doing. Budget 2024 clearly outlines the actions we are taking to enforce and uphold the highest standards of procurement to ensure sound stewardship of public funds. They include new steps to strengthen the government's procurement and conflict of interest regimes and updated procurement guidance for managers to reinforce the prudent use of public funds. This means examining human resources and staffing strategies before procuring professional services, strict evaluation criteria when a supplier is selected, clear due diligence protocols to ensure no conflict of interest, and ensuring all contractual obligations are upheld by third-party vendors. It also includes government-wide audits to ensure governance, decision-making, and controls associated with professional service contracts uphold the highest ethical standards. The results of these audits are expected by the end of this year, Madam Speaker. Changes are also underway to modernize the new master-level user agreements for professional services supply arrangement to improve transparency regarding costing and subcontractors. And we will launch a new risk and compliance process to ensure government-wide trends, risks, and departmental performance meet the highest standards and take corrective actions whenever necessary as soon as possible. We are also bringing forward stronger accountability guidelines for managers when procuring professional services, including robust validation that a potential contractor is the best fit for the requirements. Madam Speaker, my time is winding down, as I'm sure you're about to tell me. And just to say in closing, Madam Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring Canadian tax dollars are used wisely and responsibly. We recognize the seriousness of the ArriveCan issue, and I want to assure Canadians that we will be acting swiftly and decisively to ensure that it cannot happen again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The Parliamentary Secretary claims that they're good stewards and responsibly and ensuring responsible and wise use of tax dollars. Talked about taking it seriously, wanting to get to the bottom of it. My question is very, very simple. In this $60 million Arrive scam scandal that lies at the feet of this Liberal Prime Minister, himself twice found guilty of breaking ethics laws, that member, the Cabinet, the Prime Minister, and all members over there voted against having the Auditor General investigate. Why? Why, if they wanted to get to the bottom of it? Why, if they weren't trying to protect their friends and Liberal insiders? Why, if they wanted to do the right thing for Canadians, even if it made them look bad, would they not allow Canada's Auditor General to investigate? So it passed the House without the Liberals, without that member support. So my question is, why did he and his government vote against the Auditor General?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the Honourable Member did not hear me, but just to repeat, the Government of Canada is committed to ensuring Canadian tax dollars are used wisely and responsibly. The issues that have emerged around the procurement of professional IT services and the management of the ArriveCan application are indeed deeply troubling. We know from the reports of various investigations into the matter that Canada's procurement system can be strengthened and improved, and that's exactly what we are doing. Budget 2024 outlines the important steps we are taking to enforce and uphold the highest standards of procurement to ensure sound stewardship of public funds. Madam Speaker, we will continue to actively explore all possible ways to further bolster our processes. We are working relentlessly to make sure that what happened in the case of ArriveCan does not happen again. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, hi, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak here tonight, and I appreciate my colleagues that are here. Let me address this escalating problem we have with government debt in Canada. I asked a question a long time ago that actually really tried to nail down the government on their debt to GDP ratio calculation because it is a fabrication. Canadians understand what debt costs them and the mounting cost of debt that's been happening across the economy, in particular in their own accounts, but they're also looking at the government accounts. $47 billion is the projected amount the government's going to have to spend servicing the debt this year. And that's going to grow by about 50% to over $67 billion within 4 years because of this mounting and escalating debt this government is adding on to the backs of Canadians at the federal government level alone. Now, there's one thing I want to make sure people are clear about here. There's more than one debt in Canada. There's more than one government debt. So there's $1.4 trillion of federal government debt outstanding. Add in an extra $700 billion of provincial government debt, about $2.1 trillion of debt held by governments across Canada for a country whose GDP is about $2.25 trillion. And actually, those numbers are updated. When you look at actually the IMF, they say that our debt to GDP ratio in Canada is north of 100%. 107% is their number, and yet this government, in their pretense, says it's 40%. How do they think they arrive at the 40% at the federal government level alone? What they do is they take the money that's in the Canada pension plan and the Quebec pension plan, and they try and say that's an asset of the government of Canada. The money they take off people's paychecks that goes into a separately managed account for the retirement of Canadians. The government thinks they're using that as collateral for them to jump into the piggyback and use to make sure that they don't have to pay the debt they're going to have to pay back to that's due in the future here. Now, this is a problem, but I'm going to talk first of all about the IMF. I know my colleague across the way tried to say that Canada has the best debt to GDP ratio in the group of 7 companies. Completely false. He needs to look at that actual chart, and I can point him to that website if he'd like. There's another additional problem here, of course, because debt is not just government debt in Canada. Debt is personal debt and corporate debt. We call it non-financial debt. And so the personal debt alone in Canada is about $3 trillion. And on top of what the government debt was, which was $2.1 trillion, and then add the private debt on top of that, which is about another $3.75 trillion, you've got a massively debt-financed economy here in Canada. The amount of interest spent by Canadians is exorbitant and is going to continue to rise because of this government's profligate spending. We have got to get this under control. The problem with debt is once it's a problem, it's an escalating problem. There's a reason the International Monetary Fund was going to interfere in Canada's public budget processes back in the 1990s, and the reason the Chrétien government at that point in time had to intervene and cut the actual amount they spent on health care by half and put that on the backs of the provinces because the country was loaded up on debt and it had to be dealt with very quickly. The way they dealt with that was loading it onto the backs of the provinces. We're going to see the same thing again because this government is going to face a problem in the very near future. Would you please address this debt to GDP ratio that has to get under control? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite is a graduate of the Ivy School of Business. He knows numbers very well. Clearly, he's a fan of numbers, and I am too. So I'll follow along his line of argument around the number 40, a debt to GDP ratio at 40%, Madam Speaker. Listen, as a woman in her 40s, I feel like I know this number well. The member opposite mentioned 40% debt to GDP ratio, and I understand why most people feel like that's a large number. After all, 40% is close to half. 40% is usually enough to be elected in a riding in Canada, so 40% can seem impressive to my Conservative colleagues. But when it comes to government debt, well, that's a different story. Speaker, do you know that when the U.S. last had a debt to GDP ratio of 40%, that would be in the early 1980s, before Ronald Reagan blew a hole in the American financial system with his irresponsible tax cuts for the very wealthy. So what's the U.S. debt to GDP ratio today? Well, in the U.S., it's around 120%. Yes, you heard that right. It is actually over 100%. Is the U.S. an isolated case? I don't think so. Let's look at our G7 peers. In France, it's over 90%. In the UK, over 100%. Italy is 140% plus. In Japan, it's over 200%. So what do these numbers tell us? First, Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and our comparative advantage is growing. Why does that matter? Because when your comparative advantage grows, that's when foreign investment flows into your country. And that's what creates more jobs, more good-paying jobs. Second, Conservatives are desperate to gaslight Canadians and scare folks with scary-sounding numbers without context. Third, Conservatives argue that we shouldn't make the tax system fair, that we shouldn't help Canadians feel like the playing field is actually level. Speaker, my time is short, so I would like to touch on another 40 that my colleague raised, and it was in a previous conversation in this House, a $40 billion deficit. That also sounds like a big number, Madam Speaker, but I like another even bigger number, $2.2 trillion Canadian dollars. That is our gross domestic product in Canada, Madam Speaker, the size of the entire great, amazing, beautiful Canadian economy. That is $2,200 billion. That is what the deficit is measured against. And that means our deficit is actually below 2% of GDP. That is to be compared to about 6% in the United States and about 5% in France. Yes, Madam Speaker, numbers do matter. Context matters.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the numbers, but the numbers have to be correct at the end of the day. We've gone through my speech. I was hoping she'd listen because the 40% that she's stating is actually a fabrication. She's using Canadians' assets as collateral, which she proposed also to go into their private pension plans in order to get the balance she's looking for here of the 40%. The numbers she states, as far as where the U.S. and France is, the comparable number for Canada is 107%. I challenge her to look at that very website she got those numbers off of for the other countries. 40% is a fabrication, 40% raids the piggy bank of the pension funds of Canadians, and that is not the federal government's money. We've talked about that several times in this House. She's also not counting the provincial debts, which are also on top of it and are included in the other numbers in the countries she's referenced along the way here. Her numbers need to be more forthcoming. She needs to be more forthcoming with Canadians.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No, Madam Speaker, I don't include provincial debt in the federal debt. Madam Speaker, since I only have 1 minute and my colleague raises several points, I thought I would take the opportunity, given the news of today, to remind Canadians that inflation has fallen from its high at over 8% to just 2% in Canada. That is a reduction of over 3/4, beating all forecasts, and now perfectly in line with our target rate set by the Bank of Canada. Canada was actually the first among all of our peers to cut interest rates and then cut them again and then cut them again, Madam Speaker, bringing relief to homeowners today and tomorrow. And that will help not only homeowners that exist right now in our country, but new prospective homeowners, Madam Speaker. I have a lot more numbers in my sheet, but I see that my time is coming to a close. I would be happy to respond to additional finance questions from my Conservative colleague in the future.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.